Mm-mm. Everything's ready for liftoff. I need to get a notebook. I love how it says 0 here, but... Everything's ready for liftoff. Okay, so I gotta get a notebook. I'm just gonna get a piece of paper and a pen so I can write down my thoughts for this video. Ugh. So that way, we can see what the fuck is going on with this country. Alright, so I have my video pulled up here. 3 hours? We'll be streaming for way more than that. Crazy. Let's see what happens when I do this.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
Wow, 21 million subscribers. Only a million views. When was this came out? A day and it only got 1 million views. Shit. That's crazy. I need you to go check on the DMT guy. The Peter Thiel experiments. Okay. So, I know a lot of people are just going to be like, oh, why don't you... Oh, shit, I forgot to go on Twitch. Hold on. I forgot that I'm not streaming, So I should be logged in. If I go to my creator dashboard. Stream manager, I should be on, I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm not playing. Unstable. Crazy. Oh, that would be on what do I edit stream info? I ain't doing that. Let's just do just chatting. Done. Okay. Well, let me see my YouTube one, because that's the only one that mattered to me. Does that look good? Oh, what do I edit stream info? Alright, now I gotta make sure. Okay. Are we Gucci? Okay. Are we Gucci? Yeah, it's not unstable at all. I don't know what we're talking about. Alright. Let me make sure I can use this. Yep. Stopping replay buffer. Okay. Alrighty. I don't know why my replay buffer is being retarded. Okay. Alright, let's get into this. Okay.
So last time we talked, last time I saw you, we were at a cage fight at the White House.
That's right.
That's crazy.
That's
Oh, at the white, yeah.
One of the craziest experiences of my life. It must have been one of the craziest experiences of your life.
oh yeah, it took me like 2 weeks afterwards to recover, just to like go. Did that actually happen? It seems so insane.
Okay, the most insane part of it, which I guess was before you got there, to me at least, is you come into work.
Wow, the rich and powerful getting to do rich and powerful things.
There's the
Crazy.
Oval Office in the West Wing, and you look out the window, and as this 8-story complex was growing up, it was just the most unbelievable thing. It's like the south lawn of the White House, but you've got the 8th wonder of the world being built up.
Do you think Ethan will sue me if
Every
I...
day, I'd look
Do you
at
think Ethan will sue me if I'm not talking for a little bit? I'm not sure.
it, it'd be like, it would take me a couple seconds. I'd be like, what the hell is going on? And I'd be like, oh yeah, it's UFC. It's UFC coming in a couple weeks.
The whole thing was surreal.
Yeah.
First of all, it was crazy that the weather just went around us.
That's
There
right.
was a real moment where the fights would have been postponed until 10:30 p.m. to start.
Correct.
And last minute, the storm just diverted.
That's right. Well, and this book that I have that I guess we'll talk about a little bit, but the book tour started the next day. So I was flying to New York the next day to talk about it.
Oh, you had a
And all I
book.
could think about is every time we got the update from White House weather, oh, it might not start until 10:30. I was thinking to myself,
Do people read books anymore? I read, but I should probably do book club here.
holy shit, that means I'm going to go to bed at like 4 a.m. I'm going to look like a total crazy person when I'm trying to go talk about this book. But yeah, it amazingly it did work out. Honestly, it actually helped a little bit because, as you know, it was hot as hell out there, and it
Yeah.
was super humid. Mid-June in DC.
Nice
And
conversation
I
to
think the
start
weather
this
actually
whole
helped
thing out
cool it
with.
down a little bit because by about 10 o'clock or so, I was not thinking it's hot as hell out here anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but I talked to Justin Gaethje about it, and he said it was a problem when he was fighting. He said the air was very thick.
Okay.
Like right after the first round, he was like,
Yeah.
boy, like this is rough. Because that hot, humid air, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. No, it's
fine walking around.
I mean, it's okay walking around. It still feels it is a swamp, right? That's why
Yeah.
people call it the swamp. So that's obviously June 14th. That's the
That's
president's.
not why they call it the swamp.
That's one of the reasons why they call it the swamp.
They call it the swamp
They call it swamp because of my colleagues too.
because it's filled with mud and water and gunk and shit and swamp monsters.
Oh man. So that's June 14th. So that's the president's
Wow.
birthday. That's also that was my 12th wedding anniversary.
Oh wow.
And,
Oh, wow.
My wife. So that's the one thing. Like if somebody runs in here, it's because my wife's going into labor because she's like 39 weeks pregnant. But I remember we go out to dinner like right before the UFC fight, and we're of course checking the weather report to figure out what's going on. And my wife normally likes to come to the cool stuff of being vice president. That was the one where she was like, "It's hot. I'm super pregnant." And I'm not going to sit out there for 6 hours. So
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Oh,
Also, it's just there was so much chaos, and the potential for real chaos was always there. First of all, you have the ellipse.
wouldn't you have had like a vice presidential seat or something?
So the ellipse has what 85,000 people outside.
correct. That's right.
And for people that watch at home, like, we
85,000?
could hear them.
Yes.
Like when the fights, when something would happen.
In like kind of a delayed way, right? Yeah.
You hear the cheers from the people that were near. So it was like 3,000 plus people tightly close to the octagon. And then you had 85,000 people in the,
Yeah.
in the background. It was very
Crazy.
eerie.
Yeah, I actually loved that. Like, I loved the delay reaction to where somebody get a good punch in, or you get a takedown, and then it was almost like the wave, right?
Yeah.
Because there was the initial center of it, and then the people outside of it.
It was pretty sick.
It was pretty sick. It was
Hunter, it's
I think
crazy.
Dana said not
There-
once in a lifetime, or not once in a generation, or once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's once ever.
Yeah.
I don't see any other president. I mean, if you become president, you're not going to do that, right?
That'd be crazy if he got in there.
I didn't want to do
It's
it in
actually
the
very
first
cool.
place.
That would have been a
It was very
meme
cool. Get it
worth
over with,
a
go. It was the
lifetime.
only time in the history of the sport where there's been 7 stoppages, seven knockouts. Like every single fight was a
Oh,
knockout.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
What
every
the
single fight.
fuck?
Okay.
But the thing is, like, we've had 7 knockouts. And
Yeah, but I never heard a
this last
single
weekend we had
name.
10
Should've got
10
Jake or
stoppages.
Logan Paul in
But,
there.
that was different.
Yeah.
Like, there
because
were
it
no
was, like,
names
14
that I
fights.
knew.
This
Okay,
is
so-
all fights. Every single fight was a knockout.
So the last fight, when did you realize that was over?
With Connor?
Yeah.
Oh, Conor McGregor
When
was
he
in
fell down the
there.
second time, I was like, "Oh, this is not good." For the first time, I thought he just.
I
Slipped.
bet he had his money on him.
It's hard to tell.
I didn't know
It's
Conor
wild. It's in the
McGregor was in
moment.
there.
I thought he slipped, and then when he got up and he threw a kick again, I'm like, "Oh, I don't like how his leg just gave out. That didn't seem like." And I'm still hoping he's just slipping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's just freaking out because he hasn't been in the
Yeah.
octagon in 5 years. And then he started moving around, and he like grabbed his knee and buckled.
Okay.
And there was some
I didn't
conversation.
notice
that.
some conversation
Yeah,
going
well,
on
I
between
never.
him and Max
Anybody. So many
Holloway,
people
and
could
I was
not be a
like,
wrestler.
Max is saying he can't fight, like something's wrong, and he's saying, "Fight me." He's like, "Get up," and so he lets him up, and then his knee buckles, and then the referee stops the
Okay.
fight.
Yeah. It's always so the very, I think it was the very last fight where the ref tried to call it at the end of the 3rd round, and then because he was saying that there was a concussion issue. I mean, I couldn't tell what was going
This is the
on.
Ilya Taporia fight, the Justin Gaethje fight. at the White House?
the Tapurio Justin
No, he
Gaethje
couldn't
fight.
see.
Okay.
He was saying he couldn't see well.
So he lets him
Something
up,
was
and
wrong
then
with his right
knee
eye.
Well, I mean,
buckles,
it looks
and
like
the
his whole
referee
face
stops
was
the fight.
puffed up, so you
Yeah.
couldn't see anything.
they're-
But okay, so I
it's
thought it was a
always
concussion
sensitive.
thing, but it was
No.
because of his vision.
No, they never.
Oh shit! I missed
They
some of
never-
it.
I mean, the concussion thing would only be if someone had been battered. There's a lot of times where fighters are fighting with concussions.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
You get dropped in the first round, you probably have a concussion.
Yeah.
You get back up, you keep fighting, you're fighting on instincts. There's been many times where fighters wake up in like the 4th round.
Sure.
And they've fought 3 rounds and they don't remember it at all.
Oh my
I know.
God. That's pretty crazy.
Not the best way to make a living.
Not the best way to make a living, man. Yeah, no, so we saw Gaethje at the White House a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
I asked him, I was like, so are you done fighting? And he kind of hesitated a little bit. And then I think it was his mom was in the Oval Office with him. She's like, yes.
Yeah, but, you know, if they offer him some life-changing money for one more fight after that performance, I have a feeling he'll take it.
Like, what could he fetch for his next fight? Like 50 more?
It's a good question. You know, I don't know what his contract is. I don't know how it works. I don't know what the most anyone's ever. I try not to pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm not on the business end of the
And
sport.
it can kind of color your perception a little bit.
It can, and it's also I mean, I want them to get paid the most amount possible.
Right.
That's my perspective.
Yeah.
But my job is just to analyze and to see what's going on and to commentate and try to give color and life to what's happening inside the octagon. And I try not to dwell too much on the money.
Yeah.
I just want them to get paid a lot.
Yeah.
I want them to be able to retire and never have to do anything ever again.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Justin could do that.
What's crazy about it to me is just how much the sport has replaced boxing. And like there's still obviously boxing is still a big deal and the fighters still get paid a lot of money. But like I remember when I was, I don't know, in high school, I feel like people would get really excited about the big heavyweight title bout. Now it's the UFC thing.
Yeah.
So culturally it's like UFC has taken over boxing. And I don't know how or why that happened. Like, I don't know if it's just good marketing or if it's just the fights are so much more real and intense. Like, but it is a crazy.
You could just
shift
do a
that's
lot
happened in
more.
20 years.
Well, I had some
more
friends this
exciting.
past weekend that manage fighters. My friend Josh Dubin and a few other friends that actually manage boxers come to the UFC. And they were all like, oh, my God, this is so much better than a boxing promotion.
Yeah.
Because all the fights are exciting. With boxing, most people are just there for the main event. And a lot of people don't even stroll in until like 15 minutes before the main event.
Sure.
Like all the famous people that sit in the front row.
Yeah, yeah.
In the UFC, that place is packed.
For the get-go.
5, 6, 7 fights in.
Yeah.
You know, and there's 14 fights in the night, and all of them are amazing. It's
I don't know anything about this.
In the beginning,
I'm
it's
just
usually like half full, depending on where you are. If
Yeah.
you're in a place like Salt Lake City, it's pretty packed like right away because they only get like one event every year or so. But it's just a more exciting sport. There's more ways to win. It's more dynamic. More things happen.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's more stars. There's so many stars in the UFC.
Yeah. So I'd never seen a fight live before. Like I've watched them on TV, but I'd never been there live. So kind of crazy that it's literally in the South Lawn of the White House. But the thing that I found completely shocking about it was like I would think those like armbar takedowns are just done. Like that's it. You're over. But there were a couple of times.
It's crazy to see the vice president. This is what the Joe Rogan shit is all about. It's just like humanizing the political figures because it's really hard to do that. All I know you do is just hear about him on Twitter.
Josh Hogan is a great wrestler.
Yeah.
And he's an excellent fighter. But he's not really a submission specialist. He did get the armbar.
Bored me to tears.
Okay.
He was basically like pulling on. You have to elevate your hips. And you have to create space so that the arm is bending back this way.
Yeah.
His arm is essentially flat to his chest.
Oh,
Which is
God.
not what you want. What you want is a back arch like this, where you see like how it is right there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what he wants to do here, what he should do, instead of having
Looks like the gayest shit ever.
his hips down, his knees up, what you're supposed to do is heavy leg curls with the leg and elevate the hips up and pull it way back. So he'd almost be
So you
bridging.
have to, like, bend it.
He would
Yeah.
be on the top of his shoulders and bridging,
Looks like
and
gay
then he would have broken his
porn.
arm. The other option is you pull it off to the side like this.
Yeah.
And you
Oh
put it
my
to the side of the
God.
hip, and you can break it that
Okay.
way.
Okay.
But it's just bad technique.
Yeah. Okay. So
No
watching
offense,
it.
No offense, Josh.
Yeah, yeah. Watching it, I didn't realize that.
I
I
mean, you
just
could-
not believe that dude held out for like 30 seconds with his
Was
arm in
that more
position.
shocking, or when he said Michelle Obama is a man? Which one? Was
Oh
more shocking?
yeah.
Definitely the armbar part. Man,
No way!
people say crazy stuff all the time.
Well, he says that.
I bet he would know.
Does he?
Yeah, yeah.
I bet he would
says
know.
that the last time I interviewed him.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Well, dude,
He's like a
it's-
pro wrestling character. Like
people lost their minds about it.
I know.
Lost their either the next day or the day after.
Well,
sort of
the view would go.
it was crazy. It was harder than anything I've done in politics. But
The view.
to the point
Frickin'
where all of
Whoopi
my
Goldberg.
comms people, the thing they were most worried about was they're going to ask you about Michelle Obama being called a man. Like, what are you going to say about it? And I was like, what, an amped up fighter told a joke after a fight, said something after a fight, and that's actually national news. I'm still surprised. I've been in politics now for 3-4 years. I'm still shocked at the shit that people get really fired up about.
Well, I kind of understand it because it's at the White House. First of all, a cage fight at the White House is crazy already. I mean, if he said Michelle Obama's a man at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas, it's like, okay.
It's less of a story.
He
said it at the White
He's a
House.
very good fighter, first of all. But sometimes that's not enough to get attention. And so what Josh has done is created this persona, like this
Okay.
pro wrestling bad guy persona. When you talk to him off stage, he's like very normal,
Yeah.
very smart guy.
Yeah.
It's just like he's decided, like, look, I want to maximize the amount of eyeballs that see me, and I'm going to create this crazy persona. He comes out to the Hulk Hogan song, I'm a real American.
That's right.
He has sunglasses
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
an
yeah.
American flag
That's right.
bandana. It's, he's
I mean, I love the
got a
presentation.
character.
I love the presentation, but again, I like
not the best thing to say at the White House. Michelle Obama's a man is not the best thing to say.
fair, but the reaction to it to me was still totally disproportionate.
Yeah, of course.
People say stuff all the time, and I work in a business where obviously people make life and death decisions all the time, and I'm always a little bit caught off guard by the culture that just overreacts when clearly the thing that Josh is trying to get is the overreaction in the first place.
Right.
So you give him exactly what he wants, and like the worst you could say is, "Oh, that was an offensive comment," and you get on with the rest of your life. Like that's the worst that you could say. The people who really flip out about it and kind of lose their minds, I don't understand that.
Well, first of all, I think a lot of it is there is an economy that is essentially based on getting reactions.
Correct.
And there's a lot of people that are just, for a lack of a better term, they're not real. Their reactions are performative. Like a lot of what they're doing is just trying to comment on things and get clicks and likes and views. And social media has ruined discourse in a lot of ways because people are not having like real conversations about things. They're reacting to things on Instagram and Twitter.
Yes.
And they're just they look at an opportunity like that, like, oh, I found a gold nugget.
Yeah.
Like this is gonna give me money, or this is gonna
Yeah.
give me attention. This is gonna give. Oh, I can't wait to have a take on that.
Well, that's
You know.
exactly right. So my response to that is so many things is like, oh, he was being funny, he was being outrageous, and I just move on with my life. What I find very interesting is the people who say, oh, that was a joke. Like when Kill Tony, do you remember he told like the joke heard around the world in Madison Square Garden during the 2024 election? I remember getting into an argument with somebody about this, and I may have even been like in an interview, but I don't remember. It could have been private too. Anyway, I'm like, he told a joke. And the person's response is, well, it's not a very funny joke. And my response to that is, you know what happens when somebody tells me a joke that's not funny? I don't laugh, and then I move on with my life. This whole industry around outrage, especially getting outraged around humor, I think is actually really hurting the country.
Well, in that case, first of all, I told Tony a long time ago that joke was going to get him stabbed. I really did. He even jokes around about it on stage.
What was the joke heard around the world? What was this? The ship joke. What was it? It was an election? What? Oh, a floating aisle of garbage. Damn. That's crazy.
He talks about me telling him, that's the one, dude. That's the one's going to get you stabbed.
Any good joke, at least, is going to run you some risk of getting you
certainly
stabbed.
a racial joke. And that joke being about Puerto Rico. By the way, no one takes a joke better than Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans are some of the best people at telling jokes. Like, it is a culture of joking and fucking around with each other and talking shit.
Absolutely.
Like, they're great at it. So, like, they love him
some
still.
Puerto Rican guys in the Marine Corps, man. That's absolutely true.
They love him still.
Yes.
You know, like, even after that joke.
Yeah. Well, so you advised him not to tell that joke?
Well, I was kind of half joking. You know, Tony, that's what Tony does. You know what? I just said that's the one that's going to get you stabbed. Yeah. But I mean, that's what Tony does. Tony is like the Josh Hokett of comedy, like but very talented. You know, he's a really good. He's a roaster.
So funny.
He's like roasting is his specialty, but it's also like he's trying to ruffle people's feathers. That's what he wants to do.
Yep.
He wants to piss.
What was this guy's name? It was Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony Hinchcliffe.
People off. He likes being a pro wrestling heel. Yeah. He's a huge pro wrestling fan.
So Tony, I'm a huge fan of his comedy. I've only, met him a couple times. I don't know him particularly well, but he's actually more political, I would say, than most comedians. Do you think that's fair? Okay.
Yes.
So,
very supportive of Trump.
Like he's on the Republican team.
Yes,
he's on the Republican
100%.
team.
So it's because he's experienced so many loony left-wing people in California, and that's why he had to move.
Well, somebody sent me a clip. I think it was Shane Gillis at a roast where the joke was they were roasting Tony, and they're like, Tony Hinchcliffe is the only dude who would be excited if JD Vance was here. And I was like, one, that's a very good joke. And number two, I feel like I had made it. Like, there have been a few moments where I feel like I've made it.
You're the vice president of the United States. I think you made it.
When South Park spoofed me, I felt it more than when I got it sworn in as vice president of the United States.
That's hilarious.
That's crazy.
That's very funny. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight. Isn't that wild and also kind of obvious at the same time? So why is feeding vague scoops of ultra-processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy one. The Farmer's Dog. I use it for both my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human-grade food. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. They're healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offer is for new customers only. Yeah, Tony is, that's his style. Like he loves, being the heel.
He's in Austin, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's one of the first people that moved out here with me.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
We've been here for 6 years now.
I didn't know Joe Rogan was from
Austin. Every time we go back to California, we're like, we were right.
Yeah, absolutely.
We were right. It's falling apart. It keeps going further and further down the toilet.
How do you feel like Austin is going? Because the criticism of Austin, call it 5 or 6 years ago, is that it's a cool town. It's got its own unique culture. It's Texas, but it's also its own thing. But that all of the blue staters moving in were going to totally change the politics and the culture of Austin. I actually don't think that's happened.
I think the blue staters that moved here because they recognized that wherever they were living was not tenable.
Yeah.
It was falling apart. And all of these places like New York and really California, especially Los Angeles and San Francisco, they're falling apart. And I have a bunch of friends that are stuck there that can't move. Maybe they have family there or maybe they have a business there.
Yep.
And they fucking hate it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a bunch of people that are trying to move, but they can't sell their house. Like, it's nuts there, man.
Yeah, it
I don't
is.
think people. First of all, you get gaslit by Gavin Newsom. I mean, he's just gaslighting everybody about how well. The GDP was like the 5th largest country in the world. That's what California is.
It's like, dude,
Hey, bro, it was like that before you were the governor.
Yeah, exactly. Also, how much does a U-Haul cost if you're leaving California? And how
Right.
much does it cost if you're going to California? Because that's the real measure of whether a state's doing well.
Yeah, the state has more people moving out than moving in, and that has never happened before.
Correct.
California's, when I moved there in 1994 until I left, it was always every year traffic got worse. Every year more people moved there. Every year. And I loved it. I loved it. I loved it from the time I moved there. I was like, this place is great. It's warm all the time. The weather's fantastic. There's so much cool stuff to do. The people are great.
Yeah.
And then politics ruined it.
That's right. So my wife's from Southern California, San Diego. And so we spent a fair amount of time there. And I still feel a certain sense of like heartbreak over LA.
Oh, I do
Because
too.
every time I'm in
Yeah.
LA, you can see why this was like the quintessentially American city. The architecture is beautiful. It's got its own vibe going. Like you said, the weather is amazing. And then you drive through Skid Row and you're like, how could any state or any city let this happen?
Skid Row is now 55 blocks. It was 50 blocks
Yeah, dude.
just like
So-
a year or two ago.
Okay, so my first experience with Skid Row was, so Usha used to work at this like very fancy litigation firm in Southern California. Before she was second lady, she was a corporate litigator. So there's a Christmas party in downtown LA, and you get these instructions from her firm, and they're like this really convoluted way of this is how you have to get to this Christmas party. And I'm like, why do I have to follow these directions? Why don't I just put it in Google Maps, right? This is like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. So we realized that the reason why they gave you these convoluted directions was so that you could avoid Skid Row at night. And so you get to this party, you drive through Skid Row if you follow Google Maps' directions.
I want to know what
You
Skid
get
Row
there,
looks
and it's
like. Skid Row must be crazy. Okay. Oh, wow. And they just let this here? The faces and stories of Skid Row. Damn! I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that at all.
Like this beautiful facility with like fancy food and fancy wine, and then there are armed guards outside of it and these gigantic walls. And I realized when I was there, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of going to the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Like super security, crazy wealth and privilege and status on the inside, and squalor and misery on the outside. Like it's the first time I'd ever thought America, like this part of America is actually more like a third world country than anything that I thought we'd ever become.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why is it that large population centers, like places like Los Angeles and New York, are almost always run by the Democrats?
Yeah.
Like, what is it about? First of all, what happened with the last election in Los Angeles, just the primary, I think
is
was
crazy.
so super sus.
Yes,
and
it
here's
is.
why it's super sus. Not just super sus that Spencer Pratt, who was in second place, got overtaken by Nithya Raman in the mail-in ballots, but that the mail-in ballots also passed a tax hike. The people voted to pay more taxes.
Yep.
In a state where you have the highest,
taxes. That's right.
They're like, we don't pay enough. That is insane.
that
and
is-
then when you have direct evidence that
Yeah.
they were recruiting homeless people
That's right.
and they were getting homeless
Wait.
people and giving them cigarettes.
Yes,
and
it
here's
is.
why it's super sus. Not just super sus.
And I realized when I was there, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of going to the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Like super security, crazy wealth and privilege and status on the inside, and squalor and misery on the outside. Like it's the first time I'd ever thought America, like this part of America is actually more like a third world country than anything that I thought we'd ever become.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why is it that large population centers, like places like Los Angeles and New York, are almost always run by the Democrats?
Yeah.
Like, what is it about? First of all, what happened with the last election in Los Angeles, just the primary, I think
is
was
crazy.
so super sus.
Yes,
and
it
here's
is.
why it's super sus. Not just super sus that Spencer Pratt, who was in second place, got overtaken by Nithya Raman in the mail-in ballots, but that the mail-in ballots also passed a tax hike. The people voted to pay more taxes.
Yep.
In a state where you have the highest
taxes. That's right.
They're like,
LA, they wanted to pay more taxes. And they already had high taxes. My question is, where are those taxes going?
we don't pay enough. That is insane.
that
and
is-
then when you have direct evidence that
Yeah.
they were recruiting homeless people,
That's right.
and they were getting homeless people and giving them cigarettes and cash. There's evidence of
Yes.
this. To use their address and mail-in ballots.
Yeah, I wouldn't be the Californian Joe who wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, I'm going to go and vote for higher taxes.
I don't
'Cause
pay
I don't
enough.
pay enough taxes.
I feel like we could fix this if I
Yeah,
just
that's right.
pay
If I just
5 more
pay
percent.
5% more taxes. The crazy thing about it too is it's that, okay, so after the initial ballots all came in, it was Karen Bass was number 1, Spencer Pratt was right behind her, and then number 3, whatever this woman's
Nithya
name
Raman.
is, Nithya Raman. Okay, so you would expect the mail-in ballots to be more or less like the original ballots in terms of 1, 2, and 3. I'm not saying Spencer Pratt's going
Right.
to win the mail-in ballot, but it just so happened that the third place person in relative terms did a lot better than the first and second place person.
Disproportionately better.
Such that the Republican was actually kicked out of the race so that there's not actually a real election in California. That to me was the crazy part. It's like you were designing the vote share in order to kick Pratt out and put the third person into second place. That to me is like very, very bizarre. Because what is the theory of the mail-in vote that is somehow like so much more pro-Nithya relative to Karen Bass?
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense. Why would it be?
Yeah.
Why would it be? I mean, Karen Bass was ahead by every metric.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, so you ask the question, why do all these blue states or why
Yeah.
do all these big cities, population centers end up becoming blue? And I think it's like a very complicated, right? So one thing, and you said this a few months ago, and like when you said it, I was like kind of annoyed by it, but then I like thought there's like an element of truth to it, which is that Republicans still fundamentally have a cool problem, right? There's something more charismatic, more cool about the Democrats as opposed to the right.
Does it?
Okay, J.D. Vance says that Democrats have a lot more cool. Okay.
So you said something about there are too many dorks or something on the right.
There's a lot of dorks.
You know, fair. I'd say there's a lot of dorks
There's a
on the
lot
left.
of dorks
but like,
on the
whatever.
left too.
But
It's a different kind of dork.
It's a different kind of dork. But the point is that there's something, you know, like, okay, if you're a pop star, you're a rock star, you're an actor, you're in all these cultural centers, you're more likely to be left than right. And so I think that a lot of young people who are attracted to these population centers, they sort of move along with the prevailing culture. I think that's one thing that's going on. I think
Culture leans towards the right. Culture leans towards the left. Effects. densely populated cities. Okay.
Second thing that's going on is the people who are sort of attracted to a certain kind of right of center politics. They want the suburbs, they want the single family home, they kind of want to be left alone. They don't want sort of to be able to hear what their neighbors are doing. So I think a little bit of it's just cultural self-segregation. And that's meant that a lot of these
people just wanna be left alone.
population centers have gone blue, but it's very complicated. I've thought about this a lot. And I also just, man, I'm not one of these people who says we should just abandon California to the Democrats, like let them deal with their own problems.
Yeah, but
I think California is like a quintessential part of the American dream.
no
If you just
shit.
abandon California, you've like lost something very core to American culture. And I don't want to give up on it. Like, I'm not saying we're going to win California in my lifetime necessarily, but I don't like the idea of giving up on it.
Well, it's not just giving up on. I mean, giving up on it would be terrible. It's an awesome state. The real problem is it's deeply corrupt.
Yes.
I mean, deeply, deeply corrupt. And what they're trying to do is make it impossible for the other side to win.
Yeah.
And there should be laws against that. First of all, the idea of mail-in ballots for anybody other than people who are invalids, who can't leave their homes, or military, or people that are, for some reason they're
Absolutely.
serving overseas, they're doing
Yes.
something overseas, it should not be legal.
That's right.
And the fact that it became ubiquitous during COVID
Yeah.
is a giant problem.
Yeah, so this raises one of my total segue here, side point. But so if you remember in the aftermath of the 2020 election, where there was all this like debate about was the election stolen, was the election
Right.
not stolen, all the litigation that moved through, there was a case in Pennsylvania that like didn't get very much attention. And I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but basically it was a guy in a rural area of Pennsylvania saying, you're undercounting my vote because we didn't have the opportunity to do the mail-in ballots like they did in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And like the argument was a kind of disparate impact, right? The cities ginned up all the mail-in balloting and the ballot harvesting. You didn't do that in the country, and that hurt sort of our representation. So they take this case to the Pennsylvania courts. And what's crazy is the Pennsylvania courts basically say, you're making kind of a good point here. Like the ballot harvesting did affect Republicans in a more negative way. It did mean that certain people in the more rural parts of the state were underrepresented. But then the court conclusion was this is not a problem a court can fix. Like that's a political problem. Change your, local elections leaders, change your laws. Like that's not a remedy.
Why are you
the
talking
court
about
has to
Pennsylvania?
fix. And so everybody saw that case and they're like, oh, the judge rules against Donald Trump, rules against Republicans for saying that there was something illegitimate. But no, actually, the judge kind of said there is something kind of fishy here. We're just the wrong venue to fix it.
Well, it's just very disheartening that you have to consider the fact that it's really possible that the elections get stolen. And the California one was a big one for me.
And
I
why
mean-
not just have mail-in, or why not just have voter ID?
Yeah.
You actually
that's
saw-
insane. Not
you-
only did they not have voter ID,
Yeah.
you can't show your ID. You're not
Correct.
allowed to show your
You
ID.
can in fact be like prosecuted if you try to force somebody to show their
Which
ID.
is, that
Yeah.
seems like you want people to cheat.
Exactly.
And this is from the same people that were saying you have to have an ID that shows you've been vaccinated just 4
So, like,
years ago to go to a
grocery
restaurant.
shopping or to go to
Yeah.
a restaurant. Yeah, no, it's definitely that's the part about it that I think makes most people of my political persuasion.
Am I stealing
skeptical
because
of
I'm
voter
watching it?
ID.
No.
Like if you don't want to cheat in the election, then just make everybody actually show an ID. What another thing people don't realize is, I didn't realize this until a couple years ago, the voter ID solves a lot of the mail-in ballot problem. Because if you have to show an ID in order to get a mail-in ballot, in order to actually, confirm that there's a real identification
course.
attached to that vote, that solves a big chunk of the problem
This
too.
is just logical.
Yes.
Like I'm not.
Every country-
I'm not
every country
skeptical.
does it.
I'm not skeptical. I'm accusing them. I think they stole the election.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I think it's common. And this idea that elections can't be stolen, I always say to people, okay, do you think that the amount of election fraud is 0%? No one thinks that.
Yeah.
No one thinks it's zero.
Exactly.
There's always some overzealous person that works somewhere that's doing something. There's always crazy people that
Correct.
like blue no matter who, we got to win, or red no matter what. There's always people, right and left, that are going to try to rig the election because they think it's imperative. Look, we saw there was people like Oprah Winfrey was saying it. Like, if we don't win this election, you may never vote again. Like,
Yep.
what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why? Who's going to tolerate that?
That's
Left
right.
or right? That's crazy.
That's right.
But that attitude allows people to justify cheating.
Correct.
And I think they cheat. And I think they've been doing it forever. And I
Absolutely.
don't think there's any other reason why you would have no voter ID. And they try to say, oh, it's racist to have voter ID. Like, what are you talking about? Do you think other races are incapable of going to the DMV? That's insane.
Yeah, it's
racist.
It's actually super racist.
That's
It's-
really
right,
racist.
The implication of their argument is literally like blacks and Hispanics cannot go to the DMV to get an ID. By the way, if you look at the polling, black Americans are as pro-voter ID. Even though most black Americans vote Democrat, they're still pro-voter ID as much as white Americans is.
Most
White
Americans are voter
So
ID. They
this is a
want voter
crazy-
ID, except
Yeah.
for operatives.
So I'll offer on the Joe Rogan podcast this deal as vice president of these United States that if Democrats really don't think that there's any cheating, give us voter ID.
I just don't know
Give us
how
voter
it's
ID
not.
and we'll stop talking so
Why
much
is that
about
not
elections.
a federal thing?
We are trying to make it a federal thing. So we are right now trying to pass the Save America Act. One of its main provisions is a requirement that you do voter ID. And we actually have
Wait,
I think,
what
a
did he
majority
say?
of the Senate, majority of the main provisions is a requirement that you do voter ID. And we actually have, I think, a majority of the Senate that would support it. But this is just weird Senate procedural bullshit. There is a subsegment of people who want voter ID but won't blow up the filibuster in order to achieve it. And so they're so married to these old world Senate procedures that they're going to make it impossible for us to pass Save America. Now, we are, for what it's worth, trying to fix that and trying to address these like weird procedural archaic things. It's insane, though. Like, have you ever, okay, I'm sure you hear people talk about the filibuster all the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. Here's what the filibuster is. It is a pure Senate rule. It is a creation of the Senate procedures, which basically says that anything that has to do with the budget is a 50-vote threshold. And everything else, non-budgetary, is a 60-vote threshold. Now, as you can imagine, there's some gray area on things that maybe count as budget issues and should be 50, or are not budget issues and count at 60. So what we have tried to persuade the Senate to do is to treat the voter ID as something that can fall within the 50-vote threshold. And there is no law, there's no provision in the Constitution. It is legitimately that there are senators who are so attached to the idea that budget is 50, non-budget is 60, that they're quite literally willing to prevent voter ID in America.
God.
I didn't understand a single thing he just said. I am really that stupid.
It's nuts, dude.
It's so
It's nuts.
crazy. And it's also like
Could you break that
the
down?
idea that somehow or another, like Kathy Hochul had the craziest take on it. Did
She
you
often does.
did you see her take on it?
I have not.
She was talking about black people in inner cities not even knowing what a computer is. Did you ever see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my God, it was so crazy.
I
And
think I
then
remember
this
that.
one comedian,
I thought that was Joe Biden
this
said
black
that.
comedian did this hilarious video where he was like circling around a computer, staring at it, like touching it, like he didn't know what it was. It's just like, what are you talking about? Everyone has a phone. That's
So-
a computer.
So many of these Democratic talking points presume that their own voters are actual idiots. Right?
Yeah.
That's actually there's a big difference between, Republicans, we sort of presume that our voters are adults, and you don't see that with I'm not saying every Democrat, of course. I don't want to cast too broad of a brush here, but it's like, Gavin Newsom did this speech a few months ago. The president, I think it's the funniest thing ever because he's like speaking to a group of black leaders and black businessmen, but it's like an audience that is 95% black. And they're asking him about his dyslexia and his struggle with education. And he basically says, yeah, I'm not very smart like a lot of you. And it's like,
I'm like
whoa,
you. I can't
like
even
you.
read.
I can't even read. It's like,
Meanwhile,
what?
there's a ton of interviews where he's talking about all the books he reads. Like he's so full of
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
he's
full of shit, but it's
admirably full of shit.
But
I admire the fucking
Yes.
the sheer tenacity that he has in being full of shit.
I
Because
I
it's
agree.
amazing.
It really is amazing. But it speaks to the incentives of there's kind of like, look, there's a real populism that I'm very much a fan of because I think you should be responsive to people. But there's like a faux populism of the way that I'm going to appeal to people is by assuming that they're idiots and acting like they're idiots.
I don't
And
like
then-
that.
But if you're committed enough to that bit, eventually it kind of leaks out what you're doing. And I think that was sort of what Gavin did there, is he told on himself a bit.
No shit.
Well, he's bizarre.
Dude, I will say,
He's a bizarre
so
guy.
I've only met Gavin. I've only met him one time in my life, and it's such a crazy experience. So, the debate between Biden and Trump during the 2024 cycle, and I'm there. I'm actually doing an interview for a documentary when the debate starts. And there's this clip of me, the debate starts, I'm in the middle of this interview, there's a big screen behind me as I'm talking to the camera, which is here, and I kind of freeze, and I look back at the TV and I'm like, oh my God, like this is actually happening. Biden is imploding, because if you remember, it was obvious from the get-go. So I go to the spin room afterwards, and that's where, all these reporters and all the surrogates of the candidates, this is before I was the VP nominee, and I'm just like, talking about how great the president did, how bad President Biden did. Okay, I see Gavin Newsom there, and he literally looks like he's seen a ghost. Like I've never seen a person who, as good of a bullshitter as he is, who realized there was no selling that performance. Like, but can you imagine? Like, try to put yourself in the perspective of a human being. I always try to, be empathetic. Where Joe Biden has just had that debate, and you have to go on CNN to talk about how great of a job Joe Biden did.
Well, my favorite is Joe Scarborough, because Joe Scarborough before it was like, I'm going to say something and F you if you can't take it. This is the sharpest Biden we've ever seen. Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's amazing. And then after the debate, he's like, we got to get rid of him. He's got to go. He's got to go, hey, what did you say? You just said a couple of months ago, this is the best Biden ever.
That's wild.
Well, it's like, I wonder what was going on with that. Because, like, the debates were earlier than they've ever been before. And it seemed to me, it's like there was a concerted effort to hide what was wrong with him.
100%.
100%.
Yes.
Everybody was bullshitting.
Yes.
Everybody was gaslighting us.
Correct.
We all saw it. I remember a friend of mine who's super progressive, super liberal. When I talked about it on a podcast, I'm like, this is crazy. Even if he wins, he's not going to be the guy that's the president. You're going to have his cabinet that are running everything.
Yeah.
Turned out I was right. And they were saying, oh, don't you understand that he has a stutter? And I said, where the fuck was that stutter in the 1990s? Like, that's
right.
crazy.
That's right.
Like a
Really?
stutter that only shows up when you're 80? That doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense.
Yeah.
Like, this is a lie. You're lying. He's had 2 brain surgeries, like where they have to take the top of your head off. Literally, they have to take like a cap.
Oh,
Wait, Biden had 2 brain surgeries?
Oh, yeah.
How did I not know this?
You didn't know this?
I didn't know that he had 2 brain surgeries.
He had 2 brain surgeries. Jimmy, please look this
Wow.
up. Make sure that I'm right. I'm 99% sure I'm right. But I know he had
So did he
one
get a,
that
did he
was
get
like
a refund
widow-
afterwards?
It kept him
Did he get it?
alive. I mean, Biden has not undergone recent brain surgery. He underwent 2 successful, life-saving
Oh, wow.
brain surgeries to repair 2 intracranial aneurysms in 1988.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
wow.
Crazy.
His medical professionals have stated that he made a full recovery and suffered no lasting brain damage or cognitive impairment from these procedures. Oh, it's from the Washington Post, so you know it's accurate. It's not biased at all. And these medical professionals, were those the same people that said that the COVID vaccine is safe and effective?
I mean,
It's,
then how would he have been
We live
president?
in a wonderful time for bullshit.
Well, okay. That's like my first issue. He became president, so he has to be smart in some way.
It's like
Right
there's
place,
bullshit
right
you
time.
to.
That
It's like-
takes.
You do?
He had 2 brain surgeries, like major brain surgeries, because he's having aneurysms. I don't care who you are. That's probably going to do some
It's
damage.
going to leave some
Aneurysms are
leave an
a
impact.
real problem.
That's a real thing.
Your brain
People
is
die.
bleeding.
People die.
Yeah.
People die from aneurysms all the time.
I
See, that's the
still
crazy thing is I
don't
never even knew
believe.
about that.
How'd you not know about that? Though?
Okay, look, I don't believe that because I don't think he was dumb. I don't think his brain surgery is he's smart because he got there.
It's nuts. I knew.
He
about it.
had
Well,
cognitive
to
functioning.
How constrained our media environment is that even I had never heard
Right.
that.
It was not a part of the narrative. It's certainly not from
No.
the Democrats. But yeah, it was clearly. I just don't understand why they ran him in the first place. The whole thing made no sense. And then to have no primary and just stick Kamala in there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden pretend that she's the best thing ever. And like this idea, like complete flip of her
That was
being the least
wild.
popular vice president ever. Always sticking her foot in her mouth. Always
yeah.
saying crazy shit. How dare we say Merry Christmas? Remember that one? Like, what the fuck is... What are you saying?
Yeah.
Like, joy is bad? Merry Christmas is bad?
Legitimately, when the campaign consultants told me, "Hey, we're going to hit this line because
That whole
Kamala
war on
Harris
Christmas
came
is
out
so
in favor
stupid.
of taxpayer-funded sex changes for illegal aliens." And I remember thinking to myself, "Come on, you guys! Like, she didn't really say that. It's taken out of context." And then I go and look at it, and I'm like, "Holy shit! She actually said that." And she really was like the very worst version of what the Democrats were producing in 2020. The thing is, they were all doing it because that was the incentives of the party. Like, if you remember that debate where it was, do you want taxpayer-funded Medicare for illegal aliens? Which, like, Medicare is the program to provide health care to the elderly that people pay into for, like,
I do remember. God, 2020 was such a crazy time to be alive because you had all these different people inside. And I think the cultural zeitgeist just went completely insane. And it's funny because I believe that probably Kamala reflected that. She reflected the fact just those words were from the collective zeitgeist of everyone's going insane. Everybody's going insane.
entire working life, you see your little Medicare tax statement. And the idea that we were going to give taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens, it was just insane. It was a 90-10 issue, but their party in 2020 got kind of taken over by the radicals. And I think actually maybe you're seeing a little bit of that happening right now.
Everyone goes radical
where
when
it
they're
seems
stuck
like
indoors.
The radical organizations, the nonprofits, the donors are pushing the party in a direction that most of the voters haven't gone in. Like, you ask why Joe Biden was the nominee, and I'll say something in defense of Joe Biden.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
There's
like,
something.
Was he the most effective politician? No. Had he had 2 brain surgeries? Yes, and clearly had shown the negative signs of aging. But he was kind of the only candidate, if you go back to 2020, who could hold together like the reasonable middle class black American
We don't
Atlanta
got that
suburbs
shit anymore.
with whatever is going on the far left of the Democrat Party.
Yeah, we do
And
not have
this
that
is sort of
anymore.
the issue their party has. I mean, to be candid, our party has its own coalition problems, and it's always tough in a 2-party system to hold everybody together. Like, I think about this a lot. I think it's really tough on the Democrats because the core of their
There's no way the Democrats are going to have power for a little while. I just don't think so.
party, like the
I mean, people are seeing what's going on with California. I mean, that's what they're saying. And these takes are just so... I don't even understand. I mean, I guess let's say you're in a protest and you're protesting something and you're going, okay, I want this change. Even though the change is weird, someone's just going to go up to say, I want this change too, no matter what the bullshit is. It's just this collective, like, groupthink. It's very collective groupthink. And I feel like that's where the Democrats are now. It's just very collective groupthink. And I don't think groupthink is going to help them very anytime soon.
most important voting bloc in the Democratic Party is middle-class Black Americans. Socially moderate to even socially conservative.
I did not know
maybe a little
that.
bit more economically populist on certain business and tax issues. You know, they don't want to give tax breaks to major corporations. They also don't want to trans the kids. That's the base of their party. but then you've also got like the crazy people.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of hold that together. I think the argument for Biden was he was one of the only people who could hold that together, even though he was an awful politician in his own right.
And now they're not going to be able to hold it together. Biden, I think, was the last person that could do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too young, but
Before he was like old.
Well,
The
it's
president says
because
this all the time.
he was Obama's vice president.
Exactly.
And, you know, he's established, he's a known name. And
Yep.
for the people that were kind of casuals, that weren't really paying attention to politics, like he's a proven commodity.
That's right. He doesn't read as a crazy person to
Right.
the general electorate,
no.
even though, you know.
I got hairy legs. When he was,
But like the thing is the left does not have another Joe Biden. They don't. They don't have anybody right now, which is so crazy to think.
I'll tell you about corn pop.
And oh god, I don't think Gavin Newsom is going to be a candidate.
What?
Oh,
fuck
man.
is going on?
The thing I couldn't get over Biden is just bad staff work, man. The way that he ate ice cream. I mean, it's like, you know, we could bring some of this stuff up, but it's like they would get him eating ice cream in the most ridiculous, suggestive way imaginable.
I never even paid attention
Oh,
to
my
that.
God.
Okay, that's pretty dumb. Why are you talking about him eating ice cream?
God, like
I never
just
saw the ice
such
cream.
bad optics. So there's a clip I want to say from the 2016 campaign where somebody is campaigning in Iowa, and like it's the Iowa State Fair is like one of the main things you go to when you're running for president, and they give somebody a corn dog. And somebody eats the corn dog, and it becomes like a major news cycle for a long time. And I will never forget in 2024. In 2020,
This is how immature we are.
I know. You gotta have a little fun sometimes, though. But in 2024, somebody is holding up a sign at the Iowa State Fair. I think it may have been one of Vivek's event, Vivek Ramaswamy's events, and the sign says, "Eat the corn dog, you coward." And it's one of the best political signs I've ever seen.
I don't like corn dogs as much as I used
That's
to.
funny. Yeah, you'd have to be a very manly man to be able to eat confidently eat a corn dog.
Yeah, I don't know that I can do it, Joe.
Were corn
I
dogs
eat 'em.
fried?
They're good.
Yeah,
They
but
taste good.
are you
I'm not
photographed
too
corn
sure.
dogs?
I've been photographed,
You've
I'm
been
sure.
photographed eating a corn dog?
I'm sure someone has.
What a
I've eaten corn dog. The odds
much
are
more interesting life than I've led. I try to eat my corn dogs. That's between me and my kitchen.
I'm not scared to eat a corn dog. I just think it's funny that people they're so afraid of being anything that looks like a dick. You can't bananas, corn dogs.
You gotta be careful when you're in politics. This is an
Yeah.
optics-based business here.
What are those popsicles? The ones that yeah.
Gotta be careful with that ice cream, man.
But it's just
Gotta
like
be
that's
careful.
how crazy we are. That's what weirds people out. The way
Yeah.
someone eats a hot dog.
That's
Like, okay.
well, that's where we are, man.
Yeah. It's.
I don't think that's
difference
true.
Between, the
Getting a little too into
crazies
it.
And the real
You're always going to have the crazies, though. The crazies just don't go away.
reasonable Democrats is so stark to me. And it's also with the
Correct.
right. It's like the parties are always defined by the worst examples of the right.
That's right.
You know,
Yeah.
or of the left.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, whether it's Patriot Front
So who-
or whether it's Antifa.
Okay, so who do you think is the worst example of our side? Like who do you read about on our side and your reaction is holy
Nick
shit?
Fuentes.
And don't say JD Vance. It's gonna be a very awkward interview.
No, it's,
Nick Fuentes. You need to say.
the people that one of the things I had James Tallarico on the podcast, and one of the things that I think he has a really good point about, even though I know you're Catholic and you're very religious, putting the 10 Commandments in schools, I don't think is the right way to do it. And this is a guy, Tallarico, who was in seminary and is very Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And he just thinks that even though he believes in the 10 Commandments, if you're just only representing the Christian faith in these schools, you're forcing your religion into other people's lives, and that this is going to push people away from Christianity rather than encourage
That's pretty
them
bad.
to pursue it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I mean, I think you never want to force things on people, and I do I think one of the core Christian contributions to Western civilization is the idea of freedom of religion. It's actually very much a Christian idea because you recognize the dignity of each individual, and part of recognizing that dignity is that each person has to find their own pathway to God. You can't force this on anybody.
Yeah.
I don't think putting the 10 Commandments up in school is like forcing things on anybody.
Are you
school.
fucking
So
serious?
If you're going to do that, why not put Buddhist scripture? Why not put, Muslim stuff? You could make an argument why you should have a bunch of different religious tenets in schools.
I think in the Supreme Court there actually are a lot of different sort of historical, cultural, legal documents that are up there, and I want to say that Moses coming down with a tablet is one of them, but I think there actually are other cultural, maybe even other religious elements of this, like where you recognize that a big part of sort of the law-giving tradition in
crazy
Western civilization
stupid.
is some of these religious texts, not exclusively Christian religious texts.
Are you actually that brain rot, dude? So you are subscribing to that. So automatically that makes you fucking radical right as well.
I see some Jewish. There's like an important contribution from the Muslim world in this. So I guess I don't think of it
But
as
not
exclusionary,
everyone's,
while also recognizing that, America is a society. Our founders were people.
oh my fucking god. That's actually brain dead. America's a fucking melting pot. Not... I get we have Christian, Judeo, whatever values. But dude, that's so stupid.
People who were very much influenced, even if they weren't Christians, a lot of them of course were, but were very influenced by Christian culture and articulating American law. So my argument would be, even if you're not a Christian, like, does seeing the 10 Commandments, let me put it a slightly different way. Does seeing the 10 Commandments
He had to be paid to say that
on a non-Christian child? I mean, my argument would be no, and I'd illustrate this by saying, well, there are all of these ways in which you actually could try to force religion on a child, right?
Well, it's not the worst way to force religion on a child, but to have it and not represent any other religion. This is Texas, by the way.
Oh my god. This is church and state are separate, bro.
Sure.
So what he's talking about was that there's these Christian these guys that are very wealthy that are trying to fund Christian schools and trying to defund public schools or any other kind of religious school.
At the same time, though, I mean, it's not like if I was a parent and I saw that in the classroom, I wouldn't freak out or anything, but I would just be like, man, what the fuck is this? That's what I would be like.
They want to do, and they passed this to get the 10 Commandments.
I wouldn't freak out,
public school classes,
but I would just be like,
and he's fundamentally
bro,
opposed to that as a Christian because he thinks it's going to force people to have this in their class, and it's going to push people away from Christianity.
I mean, I understand the argument. I just don't see it that way. I mean, I guess if
I kind of agree with them.
I hear you, but if I'm a non-religious student and I'm sitting in there and I see the 10 Commandments, at the very least, I think I can appreciate it. I mean,
okay, but what if you're?
I talk about this in my book. I went through sort of
What if you're a Hindu? What if you're a Muslim, and you are seeing that represented, but not your faith?
Well,
it's a public school.
First of all, I think
that actually makes sense.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Muslims. I'm not hardly an expert on Islam, but I think all of the Abrahamic faiths recognize the 10 Commandments as like a significant thing. But I think if I was a Hindu looking at the 10 Commandments, I mean, again, I can't say this right from my perspective, but I certainly went through an atheist phase in my youth, and what I would see that as a non-religious person or a different religion is I would say this is like an important cultural element of the Western
Okay, but you could literally say, okay, but what if we had God is not real on the walls? How would a Christian react?
Which is the foundation of the classroom that I'm sitting in. And this idea that the law comes and is sort of above.
There is no God. There is no God if you...
Yourself, I think that's like an important concept. I mean, if you look at the 10 Commandments, probably 8 of them are something that I would hope that everybody would agree with, even if they're not themselves religious. So I guess here's my view on it. Like, I would not be offended if I sat in a classroom as a Christian, or if my kids sat in a classroom as a Christian and saw, a religious text that wasn't Christian.
That's why they have religious schools, my bro. This is public fucking education.
And on the
And here's the thing, it's not like your kids are probably going to public school either.
I would encourage them to see that. No, I'd encourage them to see that as a learning experience.
What if it was
things.
from the Quran? What if a bunch of
Yeah, there you go.
Depends on what it was, right? If it's like something crazy, but no, I mean, if it's something that is like culturally interesting, I guess I don't have a problem.
Shady,
with my
you
kid
are
reading
Because
something.
the problem is it's mandated.
Correct.
Like if you have a classroom and the teacher is
You are
Christian, and the
actually
teacher wants
on
to have
crack.
it in their classroom, maybe that's one thing. But if you're
Dude,
mandating, that
what
you're gonna
are
have the
you
10
fucking
Commandments in
smoking?
classrooms, that's a different thing because now you're pushing Christianity
This is the vice president. Holy shit.
on kids, and this is Tallarico's position. And as a Christian, he's saying, I think this is going to push children away from Christianity.
So I understand what he's saying. I think that part of living in a society where you have different people with different perspectives, but you do have, Christianity is the majority religion of the United States. It is the religion that was extraordinarily influential to our founding, to the constitutional principles. Again, freedom of religion is itself not really a liberal concept. It was originally derived from a Christian idea about free will and the dignity of the person. I think part of that is that you accept that you're going to have exposure to different things, and if a state legislator in a majority Christian state wants to, it's not like they're putting the 10 Commandments in front of these kids.
Dude, you're giving Nick Fuentes an orgasm, bro. That's just some Christian nationalism shit.
And saying you have to read this.
Why is this pissing me
500
off?
times a day? They're exposing kids to something, and I'm comfortable with kids being exposed to a lot of different things. I think that's part of living in a society where there's a free exchange of ideas. And what I worry about with Tallarico's sort of perspective here is again, I'm not saying that I don't want kids to be exposed to anything that is outside of the Christian canon. Like I actually want my kids exposed to things. I write about this in the book that I think it's important to have a grounded enough faith that you can engage with a lot of different ideas and still ultimately, sort of hold on to your Christian faith. But isn't part of just living in a pluralistic democracy that people are going to be exposed to different things? And I would kind of put it on Tallarico in a slightly different way, that for a long time in this country, there were
This is
actually
so
Supreme Court
hard to
rulings
hear.
that said that
This
you
is
cannot pray in a school.
This
even
is
a student
so
organization
hard to
led by the
hear.
students.
Now, I
Or
don't
that
get
you cannot
why
put the 10
you can't
Commandments
pray
up,
in
even a
school.
teacher who chose to do it in their own classroom. And so I think you're
Okay.
always kind of trying to
That's crazy that we had that, but this is so hard to think this is our vice president.
strike this balance, given that we have the First Amendment in this country.
This is
between
actually
allowing
retarded.
the practice of religious faith in public spaces and possibly forcing religion on other people. I think you have to strike that balance the right way. I guess I just say...
Okay, Joe Rogan goes, okay, I think J.D. Vance like, what is the most radical on the right? And then Joe Rogan says this, and then fucking J.D. Vance is, dude.
Is that if the 10 Commandments being in a classroom is the thing that you think is forcing religion on somebody, was he equally offended when the 10 Commandments were quite literally prohibited?
This isn't about being offensive. This is about separating religion from state. If you want to have the 10 Commandments, fucking have a religious school, okay? But this is fucking public school. So I don't understand why they be doing this shit. It's the same way around in the left, okay? You can't be having... Well, I don't know. I mean... Yeah, you can't be having, LGBTQ stuff plastered all over your walls elementary school. It's the same thing. But this is honestly so disgusting from J.D. Vance. Jesus Christ. Literally.
From being listed in a
I
public
don't know.
building?
I don't know if he was offended by that, or if he was
Such
opposed to that.
weird
But
territory.
The idea of being exposed to it is one thing; it being mandatory is another. And to mandate that in classrooms is a different thing, because you're promoting, clearly promoting Christianity. And his position is that promoting Christianity in that way is going to have an opposite effect on children.
Yeah.
You're pushing it on them. Instead, you're not just exposing it to them, you're pushing it on them. And especially if you're pushing it on children who come from a household that has a different faith.
I guess I just think the balance in our country the last 30, 40 years has actually been much more in the other direction, which is that we try to completely remove religion from the public square. And I think that poses its own problems because, people practice their faith in all kinds of ways.
Who the fuck cares? Nobody cares. Just because religion is out of the public square, that shouldn't be in the public square. That should not be in the public square. And nobody talks about that shit. It is sacred. I'm not a religious person, but religion is very sacred to a lot of people. And it's great that it's out of the public square, actually, because you have less mania on the streets. You have less of those people like holding up signs about God or like reading the Bible to other people. Like, that's a good thing.
I think that that's the responsibility of churches and synagogues and wherever that, like, if you want, and in the community, if you want to promote religion, promote it that way. But promoting in public schools should be just educational. And if you're in a religious class and a class is teaching about religion, that's a different story.
Well, you're right. It's certainly the responsibility of churches and synagogues and mosques and so forth. But I also think that, the late Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist sort of said this, that if your approach to religion in public life always and everywhere is to push it out of the public square, then you're actually embracing a religion of your own in the public square, which is secularism. You're just taking one religion and replacing it with secularism. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm kind of comfortable with people of different faiths sharing the public square together. But part of that is that if I'm in a 95% Christian community and my local city council wants to put up a nativity display on Christmas Eve, I'm okay with that. And that was actually, like, for a long time in our country, actually prohibited.
Yeah.
And so what I think is that we sort of put ourselves in this frame in this country where we said every public display of religion is somehow illegitimate. But I mean, I don't know. I try to live my faith in a way that's consistent across different spheres of my life.
Then live it for your fucking self. Okay. This is just actual brain rot.
I don't preach to people. I don't like walk into the White House and tell my employees, you need to.
What the fuck are you talking about? You don't preach to anybody? Bitch, you want every school to preach.
You need to follow Jesus as your Lord and Savior. I just try to live my life in a way that hopefully makes people a little.
And not only that, like, we're not just talking about like other religions. You're going to piss off people who are, part of the whole like, LGBT, sphere, or, the Free Democrats and like all these different kind of groups. You're going to piss off the liberals. You're going to piss off their parents. You're going to piss off, like, it's not just about other religions. I don't understand why those other people just don't exist. But you want to think, okay, well, the Democrats are cool. They're the cool people. And then now you're saying, oh, you know what? Let's just be uncool, and then let's be the, hey, fellow children, you want the 10 Commandments? You want that? And the Democrats are like, well, I mean, actually, you know what? Do it, because you know what? That would be digging your own fucking grave. Because now when you intrude on these public schools and you see all this, how more unpopular culture do you think you're going to be? Just try it.
curious about what motivates me and what inspires me, but I also don't.
The
think that
world
expectation
revolves.
should
It does
be
not
we're
revolve around
telling
you.
People they're not allowed to be religious in the public square, because I think that's what we've done over the last 30 or 40 years. I guess we can agree to disagree. I see the Texas thing as an attempt to correct that.
This episode is brought to you by Fox Nation, Real
Okay.
American Freestyle Wrestling, the main event. Go to Fox. This to be promoted by very well. It's probably the best promotion. Go to foxnation.com and sign up today. Well, I think living by example is probably the best promotion.
There you
Any
go.
good way to live your life, whether it's Christianity or any other religion. I think that's definitely the way to do it. But the point is that this is being promoted by very wealthy people who are Christian nationalists who want this to be, they want it to, what is going on here, Jamie? What do you got? Bible stories become required reading in Texas public schools. Yeah, see? Well, now you're taking it to another level. So this is June 26th. This is very
Bible stories become required in Texas. Wow. Jesus. That's horrible. I wonder how that works out. I would assume.
recently.
Wow.
That is that kind of thinking and that kind of
Yeah, his
mindset
brain's-
is, what bothers me the most
Wow. That's horrifying.
about some Republicans.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, they are not the cool people. JD Vance is so right about that. They are definitely the dweebs.
And then there's people that, again, they live their life in a very...
Like, it's so funny because, like, JD Vance, like, this is hilarious. So you have JD Vance literally, like, thinking it's so cool. And then you literally see, hold on. I have to...
You're taking it to another level.
Yeah,
So this is
you have
June
to see
26th,
JD Vance
very
in a
recently.
second. It fries his brain.
That kind of thinking and that kind of mindset is what bothers me.
Oh
the most
my
about
God.
Some Republicans.
I see what you mean.
And
Yeah,
then
did you see
there's
that?
the-
Did you
there's
see that?
people that,
That's
again, They live their
insane.
life in a very beautiful
Insane.
way, and they follow the teachings of
Dude.
Jesus Christ, and they're very admirable, and I think that's very attractive, and it makes people very curious about that religion. I think that brings people to Christ, and I think it brings people to religion.
Sure.
But then there's people like, did you read that report that came from at the start of the Iran war, where there was a guy who was an officer, non-commissioned officer, who was at a briefing, and this guy came in and was explaining to them that they didn't need to be afraid because this war was important because Trump had been anointed by Jesus Christ to bring about his return, and the way Jesus is gonna return is by bombing Iran.
I did not see that report.
Okay,
That sounds pretty far out there to me.
This is the kind of right-wing
I see.
thinking. So here it is. Military commander tells troops bombing Iran is part of God's divine.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my God.
Plan. So we started getting calls in the wee hours of Saturday morning from people saying their commanders were just jubilant about this, trying to tell people, don't worry, it's all part of God's plan. they promised a 200-mile-long river that is 4.5 feet deep, filled with nothing but the blood that their weaponized version of Jesus will spill at the Battle of Armageddon, Weinstein said. But what was the one? There was an article where the guy was explaining the actual quotes that the one officer was telling him.
That's
The one
crazy.
commander. Yeah, but it's not that. There was.
I did not think that, like, the right was going that far deep. Holy fuck.
Is very specific.
Wow, that is a lot of mania. Like,
It
a
was very
fuck
specific what
ton
he
of
said.
mania. That's...
I mean, for what it's worth, my
that is
attitude on this stuff
creepy.
is-
That
I mean,
is
first of all,
very
as a Christian, you
creepy.
sort of believe that everything is part of God's plan.
Oh my god. Oh no! What is this? Oh, it's like poisoning the waters.
Even things that
Like, at first, I had nothing to say. Literally, they were just talking about boxing the whole time. I wish they were still talking about boxing, because I was very interested in that subject. Now it's gotten to this?
ultimately very terrible. I mean, you kind of have to make it.
I think people like JD Vance because he looks good. I think JD Vance looks great. I think he's a very handsome human being. But now that now that I'm getting to know him, I'm a little like he's starting to look a little uglier to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me read the quote. He urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan.
He
and
urged
specifically
them?
referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelations referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. He said that President Trump had been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran
No
to
way.
cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth.
Okay.
There is
'Cause
no
I'm in that
way.
meeting, I'm like, hit the brakes.
Yeah.
Hit the brakes. What?
That's where you need some of the psychedelics we talked about at the last Joe Rogan JD Vance
That would definitely
conversation.
That would definitely help.
I mean, okay. My response to that, first of all, like, obviously, do I endorse that? No. Do I think that it's important that people rein it in a little bit? Because I'm sure you're right. There were a lot of troops there, probably a lot of Christian troops there who were like, I'm not sure this is exactly right.
Right.
But the important point is, I think it's important as a Christian leader, as Christians, period. One of the things we
I love how JD Vance said we need to get high. We need to get high. Oh my god. That's crazy. I think after this interview, he should be doing a lot of thinking. A lot of thinking. Like, holy shit. No wonder he says they need to get those magic
just have
mushrooms.
humility in the face of God.
He is so embarrassed. He is so embarrassed.
God's plan. There's a lot that we don't understand. There's a lot that we don't get. And I think especially on matters of war and peace, the approach that I try to take is you try to make the best decisions that you can. You hope that you're on God's side. You don't assume that God has taken your side. That's a very famous Abraham Lincoln quote, and that's the attitude that I take. So for that, what I would encourage that NCO to say is, you know what? God is in control. We don't know what's going to happen, but let's pray and try to do as good of a job as we can, trusting in God.
I get it, but people are so stupid, and people will actually, like, interpret that message. It's like Chinese whispers. Okay? You say one thing, and then, somebody will say something again, and then you're gonna get to the point where, this is all God's plan! This is all God's plan! I'm almost running out of paper to write on. I might have to go get more.
Speaking to a group of Christian troops, that's what I would say.
But you're speaking to a group.
But they're troops. They're not Christian troops. You're speaking to them. So every Christian troop, get out of the room. Get out of the room. Who's not a Christian troop, get out of the room.
Troops.
Sure.
You don't know if they're Christian. You
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know. I mean, you're essentially letting these people know that you believe that Trump was anointed by Jesus to bomb.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get some popcorn for this shit. And I need another piece of paper. fucking crazy. I just didn't think it could get to that point. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm gonna... Oh my god. I'm gonna wait for my popcorn a little bit. I'm just gonna look at my notes. Wow. It's crazy to think. Because you can have the right, talk about, like, all these different things they don't like. And then the second they talk about religion, all my good faith is gone. Like, seriously. Like, oh, man. So why is California being ruined? I don't even know. They just say it. It's crazy to think that Austin's not ruined. I would have to take a deeper look, but I did not know how far a Trump presidency would really go. It's just super disturbing how far Christian, because before this interview, I didn't really think Christian nationalism was such a big deal. Ew. Now it is a big, now it's pretty bad. I did not think it would have been that bad. Just insane shit. Like, I don't like this. Give me a sec. Oh my god. Mamacita. Wow. Okay, got some paper. Got my notes back. Let's get on with the interview.
Iran, so that Jesus can come back
So
to
just
Earth.
come back in a fire
If I
of
was there, I'd be
Armageddon.
like, "Can I get the fuck out of here?"
Yeah, no,
How do
I
get
hear
out-
you,
how
man.
do
I
get
hear
out
you.
of the
Look,
military?
yes, and that is the first that I have ever heard of this particular story.
How
but
have you not heard of this?
How? This is crazy. I mean, I get it. The vice president can't be everywhere all at once. But if this is what he wants, this should be a success story to him. Heard of this story. Holy fuck. Holy Jesus. Wow.
This and Biden's 2 brain surgeries.
apparently, I live in a bunker, man.
How do you not?
I know he doesn't want to hear it. This is suffering from success, obviously. Yeah, this is so many notes. Holy fuck. I am just, my eyes are being open.
Oh, these things.
man,
That's
that is
crazy.
wild. Okay, here's the other thing I'll say is having heard about this for the first time just now. To your point about the media, I do think it's possible. Let's be honest, that whatever that dude said, maybe it was good, maybe it was bad, has been misreported by the press. So
It's
I
possible.
always have a filter on
certainly
this stuff.
possible.
Like I don't automatically assume.
It's also possible that this is the other thing. He said the commander supposedly had a big grin on his face when he said all this, which made his message seem even more
Yes.
crazy.
And I think that's, again, I don't think anybody should have. Look, war is sometimes necessary, but it's never a good thing. And I think that's like a fundamental Christian principle.
You gotta
There
find
are
this
just
guy.
Wars, there are necessary wars, but war is always something that you try to avoid.
It's like the Jedi.
But saying that this is what's being referenced in the book of
Yeah,
Revelation.
dude, I think that is nuts. I also
Yeah.
don't know that I
Right.
want to be I want
I
to
get
confirm
you.
that a person actually said that before teeing off on it, because what that sounds to me is like somebody butchering or misrepresenting something that somebody that I know might have said.
Quite possible.
So
Quite
you
possible.
got to be skeptical
Also,
about
quite
that. So that's all I'm
possible that
saying.
you got a really loony guy who is a Christian nationalist,
Well-
who is a commander, and who is in this position where he's actually
Yeah,
excited.
the Nick
because
Fuentes.
He does think.
I didn't think the Nick Fuentes shit got that crazy.
That this is a holy war, and this is going to bring back Jesus.
This is
Well,
insane.
that's certainly possible. I mean, America's got 330 million people, and we've got a lot of people who believe in a
That's
lot of things.
true,
but
yeah.
I can assure you that we don't encourage people to talk like that.
Yeah, you do.
And again, all I can do as a Christian leader, I'll look into that story. Certainly,
I won't believe that story for a
about how I feel
second.
about questions of war and peace.
I don't know if I could take his word for that. Because so much of what's being said about that story seems, from everything that I know I've taken so far, especially about the part where he didn't mind having those 10 commandments in the school. That totally is such a retcon.
Which is, we try to do the right thing. We try to figure out what it is that is consistent with Christ's moral teaching.
No.
And we try to, comport our foreign policy with the cause of justice. And that's what we try to do, recognizing it's always going to be imperfect, but I don't think that we should ever have
That the way that you just described it aligns with our campaign in Iran.
Well, I think that the goal is certainly good, which is to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And I think that there are obviously a lot of questions about how best to achieve that. There's both a short-term and a long-term piece of it. I think the short-term piece of it is effectively what's already been done, which is you destroy the nuclear sites and you destroy and eliminate the ability to rebuild the nuclear sites. I think there's a longer-term thing, which is where like a lot of the debate is focused on right now, which is that building a nuclear program is hard, but it's not impossible. And it's expensive, but it's actually not even that expensive if you look at, I mean, you could go on YouTube right now and find out how to build an atomic bomb. So part of our Iran policy, and this is where I get frustrated with the people who say
I didn't know
we should
that.
never do
On
Iran.
YouTube? That's
Part of
crazy.
our Iran policy is like solving the long-term problem. That if we could create the sort of circumstance where Iran would commit not just to not have a nuclear weapon right now, but over the long term to not try to rebuild that capacity, like, yeah, I think that is a good and valuable thing.
I forgot about the whole...
Would you have done exactly the same thing?
Well, what did the president said?
The president's crazy.
Publicly, that JD was less enthusiastic about it. I think was the exact phrase that he used. I mean, my attitude towards this, man, as you know, is the vice president. I'm not a public commentator. Like, my job is to give the best advice I can to the president of the United States. I think he's...
You're not a public commentator? That's crazy, because it seems like you're commentating to the public right now. Here, let me write down a note. Not a public commentator. All right, JD. What do you have for me now?
Said a little bit about what that advice was. But once the president makes a decision, so long as I think that it's, you know, legal and ethical and all that stuff, and I certainly think whether you agree or disagree with it, what we've done has been legal. My attitude towards it
the
is
popcorn tastes so
try to
much
make it
better
as
when you're
successful as
watching
possible.
entertainment.
And I've got friends, of course. I think, you know, you've expressed some skepticism of this. I've got a lot of friends, both in private and public, who've expressed skepticism of this, who say, well, this is terrible, we disagree with the decision, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not a public commentator. My approach to this is not to Monday morning quarterback a decision that was made 3 months ago. My approach to it is to try to make it as successful as possible, which is why I've poured my heart and soul into these negotiations, which is why I've tried to make that goal, Iran not having a nuclear weapon, something that's not true, both not just now, but it's true in the long term. And that's the way that I try to approach it.
So what is going on with Iran where it seems like the president keeps saying that a deal's been reached, negotiations have been successful, and then it all falls apart and we start bombing them again?
Yes.
What's weird is the gas prices aren't reflecting that.
So, how long do we have here? Because there's a
We
long
got as
time
much-
going on here. So number one, it's a bit of a simplification, but you have two elements within the Iranian system.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get a new piece of paper. Right here. All right. Because I want to hear this shit about Iran. I'm actually very interested in what the fuck is going on in Iran. Because the gas prices don't... Like, I go and see the gas prices. They're not as bad as they were when this whole thing started. Now, let me hear what he has to say.
You have, and you sometimes hear hawkish Americans say this, that they're all crazy people. They want to bring about, you know, the 12th Imam and the apocalypse and all that stuff. Right. There are people in Iran who believe that. They're also pragmatists. You've got the crazy people, you've got the pragmatists, okay? So when we struck this MOU, and really what the MOU says, and it was misrepresented more than almost anything that I've ever worked on in public life. What it says is Iran is going to open the Strait of Hormuz. The violence is going to stop. And then we're going to negotiate to see if we can come to a broader deal on the long-term nuclear issue.
That's what I thought was happening, but obviously it just keeps going up and down, so I want to know.
That's what we wanted, and what the Iranians wanted, of course, was long-term economic and sanctions relief. Now, here's the problem with where we are right now. And I guess my summary view, Joe, is that I, of course, can't predict the future. I don't know exactly where this is going to go. But I think fundamentally we are on the right trajectory. It's just going to be really messy, and there's going to be a lot of stops and starts. So what happens? The first week after we sign the MOU, we get 20 million barrels a day of oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what it was before the war. The price of oil comes way down. And there are elements, the hardliners in the Iranian system kind of freak out.
I put a lot of salt in my popcorn.
Did we just give away our major leverage point? Screw nuclear weapons. We just gave away the so in this MOU. And so there was this kind of freak out in their system. So they shot at a couple ships. We responded. I think that's entirely appropriate, of course. If they're going to shoot at ships, we are going to shoot at the people who are shooting at the ships, or we're going to destroy the facilities that they're using to shoot at ships. So that happens. Okay, and then the Iranians are like, oh, no, fine. You're right. We shouldn't have been shooting at ships. So then they come back to the table. There's a few more days of
Shouldn't have done that.
negotiation. And then the phase that they're in right now is the hardliners have really, really reacted strongly to
I wonder why. I want to know how they react.
all the oil that's coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. And they basically said, we're going to try to shut this thing down. We're scared about losing our leverage. Now, the pragmatism is keep on talking. And again, do I know how this is ultimately going to shake out? Of course
No.
not. But what we're doing is a delicate diplomatic dance where we're using economic leverage points, we're using carrots and sticks, we're trying to talk to the pragmatists, and then, of course, when they commit acts of violence, we're responding to it. And all those things are happening simultaneously to get us on a better trajectory. Now, that said, yes, right now there's shooting right now. Last night they shot at some ships. But with all that said, is their nuclear program still destroyed? Yes.
Yeah.
Are the straits not necessarily fully pre-war traffic, but are we getting enough oil and gas out of the Strait of Hormuz to prevent a worldwide energy crisis? Yes. And all of these things are happening in the context of the broader negotiation over the nuclear program. You never know where this is ultimately going to end up, but that's where we are. And then, can I just say one other thing about this? Because there are people, you see Mike Pence, who's sort of a super hawk, my predecessor, who say this. There are people, who are super hawkish in the American system who have attacked the deal and frankly, in some ways, have tried to derail the deal. And what I always say to those people is, what is your proposal? What is your actual argument? So just take the Strait of Hormuz, like the narrowest, but in some ways the most important part of this back and forth right now. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway. To the extent you shut it down, you shut down 25% of the world's energy supply, okay? Joe, you could take $100,000 and go buy a bunch of drones on the black market and post yourself on an island in the Strait of Hormuz or near it, and you could fire drones at those ships, okay? Now, what does that mean? Some oil and gas is still going to get out because some ships and some ship captains are going to say, screw you. Now, the United States can help that, right? We can shoot down some of those drones. We can shoot down some of those missiles, and so we can facilitate the flow of traffic. But the people who are like, you cannot negotiate with the Iranians, the reason why that's fundamentally idiotic is because so long as you have some person who's willing to fire off a few cheap drones, you're going to have some ship captains who say, no, we're not willing to do this. So we got to kind of use all tools at our disposal.
Basically, every time they fire, we don't want to do something. Every time they fire, we have people in the military that take the least damaging measures, which I guess
the military is one tool, but diplomacy is another tool. And I'm very frustrated by the Americans and, frankly, by people in other countries who are like, you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. Well, then what is your proposal to get people to stop shooting at ships in the Strait of Hormuz? You can bomb them. You can take away their radar. You can take away some of their drones and some of their missiles. But it's just too easy to fire at ships in the Straits. So you've got to actually be willing to talk and to try to figure out the problem.
What is their proposal?
Well, yeah, I guess he's mad at people. So he is saying that diplomacy is possible. Okay.
The people that think you shouldn't negotiate with Iran.
I think that their proposal is to bomb and bomb and bomb. And the honest view, Joe, is that they do not actually have a solution. If you actually ask them, what do you want us to do? What is the goal that you're trying to achieve? they'll say things like, "We'll just bomb them to oblivion." Okay, we can do that. We can drop a lot of bombs, but what does that accomplish if there's still a crazy person who's still unwilling to shoot a few drones at the Strait of Hormuz? What the president has done, I think, very, very capably, is said we're going to use military force in this situation when it's connected to something we're trying to achieve. So if you shoot at ships, we're going to shoot at the facilities at which you used to shoot at the ships. But we're not just going to do something open-ended indefinitely. We're not just going to bomb and bomb and bomb. We're going to try to use our military force as one of the many tools that we have to solve the problem. And obviously, I'm biased, but I think that's exactly the right approach. I actually, you have to read between the lines a little bit, because if you look at what Mike Pence or some of the conservative hawks, like people who voted for us but have been very critical of me, very critical of the administration.
Mike Pence is someone to worry about.
Look at what they're proposing. They just want the military campaign to go on forever, and they can't actually identify what it is that they're trying to accomplish. None of them can identify what it is they're trying to accomplish.
Okay, what are we trying to accomplish?
I think some of them want us to accomplish a complete change in the government of Iran, to topple the clerics and to replace those clerics with somebody who's much friendlier. But look.
Some of them want regime change from clerics to people who are more friendly. Okay.
What is our experience with doing that? It's
not
awful.
good.
It's been
good,
yeah.
Right? And so, if the Iranian people want to rise up and change their government, that's up to them. But we're not going to send 150,000 ground troops in order to accomplish a change in a regime unless the people on the ground themselves want to accomplish that outcome. Now, we're not going to send the troops in regardless, but to propose sending in the troops, you're basically saying that the U.S. military should do the job for the Iranian people. We're not in that business anymore.
Yeah.
We're just not.
That is correct. That is 100% correct. We are not doing the job the Iranian people need to be doing, because that's the thing. They were protesting, but apparently it's all silent now.
And then I think a second outcome that people are, or whether they're aware of it or not, is what I call the Libya outcome. So if you look at the end result of our Libya policy after Gaddafi was killed by the Obama administration, by the way, again, a very stupid decision, what happened? Libya basically turned into a failed state. You had a refugee crisis. You had people pouring into Europe, pouring into other parts of Asia, other parts of Africa. You had a lot of violence, a lot of terrorism come from that. I do think that there are people who would like that to be the outcome in Iran. But then I say, again, what is in our interest? How is it in the United States' interest to have 94 million desperate people flooding into Europe, flooding into the United States, to have sort of the terrorist infrastructure that can get established when you fan terrorists all over the world? We've run this experiment before. And so our policy right now, what we're trying to accomplish is get the straits open, ensure the free flow of oil and gas, obviously want to keep the Iranians from having a nuclear weapons program, and using the tools of diplomacy and military power to accomplish that.
And Libya failing and the collapse of Libya is a lot of what's fueled the...
Hold on. We just want straight open. I got any one viewer. That's probably me.
Migrant crisis in Europe as well, correct?
Exactly. That in Syria, another failed state that was created by bad Middle Eastern policy. So there is precedent for the United States doing this. Every time that it's happened, it's caused a refugee crisis, it's caused a spike in terrorism, and it's also, not incidentally, to the moral considerations, it's led to a lot of innocent civilian deaths.
Now, what was the talk about I think the number was like $300 billion in concessions to Iran to rebuild. And
yeah, so this is another just bullshit argument that the critics made against the deal. And again, like just to back up a little bit, this is my own little hobby horse, but look, the coalition that Donald Trump piloted to the 2024 election campaign, it was a landslide. We won 7 states. It was historic. Nobody, certainly no Republican, had actually led a coalition like that, at least since the days of Ronald Reagan. So like literally before I was alive. Okay. So Donald Trump wins this great coalition. And look, it's got hawks, and it's got people who hate foreign wars, okay? It's got people like you and people like Tucker. It's also got people like Mark Levin and others, okay? I just accept that as a reality. That's part of the coalition. I don't say that anybody is welcome or unwelcome. I say that if you're willing to sort of help us, you're going to get a lot what you want. You don't get everything that you want. What has really annoyed me about the hawkish side of this thing is they attack any effort to negotiate. They attack the president. They attack me personally. Donald Trump is betraying me. Well, wait a second. If you want to have like a hawkish policy towards Iran, they attack the president. They attack me personally. Donald Trump. The hawkish side of this thing is they attack any effort to negotiate. They attack the president. They attack me personally. Donald Trump is betraying me. Well, wait a second. If you want to have like a hawkish policy towards Iran, the idea that Donald Trump has betrayed you because he's also trying to negotiate to get a good outcome for the American people is crazy. And so you've seen a lot of these people completely flip on him, and that brings me to the $300 billion point. What we did with the MOU is we actually worked not just with the Iranians, but with the Gulf Arab states.
What is the term MOU? What does it stand for?
Memorandum of Understanding. It's the basic structure that we set up for the negotiation. So what happened here is, okay, so people sort of think of the Middle East as like Iran versus Israel. I think a lot of people do.
Oh boy.
There's also a massive number of Gulf states that are really important, good allies to the United States. You know, they and Israel don't always see eye to eye, but we're obviously very close to both Israel and to the Gulf states. And the Gulf states actually came to us and said, you know what? If the Iranians are really willing to change their behavior, we'd like to invest in rebuilding their country. Now, whether they change their behavior is something that's going to be determined over the long term, right? We want to see real changes. We want to see them to stop funding terrorist organizations. And also, of course, none of that money comes from the United States.
That's actually a great
Iran's
idea.
biggest enemies in the region are saying, we'd like to invest if they've changed their behavior.
That's
Would the
crazy.
United States let us? Would we release the sanctions that would make it possible for the UAE
That's
and Saudi
crazy.
Arabia and other countries to invest in Iran? Our attitude was, well, isn't that a victory for us? If Iran's biggest enemies see that they have changed.
That's awesome. I did not think about that. I did not think about those terms. Iran could make so much of a change if the Gulf states, wow, I did not.
So much that they're willing to invest in the
That is a
Iranian
big
economy.
money
Isn't
pie.
that like the
Big
definition
money
of a
pie.
win-win? And then you had all these people saying, no, you can't give them $300 billion. It's like, we're not talking about giving them $300 billion. We're talking about letting other countries invest in Iran if Iran has changed the way that it treats the Gulf Arab countries. It's fundamentally between them, meaning the Iranians, and the Gulf Arab countries. So there's this line in the MOU that basically says that if Iran meets all of its obligations, then we will permit other countries to invest in Iran. That's it. And that, like, again, the hawks attacked us and misrepresented this and lied about it and said the Trump administration is going to give the Iranians $300 billion. And it's totally fake. It's completely made up. And it was done purely in order to politically tank the negotiation. So there's been this interesting dynamic here where, as we've been trying to negotiate, there have been these extraordinarily well-funded efforts to tank the negotiation, to prevent us from reaching a deal, to change American public opinion, which, by the way, if you look at the public opinion, people love the idea of actually getting to a final resolution on this thing. Americans they're not game for long-term, open-ended regime change wars in the Middle East. They're okay with us using the military to accomplish discrete objectives. They're not okay with open-ended obligations.
What do you think the motivation of the Hawks is? Do you think this is? Are they influenced by defense contractors? Are they what's the reason why they're so keen on continuing to bomb?
I think with any big group of people, you have
Hold
you
on.
have
Why do they want to bomb? That's an interesting question.
diversity of opinions. So sure, I'm sure that you have people who are influenced by defense contractors. There's a lot of talk about how much is the Israeli government influencing American politics, and there are certainly certain people within the Israeli government who hate the deal, and we
Israel influence and Israel politicians who hate the deal. Okay.
the exact evidence. There was a Time story that came out yesterday that basically there are certain influencers in America who are being paid in order to attack the deal. I think some of it's just pure political.
What? That's crazy. I would never. Would I take that money? No. Money. Not for money, dog. What the actual fuck?
Ideology, right? It's foreign policy perspectives that are much different.
How much money does it take to sell your soul? I don't think $1 million bajillion dollars. I just wouldn't think that money would be real, to be completely honest. If somebody offered me $1 million to say something I didn't agree with, I would just pretend that money's not real.
From mine.
Because while you'll get that $1 million at first, for the rest of your life, you're gonna be held down to that.
They think that America that we can basically, you can wave a magic wand with the military and accomplish whatever you want. And, it's not that simple. You actually have to have a very clear objective. Military power can accomplish a clear objective, but you've got to have that clear objective. You can't just say, we're going to bomb until something good happens. That never works. The United States has tried that before. So I think it's a combination of things, but I definitely think you have seen this very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign to try to derail the negotiation and try to derail the deal. And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's like worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign. Quite literally, it's like worth reading.
Oh, I want to know.
Because it lists a bunch of people.
Wait, go back.
And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's like worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation objective that the president set for the country. So
what is their position? Like, are they attacking you how?
Oh, it's social media posts. It's they're leaking to reporters. They're attacking me obsessively, saying that we should not be negotiating with Iran. We should just keep.
Okay, but just like mean comments, are you fucking gonna listen to that?
Campaign going indefinitely.
That is
and coming people come after me and say that I'm influenced by Qatar, that I'm influenced by foreign governments, that I take my marching orders from Tucker Carlson, and there's just so much bullshit out there. When what I'm actually
do you like Tucker Carlson? I don't like Tucker.
Accomplish what the President of the United States told me to accomplish, which is a settlement of this that accomplishes our objectives. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We have the free flow of oil and gas. And like, I should be clear, I don't actually mind. I don't mind that let's say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. Israel does it, other countries do it. It's just sort of the nature of the beast. What bothers me is actually when Americans meaning American leadership, allows that influence to affect their judgment and to affect
leaders allow American leaders would allow what did you say?
when Americans meaning American leadership, allows that influence to affect their judgment and to affect what they are advocating for. That's what really bothers me. People are always going to try to influence the United States of America, whether they're allies of ours or whether they're enemies of ours. But again, when I open up the pages of Time magazine and I see that there's a literal foreign influence campaign being funded to tank the very deal that I was pursuing, and oh, by the way, many of the people who were receiving that money were actually attacking me in completely dishonest ways, my response to that is, well, go to hell. I'm going to do
You're the vice president.
what I have to do for the American people. I represent Americans first, and that's the way that I've tried to do this job. And Joe, the crazy thing is, people don't realize this. I'm actually in this, there's this massive pro-Israel, anti-Israel debate.
Oh God, here we
in the United
go.
States of America. I'm like the reasonable moderate. And I think that's what so many people don't realize is, I've been accused of being an anti-Semite. I've been accused
for what reason?
Quite literally for, I've been accused of.
See, JD has been accused being an anti-Semite for
Trying to, I guess, some people say that I've insulted the Jewish religion, which is insane.
insulting the Jewish religion.
Like I have a ton of respect for the Jewish religion.
But
if you talk about
specifically did you say?
I don't know.
He says he has a ton of respect for Jewish religion. Okay.
I've never heard a good, compelling argument for why I'm an anti-Semite, even though I've been accused of being an anti-Semite by many people. But what I say to these guys is, look at public opinion, look at the way young Republicans versus Republicans over the age of 65 approach this issue. Like right now, Israel is losing the public opinion.
Yeah. He is. Public. Yeah. He's 100% correct.
It is a simple and obvious fact. Donald Trump has said that publicly. It's a simple and obvious fact.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let me finish this point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my attitude towards this is Israel is an ally. Like France or like the United Kingdom, we're going to have disagreements with them. We're going to have agreements with them. There are areas where we're going to have similar interests and areas where our interests are going to diverge. So my approach to this is to say, you know what? When we're partnered, great, let's work together. And we're not, let's just be honest about it. And for that, people attack me for being an anti-Semite or anti-Israel.
Yes. He says protect American interests first. Donald Trump has said this publicly. Okay.
And they don't see the writing on the wall that I'm actually just the guy advocating for a normal relationship with a normal country that's based around shared interest as opposed to based around, something else. So why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that narrative. I mean, I actually think that they look. Do they try to influence American politics?
God, it's a lot. Rogan says they Israel has so much influence. Okay.
Yes, but like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
To the extent that Israel does,
I think
though?
some are better at it than others. I think the Israels are definitely more effective at it than most, but I wouldn't say that they're the only effective country by any means that tries to influence American.
JD says Israel is not the only one influencing America.
Politics. I just think you have to be self-aware about it. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a country of 9 million people. We have 330 million people. And so, of course, they're going to try to persuade Americans. They're going to try to move Americans in one direction or another. I think that's just the nature of the beast.
No, but it's more than that. The concern is that they're spying on American politicians, that there's concerns about funding, there's concerns about influence, there's concerns about whether or not politicians are, whether they're aligned with Israel or whether they're aligned with the United States first.
Well, there's certainly, I definitely get those concerns, but my sense is that the way that all foreign influence works in the United States is people try to manipulate American public opinion, and then from manipulating a public opinion, they try to get the outcomes that they want. I mean, this thing is
who does?
And then from the United States is people try to manipulate all foreign influence works in the United States.
Oh, that's actually pretty smart. All foreign people try to. That's what you get when you get a melting pot. You get people also trying to influence. It's actually a good way of thinking it. United States
is people try to manipulate American public opinion
and try to manipulate public. Okay, I didn't think about this, but Israel is not the only one doing this. It's everybody. It's just that Israel is the target right now.
And then from manipulating a public opinion, they try to get the outcomes that they want. And this thing is a very good example of this. So, we know, I'm telling you, beyond a reasonable doubt, we know that the negotiation strategy that the president has asked us to pursue, and again, with limitations. Like when the Iranians hit ships, the president has been willing to knock the hell out of the Iranians in response.
Is he pivoting?
This is not just a negotiation. It's negotiation, it's military, it's all these things. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign.
There are people in Israel. Jesus, I'm already done with my second page. Jeez. Who are trying to shift away from American policy to continue the war. Okay, interesting.
Campaign. And by the way, like there are people within their government that I love, I have good relationships with. I hope, and I don't think that they're.
He's not going to name names. He's not going to name
the
names.
ambassador of Israel to the United States, I think, is actually a really good guy. Obviously,
He's not
he
naming
cares about
names.
Israel first. I care about America first. But there are some people within their system we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Again,
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Again, not towards any objective, but just indefinitely. So, like, does it happen? Yes. But I guess what I would say to the Americans who sort of see this and are frustrated by it, my attitude would be you should be frustrated at American leaders who are, persuaded by this, affected by this.
JD says, can leaders should be held accountable for being manipulated by Israel. Okay.
Countries are going to do what countries do. I really don't. It doesn't bother me that Qatar tries to influence the United States of America, and they do. I like a lot of the Qataris, just like
Qatar tries to influence. Yeah, but it's this is not the point. That's just pivoting.
I like a lot of the Israelis. It doesn't bother me that Israel tries to do this. It frankly doesn't even bother me that Russia or some of these other countries do it. It's just the nature of.
Oh, wow. Russia does the same thing. I don't know how that's possible, but they try. Does bother JD. Okay.
Of being a political leader in 2026. What does bother me is when those operations, those influence campaigns actually affect American political judgment, because they shouldn't. Because we should be thinking.
He is only when it affects American political judgment. Okay. Yeah, I'm bothered by it
Best
too.
interests of the United States of America.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
I mean, I certainly think that there are a lot of talking points and there are a lot of arguments that make their way into American political discourse. I think there are a lot of social media campaigns that definitely influence Americans and affect Americans. Do I think that it's been dispositive on any particular issue? Like, I think that's a much more difficult question.
Do you think that we would have started this war in Iran without the influence of Israel?
I think the president, completely separate from any influence from Israel, believes very strongly, and again, I agree with this, that Iran should.
Right,
and I
but
think he was
after
willing to
we
do things.
Bombed them in June. Right, that was the
Nuclear weapon. Israel believes very strongly, and again, I agree with this, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Right,
and I
but
think he was
after
willing
we
to do things.
bombed them in
Separate from
the influence of Israel.
I think the president, completely separate from any influence from Israel, believes very strongly, and again, I agree with this, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Right,
and I
but
think he
after
was
Doesn't think Israel and the president. So they think Israel had any influence and just repeat that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. Okay.
Willing to
We
do things.
bombed them in June. Right, that was the initial attack, right?
June of last year.
Yeah.
Midnight Hammer, yeah.
Right. Do you think he would have continued with the most recent campaign if it wasn't for the influence of
Yes.
Israel?
Yes, I do.
Really?
I do. Yeah. Look,
Why
I mean,
do you
I think
JD, keep pausing.
again, and I see this, and I see it even from people that are in our coalition. And this would be my flip side to the hawks who have been attacking me or the president mercilessly over negotiation. I would sort of turn this back on some of the doves or some of the realists who have been attacking the president of the United States.
The doves? Those are the peace
Yeah,
people?
Peace people.
That's what you call them, the
hawks
doves?
and doves. You never heard that phrase?
I've heard hawks. I've heard hawks. I don't think I've ever heard doves.
Hawks and pigeons, hawks and I don't know.
I think it's more doves is peace,
Doves
right?
is good, right? So what I think a lot of people, I've heard this argument, is this idea that Donald Trump, was sort of, I've even heard people say he was blackmailed into this
Yeah,
by
a lot
the
of people
Israelis.
think that.
That's not true, dude.
No?
It's just not true. I've seen the decision making up close. Again, whether you agree or disagree with our negotiation, or whether you agree or disagree with the decision to launch the campaign Epic Fury to begin with, the idea that Donald Trump is being blackmailed is crazy to me. Because again, I see the way that he makes decisions. I see the way that he processes this stuff. Like the idea that he picks up the phone with anybody and says, hey, I'm going to take orders from you. No, that's just not how Donald Trump operates.
Can you understand, though, why people would come to that conclusion, especially because of the Epstein files?
Oh!
What do you mean?
Hold on, let me just make sure I get my notes right. Oh, this is crazy. Where the fuck did I start? Okay. Alright, now we're on the Epstein part. Holy fuck, this is about to get spicy as shit. Here we go.
Well, the Epstein files were supposed to be released. And there was a tremendous amount of resistance to those files being released, and that concerned a lot of people. Because if you're talking about very wealthy, powerful people that were engaged in crimes,
I see. So you're basically saying the fear is that whatever's in the Epstein files was used to blackmail the administration into doing the Iran thing.
or at the very least, the people that were involved in the Epstein files that didn't want them coming out had undue influence.
Well, again, I say this with all candor, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No. I think the reason we screwed up the comms of the Epstein files is one, Pam Bondi said the client list is on my desk, right?
Well, they had binders. They were
100%,
standing in
right.
front.
But those binders were largely documents that had already been released, right? So let me try to
what was
let
the
me try to defend.
purpose of that performative display of the Epstein files? And she was saying there's tens of thousands of hours of film.
I don't know what the purpose of it was, but I know that the effect of it was to make people mistrust the entire effort. And what I think was happening, look, I know Pam, I like Pam. I don't think there was anything malicious going on. I think Pam was trying to respond to the political moment. I think she overstated what we had and what we didn't have. And I think that
You just don't know how crazy these people are.
By a lot of people, including me. You and I have talked about this a lot. I'm one of the OG
You don't know how crazy these people are.
Conspiracy theorists. I've probably gone down every single rabbit hole we could.
JD. Pam Bondi was being performative. So JD says he was one of the OG conspiracy theorists. Interesting.
Go down most of them today.
Gone
Look, the original sin
down
of the Epstein investigation, and obviously I'm biased here, but it was not what Donald Trump and the administration did in 2025. It was, you have to go back to 2007, 2008. The original Alex Acosta investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, where he basically dropped the federal charges. I think Epstein ended up getting prosecuted on some sort of local thing. But the original warrant, you go to the original warrant back in 2008, what was he looking for? What was he allowed to look for? What were they collecting? It was not looking at a broader conspiracy. So that happens, okay? Epstein gets pinched. I think he goes to prison, or maybe this is when he was on house arrest. But like anything that existed from the 80s and 90s up to 2006, 2007, anything that existed that we didn't get back then was disappeared, right? So like when people say, has what you've seen on the inside make you think that that Epstein never blackmailed people, or that Epstein never engaged in broader sex trafficking? No, absolutely not. What I have seen, and I've looked at most of the files, is that there just wasn't dispositive evidence. And if that dispositive evidence ever existed, it was probably destroyed after 2006, 2007. Now, like again, in our defense, yes, was there some bitching and moaning, and was there some back and forth? Yes, but we eventually collected 6 million documents as part of the effort. The president, people say the president was forced into releasing the documents. Like, again, the idea that Donald Trump could not have killed that legislation, especially with the United States Senate, is a joke.
Okay.
He absolutely could have killed it. What did he do? He actually said, nope, we're going to release these files. He thought, he was annoyed by the story. He was annoyed by the Democrats accusing him of doing things bad. By the way, like, do I think there is I've never seen a single piece of credible evidence that the President of the United States engaged in wrongdoing with minors, ever. So, like, when the president says the hoax, that's what he's talking about, is this democratic idea that he somehow was a pedophile. It's absurd. There's no evidence for it. Now, the Epstein law gets signed. We find 6 million documents. We find out 3 million of them are actually responsive, has something to do with the Epstein estate. We release all of them, with the exception of a few things that are like, the courts have said that we have to redact certain things.
The courts would probably... You can't redact any of this information at this point. Like, nobody could trust you. The courts... redacted. See. Here's the thing, though, like, what? Unless it was, like, truly damning, what would the sensitive info be?
Things, we can't release certain files, but, like, we did...
But how is it a government issue? Files shouldn't have been a government issue.
Release all these files. Did it take longer than it should have taken? Yes, but we did release these files. And again, the problem here is not like anything that's in the files or not in the files. The problem is, if you go back to the original investigation, it was designed in a way that was way too narrow. If there was a broader conspiracy, and my view is that there probably was, the evidence that existed in 2007, that was the opportunity to get
So
it.
when you say there probably was a broader conspiracy, what exactly are you saying?
I think there are a few different options. I mean, look, man, I like you and I could literally do 2 episodes about this. I've gone on down to every rabbit hole. There's this funny New York Times story that's somewhat true, somewhat false, but where Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, says, "Well, we know JD's a conspiracy theorist on this." Like I am actually. I've gone down every rabbit hole here. Look, so there's the theory that whether it was American intel or foreign intel, that Epstein was sort of using sort of the sex ring to blackmail rich and powerful people. There's that piece of it. You know, I think there's a separate conspiracy that hasn't gotten covered as much, which is
Remember when Trump said grab him by the pussy? Remember when he said that? That was
that
crazy.
Epstein actually, okay. If you go back to the original Epstein guy was Les Wexner, okay, who Columbus, Ohio, was the wealthiest person in Ohio, maybe still is the wealthiest person in the state of Ohio. The thing that everybody in Columbus, I lived there for a time, knew about the Wexner-Epstein relationship is that Epstein was his tax guy. That Epstein was like the genius at identifying weird tax strategies that would allow you to not have to pay taxes. But if you were being a little skeptical,
Pretty
you would
evil.
also say that it would allow Epstein to either blackmail people or to have a separate nexus of
interesting.
influence and control on rich and powerful people. And so I think there's an underreported, underexplored story of was Epstein like doing a lot of tax stuff that was not on the
Probably.
up and up, and is that one way in which he gained blackmail? It's not opposite of the sexual blackmail story, but in some ways it's you know, you could imagine both things being true. I also just think there's an element of he was a scumbag. He was a very sick person. He built relationships with a lot of other rich and powerful people who just didn't have any real moral judgment about the fact the guy was obviously a scumbag. And again, to go back to defending Donald Trump, I know people don't want to hear this these days, but like, who was the guy? People say Donald Trump's blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein. Who was the guy who narked on Epstein to the Palm Beach police? That's in the Epstein files.
Right.
It was Donald Trump.
He
So-
also kicked him out of
Donald Trump told on him and kicked him out of the Mar-a-Lago. Okay.
Mar-a-Lago
He
in
kicked him out of
2005.
Mar-a-Lago. It's just, again,
Well, it's obvious that Epstein was a sick
like,
man.
yes, but if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty. We did mishandle, especially the communications of it.
What do you think should have been done?
I think that we should have just dropped everything at the very beginning.
Have just dropped everything at the beginning. Okay.
And like obviously it takes a little time to review the stuff, to find the stuff, to redact things where you have victims and so forth, but we should have just done it as quickly as possible.
But some of the stuff that was redacted, some of the names that were redacted weren't victims.
So yeah, I've looked into this, and my understanding of this, having looked at a lot of this but not all of it, is that
Wait,
it
what
is
did he
some-
say?
I've looked at victims and so forth, but we should have just done it as quickly as possible.
But some of the stuff that was redacted, some of the names that were redacted weren't victims.
Of those who some of the names of those who were redacted were not victims. So he says.
So yeah, I've looked into this, and my understanding of this, having looked at a lot of this but not all of it, is that it is sometimes hard to draw a distinction between victim and co-conspirator. And like, let me highlight this in a very sort of obvious way.
What?
Ro Khanna, who's been one of the loudest voices on the Epstein file. Well,
What did he
he
say?
became very loud on the Epstein files the minute Donald Trump became president. Didn't seem to care about it during the Biden administration. He actually brought one of the Epstein victims, I think, to the State of the Union last year, or maybe it was the year before last. Well, like that victim, and I'm not saying she wasn't a victim. I don't know anything about her particular case. She was also listed as a co-conspirator in some of these documents, right? So there's an idea that some of the people who were engaged in the sex trafficking were also, facilitating it as well.
So they were incentivized to get more girls.
Yeah, but yes, that's right. But the idea is that it's hard to sort of, it's sometimes a little bit of a gray area.
One of the victims were listed in the files as a co-conspirator. Interesting.
Area between some of the people who were alleged victims were also alleged co-conspirators, and so what DOJ tried to do was kind of make that judgment as best they could and release as much as possible.
I feel like I'm at school right now.
He was trying to get in contact with people that he felt were influential. It was clear that he was trying to get people to get together on the island and meet at parties. So there was something he was
Epstein Island, boys, the number one destination.
Or compromise people.
Correct.
So it's not.
Explain Epstein
there's
Island.
Some sort of an operation that was going on.
There is a story there, and I will go to my deathbed believing there's a story there, but I can't prove it. And I promise you, there's not some document that at least I'm hiding that allows us to prove exactly what was going on and how.
He was also trying to get scientists, and this is one of the reasons supposedly
100%.
why he got that ranch in New Mexico.
So a friend of mine has this element. Okay, sorry, I should step back. Conspiracy theories. One of the ways you discredit a conspiracy theory, I thought about this a lot, is to try to hide it. Another way you discredit.
One way you can discredit a conspiracy theory? Wait, go back. What did he say?
Discredit a conspiracy theory, I thought about this a lot, is to try to hide it.
Another
way you discredit a conspiracy theory is by flooding the zone.
Wait,
So
how does that work? One way you can discredit a conspiracy theory is to hide it? I don't understand that line of dialogue. One of the ways What does that mean? One of the ways to discredit a conspiracy theory is to try to hide it. What does that mean? One of the things I've tried to do when looking at the stuff to understand where that fits. I gotta ask ChatGPT what the fuck that means. Hold on, let me ask ChatGPT. One sec. What does that even mean? Wait, what? Oh. Let me look this up real quick, because let me just... What does this mean? He's saying that if the authorities or institutions try to suppress information, some people may become more convinced that the conspiracy is true. In other words, hiding or censoring something can make it seem more suspicious. Another way you discredit... Okay, so I guess that's what it means.
One of the things I've tried to do when looking at all this stuff is to try to understand sort of where it fits in and to, try to separate the real from the fake. But one really interesting element of the whole Jeffrey Epstein saga. Okay, so he dies in 2019, right? This is at the very end.
I remember
of
that day
the
I was
first
working
Trump administration.
at Wendy's.
His death coincides very, very closely. This is not my observation. This is a friend, but I don't want to, reveal confidences here. It coincides very closely with the end of what you might call the era of censorship in academia. So back in 2019, 2020, we reached sort of peak academic censorship, where people wouldn't publish a medical study because it might have sort of disparate impact racial undertones, or people were getting fired from academia for not doing land acknowledgments, stuff like that. Okay, I'm not saying that stuff has completely gone away, but
Okay.
Epstein, we know, was funding a ton of scientists. By the way, where did his money come from? He was funding a ton of scientists, but like when he died, it's almost like the era of censorship started to break, because he was also plugged into a lot of in academia, but also, he's plugged into the social media companies. Like, this is a dude who knew everybody. He knew everybody. So, look.
So where did his
know.
money come from?
Well, from given part of it is suspect tax advice and
Epstein's money.
the answer to that question. I mean, I have theories. There's of course the
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country, or both. Look, was he?
I mean, he had
clearly
Mossad
connections
pictures.
to
No
the
shit.
upper-
Everybody has
the highest
connections,
levels
but
of
he got
American
crazy
intelligence.
connections.
He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence. In fact, one of the
He had connection with the officials of Israel. Okay.
interesting story. One of the interesting things the Epstein saga reveals about, and I try to make this point, is one of the reasons why I'm always careful, and I say there are some elements within the Israeli government who don't like our peace process, because there are a lot of elements within the Israeli government that actually do like our peace process. They recognize that this indefinite campaign is not good for them either. And the Epstein thing is interesting because, as much as I know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, not a particularly popular person in the United States of America right now, Epstein seemed to be connected to the elements of the Israeli deep state that were left of center. Like, I've always found that fascinating.
Epstein was connected to deep state of Israel that was left of center. Okay.
It wasn't like he was super connected to the right of center of Israeli politics. America, he was connected across the board. Like, he had Republican friends, he had Democratic friends. He had much deeper connections to the Israeli left of center than right of center. I don't know what that means.
He was hanging out with Steve Bannon and Noam Chomsky.
Exactly. He had, again, in America, he had friends across.
Hung out with all parties. Steve Bannon. Wait, what was his name? Chomsky?
Exactly. He had, again, in America.
Steve Bannon and Noam Chomsky.
Exactly.
No.
He had, again, in America, he had friends across the political spectrum in a way he didn't necessarily have in Israel.
I had one of my guests try to get me to meet him.
Really?
Yeah.
When?
2017.
See, that's crazy to me, because at that point he'd already gone down for at least one
Joe Rogan says in 20 someone was trying to get him to meet with Epstein. Okay.
Sex abuse thing.
That was my position. I'll show you the emails.
Okay.
They're kind of funny.
Which
I actually
guest?
read them on stage.
You want to
Wait.
say? Okay.
I'll show you the emails.
Okay.
Wait.
2017.
See, that's crazy to me because at that point he'd already gone down for at least one like sex abuse thing.
That was
At that point, he would have gone down for at least one sex abuse charge. Okay.
was my position. I'll show you the emails.
Okay.
They're kind of funny.
Which
I
guest?
actually read them on stage.
You want to say? Okay. Fine.
People can find it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have the guy's already ruined.
Sure. But
But
dude, it's
I googled it and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
see, but this goes back to my original
But
point,
this is
which
part of what he was doing,
Correct.
right? He wanted to get influential people.
But you go back to the original 2007 warrant on Jeffrey Epstein.
Uh-huh.
All of the really crazy shit happened from the 90s to 2007. That's when he was at the peak of his power. That's when he hadn't yet gone down on a sex abuse scandal. Like, it's your point, right? Even if you have some scumbags who are willing to introduce him to Joe Rogan,
It's so weird. I'd never heard about Epstein until he died.
2017, there are a lot of Joe Rogans, or at least some, who are going to say, wait a second, I'm going to Google this guy
But a
and
lot
find out that he's a
didn't.
predator.
A lot didn't.
And
And that was really crazy.
A lot didn't, but some did. And my point is that would limit his influence. But if you go back to like the 1990s, the early 2000s, that is the stuff. I think that is like the black hole of the Epstein saga. We don't have nearly enough from that era. And
Because
we
you
had
think
a,
it was destroyed.
I think we had a prosecution that explicitly was so narrow that whatever existed would not have even been caught up.
There was a prosecution that was so narrow. Wait. Say that again.
That whatever existed would not have even been caught up.
Right.
That whatever had existed would never have been caught up. Okay.
Right, so they were specifically going after him for underage sex. And they didn't
it was the
look at
one
the
case,
full
but the
picture
case-
of the operation.
They didn't even try to. They didn't even try to.
Well, that was one of the things about the prosecutor was told that he was above their pay grade. I mean, it was one of the things that
No,
he
he
had
said he was like CIA or something.
Yeah.
Right?
He said I was told he was intelligent.
Right. And yes, I've asked,
Whole
were there
operation.
documents connecting Jeffrey Epstein directly to our intelligence agencies or anybody else's? And the answer is no. But if that shit existed, it wouldn't exist in 2026.
What is it like being the vice president? Like, how much access do you have to information? Because
So I'll give you
I think we're good on the Epstein stuff.
another conspiracy. So I have like effectively unlimited access to information.
unlimited.
But I think that one of the things that I have learned about the job is you're doing so much on the day-to-day. Like you're calling senators and trying to get them to pass a piece of legislation.
Says he has unlimited amounts of information. Huh? Oh, shit.
Israelis about something today. like you're calling senators and trying to get them to pass a piece of legislation. You're meeting with staff about what should go in the housing bill. You're negotiating with the Iranians or the Qataris or the Israelis about something that's going on in the Middle East. And a lot of it, like the UFO thing, like I've said that I'm going to look into the UFO thing. And I've been saying that for a year and a half, and I haven't done it yet because I haven't had the time. And so some of this is like, you just have to have the time to actually punch through the walls and to like go to the gatekeepers and say, you have to open up that gate because I'm the vice president. And some of it is just hard to actually get to because I don't have the time to sort of focus on that one issue for any particular period of time. So the answer is you have unlimited access to information. The constraint is not people tell me no. The constraint is you're just so busy doing other shit.
Constraint is not being told no, just not able to do much with info because he is busy. Okay.
The UFO thing, I think, would be something that I would want to pursue.
Yes.
I mean, just for my own personal information, I would want to know what is going on.
Correct.
So the question is, are these special access programs that are above top secret and that this is our own stuff, or is this something that's far more bizarre and something that is interdimensional from another planet, whatever,
Right.
fill in the blank.
Yeah, is it foreign? And
Yeah.
if it's foreign, is it
Right.
6,000 miles away or like 6,000 light years away?
Right,
Yes.
right.
And that is, I will answer that question eventually.
Really?
Yes. I'll get to the bottom of it.
How are you gonna have the time to do that? Like, and what
Well,
would be what would that entail?
Eventually, I'll have like a few weeks where I can just sit down and worry about that problem.
You said something that I thought was very bizarre.
Here's
okay.
an interesting thing, though. I will say that is one of those conspiracy theories that there are a lot of people in our government who are interested in this, meaning our current political leadership who are interested in this question. And it hasn't, like, nothing has really happened yet, which makes me a little bit less interested in it. Because there are a lot of people with access to those files and access to that information, and nothing has changed since Biden left office, which makes me think other people have looked into it and they just haven't necessarily found something. But anyway,
Okay, then what do you
eventually, I
know?
promise you, I'm gonna like sit down and spend a couple of weeks trying to figure out what's in these.
Then what do
files.
you know?
I just haven't done it yet.
That's crazy.
You said something that I thought
can't you
was
just
very
tell
odd.
us now?
You said that you thought that they were demons.
Okay, I did say that.
What did you mean by that?
Well, first of all, there is not just in Christianity, but in a number of world religions, there are a number of mystical things that happened, extra dimensional, I'm not one of these people who's like a hyper rationalist. Like I think that there are things happening in the world that we're not always seeing. I believe in God. I think that there is a kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Not extra real.
Supernatural.
Supernatural. There are supernatural things that are happening. Okay. So if you look historically at, things that are similar to the alien phenomenon.
Why can't you just give that information now?
Where, some like strange being.
What is so
Kind of looks like a human being, but doesn't look like.
What is so sensitive about UFOs? If you just said there's no UFOs right now, boom. But what is keeping people from knowing about the UFO situation?
It's not human.
Nothing.
And it shows a particular interest in human beings.
And he said it best. He said a conspiracy theory is discredited, or how to credit it. One of the ways to credit it is to hide it. And, well, you're obviously hiding
Takes
that.
the human beings and, does weird experiments on them. I think my argument is that's either bullshit, right? You're either talking to a crazy person, which I don't like. I'm not saying just because I believe.
Obviously, you might be one of those crazy
I
people.
believe in everything supernatural. But if we're talking about an extraterrestrial being that is human-like but not human, that contains effectively infinite powers and is torturing human beings, you can call it an alien if you want, but I think there's a lot of historical precedent to call that a demon.
Well, a lot of these stories and these accounts.
We have one right here on the
demonic
on the coaster.
Alien. Yeah, that's the mothership logo. A lot of these accounts are not of people being tortured. They're people that are being exposed to information, like the Travis Walton story is a very famous case from the 1970s.
Read about it on the way back, though.
That's this guy right here. I got a Travis Walton bobblehead.
That's
He's
weird.
one of the most famous UFO abduction stories.
Okay.
There's a movie with D.B. Cooper in the.
And like, what is the information that they gave Travis Walton?
Was D.B. Cooper that was the D.B. Sweeney. D.B. Cooper was the guy who stole the money and jumped out of the plane. Fire in the Sky. There's a movie.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I remember this movie.
I don't know anything.
1990.
Ew, what the
Good
fuck?
movie, but sensational, and Travis Walton says they made a bunch of shit up, and that's not what happened. But
Yeah.
the story was that he was a logger in Arizona, and he was leaving the job. They were all together in a truck, and these loggers saw this light, land in this forest, and they went to go investigate. He jumps out of the truck, and he gets close to it, and he's hit by some beam of light and knocked to the ground. They take off, and then they realize, like, we've got to go back. We don't know what's going on. Like, they turn around. They go back to get him. They're freaked out and panicked. They go back to get him. He's gone. The police interview them. They think that they killed him. There's an investigation. 5 days later, he shows up wearing the same clothes, and he has this crazy story. And he had been in this spaceship for 5 days, is what he said, and that they had fixed him, they healed him, and then they had communicated with him telepathically, and he had this very bizarre encounter with these beings that aren't from here. Or if they are from here, they're very different than us.
Okay. So I guess my response to that would be extra powerful beings, in this case communicating telepathically, helping people. Sounds like an angel. So I guess
Right.
here's let me make the steel man version of my argument. It's that my dog, there's no real difference between me and God to my dog. I can literally walk into a room and turn the light on. I can make food appear instantaneously. I can transport myself across time and space very, very rapidly. If you're a human being with intelligence, but not supernatural intelligence, I guess my point is, again, this could all be bullshit. This could all be fake. That's a possibility. But if it's real, is there really a meaningful difference between an angel or a demon and a space alien with super technology? Just to our perception.
I don't even care about this conversation.
I think we're capable of nuance. We're capable of understanding that human beings.
Hey, at least he gets to be on the alien
complex
thing now. I'm glad he's enjoying himself after
and
taking the hard-hitting questions.
Where
At least he's giving him a break.
blow ourselves up,
He needs a break.
and
It's
there's
so
not a
much
nuclear bomb,
information.
and there's not a, we don't
So
think it's an
much.
asteroid. If we live another million years, that we would have technology that's indistinguishable from magic. Right?
Exactly. That's
Right.
exactly
But that
what I'm
doesn't
saying. And then we
mean
could
that
show
they're
up on another
angels and
planet.
demons. It just
Well,
means they're
I-
hyper-evolved, advanced civilizations from somewhere else.
And what I'm saying is the perception of those beings to a more simple intelligence,
Sure.
there's not a meaningful difference. So you're like talking about what it is that these things actually are. And I guess what I'm talking about is, how would a human being with my level of intelligence or your level of intelligence in 2026 understand what's going on?
Right,
He's
but
not
from
gonna
a
reveal
biblical
anything.
perspective, There's a very big difference between a demon and
If he knows all this information, like he has unlimited access to information, and he's telling us it's a demon, I don't think this is going anywhere, to be honest.
a hyper-intelligent being from somewhere else.
I think JD Vance is so religion cucked.
I mean, a demon or a hyper-intelligent,
Well,
malicious...
if demons are real, if there really are dark forces in the universe and they're
Oh my god. The aliens are dark forces. The devil.
embodied dark forces, these things that exist, these
Yes.
and then there's also powerful light forces in the universe. That they don't have to be mutually exclusive to the concept of.
Bro, that's crazy. All aliens of the United States are demons, guys. Okay, I'm not saying that. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I was just joking.
Hyper intelligent.
Correct.
Other
I was joking.
When you're looking
Don't hurt
at
me.
an insanely vast universe.
I don't think they have to be, but I think that it is interesting to me that for most of human history, we would have understood supernatural, hyper-powerful, hyper-knowledgeable things as sort of celestial, or
We would have thought of
there is no
sorcery. I mean, it doesn't. That doesn't.
There is
sorcery.
no way UFOs. Like based off his description, if he thinks UFOs are demons, then he must have seen something stupid.
Well.
And this is not discounting the possibility of demons or discounting the possibility of angels.
Well, I guess I understand your point conceptually. I don't actually disagree.
The hard-hitting questions, I think, are over.
That,
but God, we still have an hour of this interview left.
Metaphysically,
what else?
There could be two separate things going on. There could be There could be extra Earth. Outside of Earth space aliens, and there could also be angels and demons. These could be two totally separate things.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Therefore, he doesn't have the information on this.
And agree with that point. I guess what I'm saying is...
Or he's hiding it. He's probably hiding it.
It's a distinction that is conceptually interesting to me, but if a space alien with like superhuman technology comes to the Earth and has malicious intent, I don't know how I'm supposed to tell the difference between that and a demon.
If they have malicious intent, but I mean, isn't that also the case with visiting people, right? Like you could have a country and you get visited by the Peace Corps, or you get visited by pirates.
Yeah.
You know, and are the pirates demons? As the Peace Corps angels?
No, but I think we're talking about something much different. I mean,
are we talking about something different, or are we talking about a hyper-advanced version of that?
We're talking about... I mean, as I understand it, we're talking about things that exist outside the United States. Outside of the Earth, okay? And
Perhaps.
Two different types of beings that could exist outside. I mean, okay, maybe...
There's a lot of people,
who
Tim
think that
Burchett thinks that they're here.
There's Atlantis, or there's something else like that.
Well, they're somehow or another, they're survivors of a
what if we were the aliens?
Live under the ocean.
What if we were the aliens, guys?
Here's
the way I would put it is like there's also a difference between a demon and a ghost, right? These things are two very different conceptual things.
Right.
But if I'm a human being and I meet a malicious ghost, maybe I think it's a demon, and maybe all I'm saying is maybe there's some point at which the conceptually interesting, this is such a weird conversation, at which point the conceptually interesting discussion of what it is separate from how it appears to me and how I'm going to understand it as a human being in my particular social and cultural context in 2026. But if you're looking for me to concede the point that there is something different, or could be something different, between an angel, a demon, a space alien, a supernatural but non any of those other things beings, yes, I can see that.
Yeah, the question is, what do these special access programs, like, what is the information that's available? Like, how,
my
according to
is
David Grush and a lot of these other people, that there have been crash retrieval programs.
Okay, and I've talked to Dave before. I think I called him actually after he was on your podcast. So there's like the crash retrieval stuff of whether that's real or not, where is it, etc. There's the videos, right? There are all of these videos, some of which have been released and declassified, that seem to me show some pretty weird stuff. And then there might be other pieces of evidence as well. I'm not saying there is or isn't. I just don't know. I try to keep an open mind about this stuff. All I'm saying is I'm fascinated by it. I don't have like some secret sauce, at least not yet, that tells me what's true and what's false. I'm just saying this is something that I'm interested in, but it doesn't. It's because it's like anything in life. Where do I have to figure this out this week? No. So I'm going to do the things that I have to, like negotiate with the Iranians and try to get this bill passed.
So let's imagine a world where the Iranian negotiations go swimmingly. Everything's
God
done.
willing. God willing.
Hold on, I'm gonna need a new piece of paper because goddamn, I'm almost done with this one. Holy shit! And we're about to go back into Iran. Oh my god! I want to make sure after this interview I read an article or two, just so I can see what other people think or how they're interpreting it before I make my video. Ugh.
You know, all these Gulf Arab states decide, hey, let's invest money in Iran. Let's change hearts and minds. Whew, okay. Avoided a gigantic apocalyptic scenario. What could be done? Like, if we have information,
Well, I
like,
think it's
who has this information, and why are they holding on to this information? And what do you know the Hal Puthoff story?
No.
So Hal Puthoff, who used to work for NASA, said that he was brought in during the Bush administration. Where,
Oh, shit.
What do you know the Hal Puthoff gigantic apocalyptic scenario? What could be done? Like, if we have information,
Well, I
like,
think
who has this information, and why are they holding on to this information? And what do you know the Hal Puthoff story?
No.
So Hal Puthoff, who used to work for NASA, said that he was brought in during the Bush administration, where they were proposing disclosure, and they were saying, this is what they were saying. They're saying we have biological remains and we have physical crafts. We're proposing disclosure, and they brought in a bunch of thought leaders, different disciplines, different schools of thought, and they said, "I want you to compile a list of pros and cons and put a numerical value on how this is going to affect society, how is this going to affect religion, how is this going to affect government, how is this going to affect economy, all these different things." And when they compiled this list, every one of them had more in the con than in the pro, and they decided against disclosure because of that. Now, if that's the case, what are we talking about? Like, who has this information, and what is this information? I mean, if that wasn't just a thought experiment, if they weren't really just fucking with these people, which I don't understand why they would do that, but let's assume what is known, and why would they prevent that information from getting out?
Well, that's a big if.
Have you seen the movie The Age of Disclosure?
I've not.
Okay. Well, a lot of people, including intelligence officers, different people in the government, are in this documentary. And one of the things that they're saying is part of the problem with all this is if they have had these programs going on for so long, that means they've been misappropriating funds and they've been lying to Congress. So all these people that were involved in these programs.
This argument. Yeah, I've heard this argument. Yeah.
So Lou Elizondo and all these other people have said, look, what we're going to need is mass amnesty for people that are involved in this. It's the only way you're ever really going to get to the bottom of it. The problem with that is if you've got unlimited money and you've got misappropriation of funds and lying to Congress, I guarantee some of that money has gone to places it shouldn't have gone.
100%.
Like it always does.
Yeah. So, like, it's always very hard to engage in these like super generic, super general, I should say, hypotheticals, because like if look, we've got remains of space aliens and we're hiding them, then there are a million possibilities for that. What would explain it, how it would have happened. I am skeptical that's true. And the reason I'm skeptical that it's true that we have the physical remains is not because I don't think that's something that like is physically possible, or that the government's willing to do and able to do a lot of crazy stuff in our history and the history of all governments. I am skeptical of the competence. I actually made this point to Dave when we talked, and I think he's a very interesting guy. So I don't mean to insult him or say I disagree with him about everything, but I made this point to Dave when we talked. It's like, if we have literal space alien remains in the custody of the United States government, there is no way that wouldn't leak out in some way.
That's a good point. If there is no way it wouldn't get leaked. That is actually that is beautiful.
Well, it has leaked out anecdotally.
Well, I guess that's the counter argument.
Yeah,
but I think it would leak out
Nixon
more
story?
than
the Nixon
with,
Jackie Gleason story.
No, I want to hear that, but like with cell phones and every way that we have, like, it's plausible to me you could hide that in an era where you have to have a giant camera the size of these antlers in order to take a photo of something. But dude, I can take, like, you have cameras now that are like literally this tiny. That's the part that I'm skeptical of.
Okay,
that we're hiding that.
Let me push back against that, because
Okay.
you know that if you have any sort
What about
of top secret, like if you go into a skiff, like there's no
Yeah,
way
but-
you're bringing cameras in there.
Okay.
You're look. When I came here to this podcast studio, they had a dog
And it's
check
your-
my
and
truck.
it's your
they had
studio?
to pop my trunk. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna blow up my own studio.
Yeah, but okay. So
You know what I'm saying?
But the counter argument though is they check that stuff on you. They don't check that stuff on everybody. They don't-
everybody here they did.
everybody here. But
Yeah,
I'm saying
so, but
there
if
are
you're go- if
all
there's
you
a
need. All you
place-
need is one official with like the highest security clearance. Now, you're right. Certain devices like emanate signals that they can pick up on Bluetooth and all that shit. But like,
But to have access to go into a room where they have these things,
And
if
no
they
one-
did have these things, I guarantee you they're gonna make sure no one's got anything. They could easily scan you to make sure that you don't have any kind of electronics, any kind of camera, any kind of recording device.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't have you can't. How do I say this?
That's not hard,
I mean,
especially if you've got something squirreled away at Area 51.
in the next
and-
2.5 years, we're going to run this experiment because I got 2.5 more years as VP. And I swear to you, if there are little green men, like body remains,
Text me,
that-
please.
well, I'm not going to text. No, I'm not going to text you. I'm going to try to smuggle a camera in and get a photo of these things.
Well, how would you, the Vice President of the United States of America, have to have a camera smuggled in to do that?
Well, maybe I wouldn't. But again, I've seen.
Do you think
I've,
that you
I
have the
not
kind
seen
of
the evidence
authority?
this.
Like, look, let's imagine you find out that at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base they have
Hangar
some
18.
secure facility somewhere. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's maybe
I
they've
know
kept
what
it
you
under
mean.
wraps. Maybe it's in the mountains somewhere.
Yeah.
And you find out that this thing exists. Do you think it's as simple as you could just go out and tell everybody? Or do you think that you get briefed on the implications of what would happen if you disclosed all this information?
Well, I would definitely get briefed on the implications of what would
and
happen
they
if
would
I disclosed
probably
this
tell you,
information.
hey, you have to bullshit people.
Yeah, but dude, I'm not.
You're not gonna bullshit people?
Well, look, I have many skills as a politician and some vices, but like one of them is I'm just not a good liar.
Well, then they're not going to show it to you. You just fucked up. You just fucked up on this podcast by saying that.
What I
They'll
am
show it
telling
to
you,
the ladies on the View. That's
that's right.
the
I mean, that's an
intellectual-
awkward thing to
Show us what
say,
needs to
but
be said. 2 hours.
no politician lies. Oh, I like that. J.D. Vance says he is not a good liar. Is that how you would defend yourself?
2 hours later. Anyway, I am like,
maybe
again,
they show it to them just so that no one will believe it.
I do want to look into this stuff. I'm just telling you, I have not yet seen the evidence that we have certainly extraterrestrial remains, but there's a lot of stuff before extraterrestrial remains that's also interesting. Like the flight patterns in some of these videos are super weird.
Well, the Commander David Fravor stuff is bananas. It goes from 50,000 feet above sea level to sea level in like a second.
To what people say, right? Like, because one of the arguments I've heard, for example, is, could this just be a visual lure on the camera or something like that? Okay, that sounds to me plausible. I'm not an expert in cameras, but then what the pilots, their reaction to it, it's not like they're looking at a visual lure on a camera. It's like they're looking at something else that's really, really weird and difficult to explain, given what they know about, physics and aeronautical engineering, et cetera. So anyway, I am fascinated by this, but I just don't want to tell people like, oh, I've uncovered the truth, or I haven't, because I haven't looked at it yet.
Right. Well, I would, if I was you, that would be the first thing I did. I'd storm right in there and go,
let's talk about
what
tax policy.
Is that what you want to talk about?
No.
We can talk about tax policy.
This is way more interesting.
I would want to know. I mean, I think the world wants to know. I think it would fundamentally change our understanding of what it means to be a living organism.
What do you think? Like, what is your you know more about this than I do.
I don't
do you
think we're alone.
Think? But okay, fine,
I don't think
agree.
we're alone. I just don't understand what it is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's.
So you don't have like a strong view about what it is. You're just
I don't have any
curious.
I don't have any data, right? So I don't have any proof. So I believe Commander David Fravor. I believe Ryan Graves.
Yeah.
He was a fighter pilot that said that when they upgraded their equipment on these fighter jets in 2014, all of a sudden they started seeing these things that were staying completely motionless at 120 knot winds. And they were,
I hope they don't talk about aliens for 40 more minutes. I want to get to another topic.
Yeah.
Especially because I have another
I know you
piece of
talked to Eric
paper.
Weinstein,
Yes.
And I haven't talked to you about this lately, but one of the things that Eric sort of kind of persuaded me of a couple of years ago was
It's Weinstein. They get very sensitive because of
Weinstein.
Harvey.
Okay, got it. Eric Weinstein. Good thought. Speaking of pedophiles, well, I guess Harvey wasn't a pedophile. He had many sins, but not that one.
Candace Owens says he's innocent.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Or not guilty of everything that they said he was.
So
Candace Owens says a
Eric
lot of
Weinstein,
shit.
this is probably 3-4 years ago, persuades me of this actually. It's an interesting theory. His argument is, in the same way that I would say, what's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an angel or a demon, depending on its intentions, from the perspective of a human in 2026? His argument would be, what's the difference between a space alien and a human being, but just a human being with super advanced technology, right? Mm-hmm. And so I don't know if this is still his view, but he kind of was, he was like, let's say you had human beings who just were super scientifically advanced. Like what we know of the laws of physics, as I understand it, is that light speed is sort of the upper limit of what one of our spaceships could travel. Okay, you can't go any faster than the speed of light. Well, that's a problem because everything else that could support of extraterrestrial life is many light years away. Okay, so his argument to me again back in the day was, if you figured out a new physics in the same way that you had an understanding shift from Newtonian physics to Einsteinian physics, if you have a new understanding of physics that allows you to travel much faster than the speed of light, you could just have human beings either from a different planet, or maybe they went to Mars and started their own civilization, and then that got old, and they, at this point, they are many millions of light years away, but they can move through space and time in a way that is quite literally like divine from our perspective, or space aliens, but they're just human beings.
Which could be human beings from the future.
I mean, I always thought they were just going to be human beings, too.
We know that life exists on Earth. So if life exists
on Earth, then
Earth is a planet. There are hundreds of billions of stars that have hundreds of billions of planets. Yep. We have no idea how many planets there are in the known universe.
I wish an alien would come and tell us how we die.
That could potentially support life. And if these things live on these planets and they live far longer than we have, like if you showed a nuclear bomb to someone from 100 years ago,
Oh,
they would
God,
that's
I
the
just
craziest
thought about
fucking thing I've
death.
ever
Ah,
seen
that
in
was
my
not a
life.
good idea.
Show them a reactor. Show them a cell phone. Show
Absolutely.
them that television.
Shows like my dog with a light switch, right?
Just to be able to FaceTime someone in New Zealand. Like what is that? What are you doing?
That's right.
Now advance that forward 1 million years. And
That's right.
then, instead of using propulsion, you are instead manipulating space-time.
That's exactly right. And one of the things I've talked with Elon about this, and Elon is obviously a super smart dude, but I've never heard like a super satisfying answer to this. One of the things that worries me, like I want humans to be a multiplanetary species. I want us to go to Mars and set up a colony, and like that's sort of, I love humanity. I want it to continue. And the problem with space travel that I've again not heard a satisfactory solution to is, when we're outside of the Earth's gravity, our genes.
I know Moist Critical
like
is interested
our
in
actual
this, but I
DNA
just do not
seems
care.
to not function as well when it's not on Earth-style gravity, which makes sense, right? We developed in these conditions with this gravity. So whenever you have somebody who goes to the International Space Station for like 3 months or 6 months, and they come back and they are totally jacked up because like literally the cells in their body are starting to like discombobulate in response to a low gravity environment. I don't like. We have to figure out a solution to that problem. That to me is sort of the most interesting part of space travel, of going to Mars, of setting up a colony on another planet. Is if you set up a colony on Mars, but and what it takes you like 2 years to get there and 2 years to get back or something like that.
Right.
But in that time, you've gone from a functioning adult, healthy, to like dead.
Right.
If you're in space for 4 years.
I just feel like Mars would be more interesting to talk about than aliens.
That part of space travel is very fascinating to me, and I don't.
We still have
know that I've
33
heard a
minutes of
satisfactory
this.
solution to
Holy
it
I
yet.
fuck.
don't think conventionally there is a satisfactory solution, but if you're talking about manipulating space-time and not traditional propulsion,
You probably can figure that out.
you could essentially contain
This is an entirely different person than Trump. Holy fuck. We'll write that down. JD is an entire different person than Trump. Like, holy fuck.
this environment in exactly the same way it is, and travel to somewhere else with that environment. So this is the idea of them living under the surface of the ocean.
I see.
Like,
Yeah, of
how
course.
can they live in the depths of the ocean? Well, because they have a completely contained environment.
Sure.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
It's
Maybe
all
they-
just nonsense.
Maybe
It's
they
all
figured
just-
out how I can eat like steak and Grater's ice cream and have the blood profile of eating, chicken and
You could-
salad.
well, I don't think chicken and salad is the way to go.
I know you don't.
I don't think salad's the way to go.
So am I.
Just eat a
That would
little
be
bit
a
of ice
gr-
cream every now and then.
That would be a great question to
One of the very
ask.
best desserts for you because it contains fats.
Because it's got a lot of fat
contains
And
protein.
sugar.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
That's right.
A little bit of sugar,
fucking
It's all,
little bit. Oh
it's a
god.
moderation thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Anybody
it's
who
clearly
doesn't want
working
you
out.
to eat ice cream is a communist.
Ice
There's
cream
nothing wrong with ice cream. Ice cream. Speaking of
is
communists,
The Democratic Socialists of
Yeah.
America. That's actually what they do at their events. Is they throw the ice cream into the Boston Harbor instead of the tea.
yeah, those fucking people scare me. I'm really
Wait,
concerned
actually,
that people
no,
think
no
that's a good
way.
idea, and the
To the Boston Harbor instead of the tea.
there's nothing wrong
What?
with ice cream. Ice cream. Speaking of communists,
The Democratic Socialists of America.
Yeah.
That's actually what they do at their events. Is they throw.
Democratic. So. Oh fuck! I gotta charge my phone. Chalice of America. What'd they do?
Throw the
speaking of communists,
The Democratic Socialists of America.
Yeah.
That's actually what they do at their events. Is they throw the ice cream into the Boston Harbor instead of the tea.
Throw ice cream at Boston Harbor. What?
yeah, Those fucking people scare me. I'm really
Me too.
concerned that people think that's a good idea, and that
Yeah.
they think that socialism just hasn't been done correctly. That
Correct.
drives me nuts because I think a lot of like really well-intentioned, really kind and empathetic young people think that that's the way to go, and I do
All right,
not.
hold on. I think we're at a new page. All right, we're talking about socialism now. All right, let's back it up because the ice cream stuff, distracting.
Think they understand that socialism just hasn't been done correctly. And anybody who
clearly
doesn't want
working
to
out.
eat ice cream is a communist. There's nothing wrong with ice cream. Ice cream. Speaking of communists,
The Democratic Socialists of America.
Yeah.
That's actually what they do at their
Right.
events. Is they
Finally,
throw the ice cream into
Something
the
interesting for me. I mean, I know. Look,
those fucking people scare me. I'm really
Me too.
concerned that people think that's a good idea, and that
Yeah.
they think that socialism just hasn't been done correctly. That
Correct.
drives me nuts because I think a lot of like really well-intentioned, really kind and empathetic young people think that that's the way to go. And I do not think they understand the dangers of this ideology because
Joe Rogan says socialism is a dangerous ideology. Okay.
it always leads to one thing. It leads to a very powerful military government that controls.
It always leads down to a powerful military government.
A very powerful military government that controls the population. Period. End of discussion. And if you play it out, it is literally the only way they can get people to give up their money.
Yes.
It's the only way they can get them to give up their property. And
It is the only way to get people to give up money and property.
when you're hearing like Mamdani talk about freezing rents and taking bad landlords and then confiscating their property, you're like, this is step one of what's happened in every communist dictatorship throughout history.
Yeah.
This is what happened in North Korea. Give the government the land and we'll make sure that no one ever has to worry about food. What a great idea.
Yeah, man.
Look how it turned out.
So I don't know who said this, but the whole argument of communism is that you seize the means of production, but because the means of production, the most powerful means of production is the human mind, you ultimately have to get into totalitarianism.
Yeah.
Seize the means of production. Wait. Did he say the most productive thing is money? Is that what he said?
Communism is that you seize the means of production, but because the means of production, the most powerful means of production is the human mind.
Because the most powerful means of
Mind, you ultimately have to get into totalitarianism.
You have to get into Let me hear why that's the case.
Yeah.
You have to have control of that most fundamental element of the human person.
You also take away motivation.
Correct.
And there's a thing that
Now
people don't like, which is extreme wealth. But you have to understand.
You also take motivation away from people.
That if it wasn't for the motivation of extreme wealth,
Yes.
you would not have an iPhone.
So
You
here's
would have.
If it be no iPhone.
These things.
okay. So here's let me give you my my Christian answer to this, and it's a good plug for my new book, Communion: Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Not to be confused.
Available.
With Whitley Strieber's book, Communion.
Give you my my Christian answer to this, and it's a good plug for my new book, Communion: Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Not to be confused
Available.
with Whitley. Strieber's book, Communion, which is all about aliens.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No.
He wrote a
Interesting
book.
coincidence, Joe.
Pull up the
Interesting
cover of
coincidence.
Communion.
Pull up the
Pull up the cover
of the Good
Whitley
Communion that I want
Strieber's
all your
Communion.
listeners to buy.
The problem is, you didn't know about this book.
I
would
did
have
not.
told you to come up with a different title.
Seriously, I should have
That's
told
Whitley
you.
Strieber's book.
Oh,
And then
there we
look at
go.
yours
Okay,
right
so
next
we
to it.
want
See?
that is wild.
And then there's
okay.
another one, My First Communion.
Oh, boy.
Okay,
There's also-
that's like a kid's book. But yeah, we want people to buy the second one, the one that says J.D. Vance on it. But
Yeah.
okay, so this is one of the things I talk about in the book is like there is a Christian idea of political economy that's actually been lost in American politics, where it's like we think of it as libertarianism, the hardcore free market, versus socialism or communism.
Christian
lost
what?
in American politics, where it's
Wait.
like this is one of the things I talk about in the book is like there is a Christian idea of political economy.
Idea of political economy.
That's actually been lost in American politics, where it's like we think of it as libertarianism, the hardcore free market, versus socialism or communism.
Lost in what?
Libertarianism, the hard Christian idea of political economy, that's actually been lost in American politics.
In American politics. Politics. Okay.
Where it's like we think of it as libertarianism, the hardcore free market, versus socialism or communism. And there actually is a third.
Versus what? Communism and what? Oh.
Socialism or communism. And there
versus communism.
Actually is a third way
There's
that has
a
existed
third
in pretty much all Christian economic thinking going back 2,000 years ago, which is that, yeah, extreme wealth inequality does create problems, but you still got to have private property. You still have to have a state that protects private property rights, and there's a way to balance these things that I think we've sort of lost in our country a little bit. And when I like, okay, let me play devil's advocate with the DSA, because I think that their ideas are crazy, and I think sort of have a state that protects private property rights, and there's a way to balance these things. yeah, extreme wealth
Wealth
inequality does create
yeah,
problems, but you still got to have private property. You still have to have a state that protects private property rights, and there's a way to
Private property and government protection of private property. Okay.
balance these things that I think we've sort of lost in our country a little bit. And when I like, okay, let me play devil's advocate with the DSA, because I think that their ideas are crazy, and I think that you're right. They will lead to a very totalitarian place. I'm not defending a single thing that they say, particularly their hatred of ice cream. What I am saying is
Democratic socialists. Okay.
And maybe this is just sort of the way my mind works. I tend to be a little bit more empathetic. Why are young people attracted to socialism in 21st century America? One of the best interviews that Charlie Kirk ever gave, it was right before he died. It was an episode that he did with Tucker.
Why are young people attracted to socialism?
Carlson, where he talked about the fact that if you don't give young people a stake, if you don't give them ownership, if you don't give them a sense of the American dream and of possibility in the future, they're going to become socialists. Like if you have a zero-sum environment for a 25-year-old in this country, they're going to start to say the only way for me to get anything
a stake
is to take them in the future. They're going to become socialists. It was right before he died. It was an episode that he did with Tucker Carlson where he talked about the fact that if you don't give young people a stake, if you don't give them
young Americans a stake
ownership, if you don't give them a sense of the American dream and
or ownership or a sense of the American dream,
possibility in the future, they're going to become socialists. Like
they will become socialists. Okay.
If you have a zero-sum environment for a 25-year-old in this country, they're going to start to say the only way for me to get anything is to take away from somebody else. So we
zero-sum environment. Young people will want to take that away from someone else. Okay, interesting.
have to get away from like the zero-sum thinking. I think that's like the root cause of this. But I also think
Let's see. We have to get rid of zero-sum thinking. Okay.
that, look, we've ran an experiment in the United States of America, and I think that we have undone that experiment, taken it a different direction in the Trump administration, where ship all the factories overseas and let low-wage foreigners make our stuff. That was a bad deal for American workers. Again, it takes a long time to reverse that trend, but I think it's one of the best parts of Trump's direction in the Trump administration, where zero-sum thinking, I think that's like the root cause of this. But I also think that, look, we've ran an experiment in the United States of America, and I think that we have undone that experiment, taken it a different direction in the Trump administration, where ship all the factories overseas and let low-wage foreigners make our stuff. That was a bad deal for American workers. Again,
Trump said no to over these factories and cheaper workers there.
It takes a long time to reverse that trend, but I think it's one of the best parts of Trump administration policy is you do see that trend starting to reverse. This idea that nobody should own anything, we should all become renters, whereas what we're trying to do is lower interest rates.
The trend is reversing due to Trumpism. Okay.
Rates. You actually have seen housing costs stabilize in the country over the last year. This idea that nobody should own anything, we should all become renters, whereas what we're trying to do is lower.
The idea we should become renters.
Lower interest rates. You actually have seen housing costs stable reverse. This idea that nobody should own anything, we should all become renters, whereas what we're trying to do is lower interest rates. You actually have seen housing costs stabilize in the country over the last year and a half. Frankly, because of immigration. We had way too many people going after way too many homes. You close the border. This is one of the reasons why rents and housing costs have stabilized a little bit. So I think that unless you go down that pathway of allowing young Americans to own something, socialism is the inevitable outcome. Do I think that's good? No. But I really do worry, and I see this, frankly, more in my own party than I do on the other side. There is this revulsion to socialism that's totally justified without enough thinking about how did we get here in the first place.
Right.
And if we don't fix that, and I would say if we don't get back to a more Christian sort of understanding of economics,
Okay.
socialism is the alternative. Like that is where this goes.
Well,
if people don't
think
own
the
anything,
game is rigged.
exactly.
Yeah.
And in some ways, Joe, the game is rigged.
Yes.
Yes. If you look at, again, I think so much of housing because, this happened. I think it was during the presidential campaign. Maybe it was right before. But I was talking to some family members over Thanksgiving, and just a sort of a younger friend of my wife's. They were like 5 or 6 years behind us. They were just about to get married, and this young woman, successful engineer, makes a higher salary than most Americans. She just sort of like tossed out there that when her parents' generation was coming up, it was like possible to own a house and to raise a family and not be worried that much about things. And my thought was, okay, you're an engineer. You make way more money than 75% of people your age, maybe 90% of people your age. And you think that it is like this ridiculous, unachievable objective to have literally what your parents had, which is a decent job, a nice house, and a safe place. Like at that literally that same dinner, like another friend of my wife's was talking about this. And he, South Indian family, grew up, his parents immigrated. He was born and raised in San Diego. And he was like, when I was growing up in Oceanside, this is like a suburb of San Diego where a lot of Marines live in Oceanside. It's close to Camp Pendleton. So when I was growing up, all of the kids that I played with, that I rode bikes with, that I was, playing street hockey with and football with, all of those kids were the sons of enlisted Marines in Oceanside, California. And then we went and looked at Oceanside, California rents. Again, this is a couple years ago. Rents and housing prices, like every house was north of $1 million on the street this guy grew up in. And listen, Marine, frankly, most Marine officers could not afford to buy $1 million house. So like, does the socialism thing scare me? Yes. Is it the wrong solution? Yes. But one thing I try to persuade my fellow Republicans of is socialism is the alternative if we don't have a pathway to give people a sense that the system is not rigged and that the American dream is attainable. That's like our job. That's what we have to do. I'm not saying Rome was built in a day. It's not going to be easy to undo some of these economic trends.
How do we give people bones, though? Okay.
But man, we ran the experiment. We ran the experiment of offshoring all of our industrial jobs, of becoming a services and finance economy, and allowing Wall Street to come in and buy every asset of modern life and turn it into an investable, line goes up asset.
The world is just
And
really
once that's done,
complicated.
it's created a generation of kids
The world's
who
so
kind of are
complicated.
attracted to socialism. We
Yeah.
have to fix that problem.
Well, kids.
How do you
that
fix
do
that
feel,
problem,
and
though?
you're correct, and I agree with you. The system is rigged. Kids feel like there are no options other than to burn it down.
Yes.
And that's the problem.
And
because they feel very frustrated.
And this
Yeah.
is part of our job, is to provide an option that isn't burn it down, but is not just doing the same things that we've done for the past
They're also
40
terrified about the future because of AI. Because
Correct.
they feel like jobs are going to be taken away, and there will be no place for people that have education in very specific avenues. Like very specific jobs are going to just be irrelevant.
Yeah.
They're going to be completely wiped out by AI.
There is a huge fear over this. So I let me kind of give my own spin on this.
Yes.
I was talking to a CEO, not of an AI company, but of a tech company, and he's one of the few CEOs that's sort of right of center. And I was like, well, what do you think? Do you think AI is going to come and take all the jobs? And his basic take was the real historical analogy is the Industrial Revolution. And, did the Industrial Revolution displace or change a lot of jobs? Yes. It also created a lot of jobs that didn't exist before. So he was like, my concern here is not that 50% of Americans are going to be unable to find a job. There will be some displacement, some sort of churn in the labor market, but that's not the main issue. He said the main issue, if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, is that there was a lot of demand for workers, but the inequality in the country got completely out of whack.
There was a lot of demand for workers, but inequality was really bad. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Let's get another one. Jesus, how much of this interview we have left? Oh my god, 23 more minutes. Jesus. Oh my god.
Give them a good option, then it leads to fascism and
Right.
communism. Now, there's this fascinating encyclical written by Pope Leo XIII. I'll send it to you. It's one of the best things that I think has ever been written by a Christian leader, where it's written in the late 19th century. And the basic argument of it is that in the age of industrial churn, there has to be a middle way between 6-year-olds working on the factory floor and socialism. And part of that solution is to give workers a sort of say. In the age of industrial churn, there has to be a middle way between 6-year-olds working on the factory floor and socialism. And part of that solution is to give workers a sort of say in what's going on. Give normal people some power in this in this system. And I think that's the thing we have to figure out with AI. I won't say that I have all the solutions because I haven't, but I think the fundamental question is, how do you ensure that normal people have some control over this? Control over what's their kids are seeing, control over, the economic forces that are being unleashed by AI, some certainty that they're not going to wake up in a world where they can't buy a home, but some other guy owns 35 mansions, right? That to me is the fundamental challenge of AI. Is it's going to unleash a lot of wealth creation, but if that wealth creation all goes to some segment of people, you're going to have communism. Like that is the choice before us. Is a lot of wealth being created. That's good, by the way. I like wealth being created, but if you don't ensure that there's some broader prosperity from that wealth creation, like we have run this experiment before, and it leads to communism.
Right. So if the system is fucked, how do we unfuck it?
So
you have a magic wand.
I mean, look, this is what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you that I don't have a magic wand. I think there are a few things that we should sort of take from this. I think, okay, the first is that we should give workers a real say at the bargaining table, okay? So what really worries me about AI is the fact that private sector unions have largely disappeared from the United States of America. There are a couple of exceptions, but if you go back to, like, why did the United States and Britain weather the Industrial Revolution better than literally every other Western country? I think you could make a good argument. Strong religious institutions. Right now we have very weak religious institutions. Number two, I think you could say strong worker participation institutions. And not just private sector labor unions. That was a big piece of it. But like, people don't realize that, Hollywood, major studios would actually work with community groups and churches to sort of help develop content. Now, this was organic. This was a natural cooperation. This wasn't mandated by some law, but where they'd go and say, help us produce content that actually speaks to your membership, that speaks to your community. And there was this sense of participation in American society that I think we've lost, and that's the thing that I think that we have to rebuild a little bit. It's interesting that the Trump administration, the president personally, certainly me, have been accused of being too pro-labor for Republicans. But one of the reasons why I'm pro-labor as a Republican is because, and I'm not saying unions are perfect. Some of them have very serious problems. Like, I'm open-eyed about this. Like, the alternative may very well be communism in the United States of America. Not next year, but down the road. You've got to give people a seat at the table, and I think that's one answer to the question. I think a second answer to the question is competition. So if you go back again to what worked and what was broken about the Industrial Revolution, hyper monopolist style companies that had way too much power. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt famously talked about how some of the steel trusts were more powerful than the United States government. So you could vote. Your vote didn't matter as much because the corporations were more powerful than the government. I think reining that in, making sure that what's the most obvious way to give normal people participation? It's democracy. But if a single corporation has monopolized an entire space, then you don't have a real democracy unless you rein in the power of that company. And I think that is another big risk with AI. It's that we have a hyper monopolist who dominates the space and then influences the government, influences the nonprofit sector, and then real people are effectively cut out of the bargain. So again, I'm not going to pretend sitting here that I have all the solutions. I think about this more than almost anything else right now, but the solution has to be giving normal people actual authority over their own lives.
But how can the government get involved in those steps? Like, what could be done on a federal level to implement that?
Well, I think one of the things, and we've looked at legislation along these lines. We haven't yet pushed anything, but one problem with the private sector labor union, one reason why Democrats will say private unions are at super low participation rates because the government is been anti-union. There's like some element of truth to that, but the reality is that a lot of workers don't see the utility in joining a union because it's like, in a lot of ways, it's a 20th century institution when you need a 21st century institution. So I think updating the modern union to make more sense in the 21st century, I think that's a part of the story. I think antitrust.
How would you do that?
Well, a friend of mine, his name's Orrin Cass, actually, very fascinating guy, sort of a right of center economic thinker. His idea is that 20th century labor law presupposes a sort of zero-sum conflict between the company and the union, and that where you've seen unions actually thrive, certain places in Europe, it's a little bit more cooperative. And the unions actually have a little bit more power themselves, where they can negotiate with the corporation with a little bit more breadth and a little bit more freedom. Whereas in the United States, we sort of set a floor. We create a very small number of things the union can actually negotiate over. And so a lot of people say, well, why would I join a union? Why would I participate in it? So basically making the union a little bit more cooperative, which requires changing the legal form of it. I think that's interesting. I think antitrust is a huge piece of the story. Now, it's a little early with AI because we don't yet know which companies are dominant. But I think one of the big mistakes, man, we made in the early 2000s is we should have gone after the big tech companies with antitrust. Like there is like a trust-busting mechanism that exists in the U.S. government. We just didn't use it. We're going to have to be willing to use it in the 21st century.
And when it comes to unions, what is wrong with the current structure? In terms of what power the unions have to negotiate for labor.
So there's a concrete example that Orrin uses all the time. So in some European countries, you have a minimum wage, right? In some European countries, the union can actually cut a deal with the employer to where you pay a brand new employee less than the minimum wage, then you pay a more senior person higher than the minimum wage. But in order to pay the junior employee less than a brand new employee less than the minimum wage, then you pay a more senior person higher than the minimum wage. But in order to pay the junior employee less than the minimum wage, you have to provide them job training and better benefits and so forth. And so the idea is you turn for the first couple of years, you turn the company almost into an educational institution. But in order to do that, the union has to have flexibility. That kind of arrangement is effectively illegal in the United States of America. So it's that you create the ability for the union to be more flexible in how it negotiates. You don't set all the terms for it. You allow the union to figure out what's in the best interest of its membership.
But people are opposed, like initially knee-jerk reaction to lowering wages and even in lowering minimum wage. I mean, most people feel, and I agree, that minimum wage is almost impossible to live off of, especially with our
100%. Yeah, it is. But what these unions are not asking for, I mean, you have to kind of trust the labor representation of the people to sort of make the right arrangement for them. And so it's not, hey, let's create a minimum wage or a wage floor that's lower than the minimum wage. It's, what about taking for the first year of a person coming into the labor market where, they work an internship for $0, right, at a company? Why don't we allow our workers to work effectively an internship, get the training they need, get the benefits that they need, and then join the workforce full time at a much higher wage? The idea is that you trust the union to come up with this stuff, or the labor organization, whatever you want to call it, is you actually give the union the ability to sort of negotiate over this stuff on behalf of its members. You don't assume, the way the United States we do it is you actually give the union the ability to sort of negotiate over this stuff on behalf of its members. You don't assume, the way the United States we do it is we basically take all that authority away from the union itself, and we try to settle this stuff at the level of the government. But again, where we basically take all that authority away from the union itself, and we try to settle this stuff at the level of the government. But again, where unions have been more successful, where they actually have higher membership and participation rates, and workers to work effectively an internship, get the training they need, get the benefits that they need, and then join the workforce full time at a much higher wage. The idea is that you trust the union to come up with this stuff, or the labor organization, whatever you want to call it, is you actually give the union the ability to sort of negotiate over this stuff on behalf of its members. You don't assume, the way the United States we do it is we basically take all that authority away from the union itself, and we try to settle this stuff at the level of the government. But again, where unions have been more successful, where they actually have higher membership and participation rates, what you see is these organizations actually have much greater flexibility. And that ends up meaning that more people want to join. That means these organizations have more power. And then that means they can figure out the arrangement that works best for their membership. So you kind of have to trust people. You have to trust that people are willing to do this thing for their own benefit. And so long as they've got the right authority and so long as they've got the right tools, you can trust people to do what's in their best interest, and these organizations to do what's in the best interest of their membership.
Well, the problem that people would have with that is that corporations have a responsibility to their shareholders, and
Sure.
they always want to make the most money possible, and they have to make more money next quarter than they made this quarter. And one of the ways they do that is by paying people less.
But that's why I think that you have to give workers some seat at the bargaining table. There was a theory of like economics that dominated in the late 20th century America, which is that basically that the labor market was entirely efficient, and maybe the corporation didn't want to pay their workers more money, but they would be forced to pay their workers more money purely because if they didn't do that, then they wouldn't be able to get enough workers. Now, I do think that there's an argument for, like, there are all of these ways why we should give workers more bargaining power. One of them, and we've spent a lot of time talking about labor organizations, and that's important. Man, one of the reasons why I'm such an immigration hawk is because it is really important not to flood the country with low-wage immigrants.
Right.
Because if you give a corporation a choice between a low-wage immigrant and a native worker who's going to require, by the way, a native worker of any race, they're going to be forced to pay the native worker more if there's not a pool of low-wage workers to go to. And this is like a consistent finding. In the economics literature, but also just common sense, that when you flood the country with low-wage immigrants, this is why I think the DSA types are a little full of shit when they talk about helping normal people. If you want to help a normal person, don't provide a corporation 9 low-wage migrants to compete against them when they're bargaining for wages. You actually give workers more power when you have a more restricted immigration policy.
Well, that's where the real con is, right? Because a lot of
100%.
you've told me that you had a conversation with someone who was at the head of some corporation that was upset that they were trying to shut down illegal immigration because he said it's
Head of a
important.
hotel chain.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he said basically, I want to be able to pay my workers less money, and it's very hard because the native workers expect higher wages. It's crazy. No, I mean, there's this story from a few years ago. It was the New York Times. It was like unintentionally hilarious, and it's talking about why Apple would choose to manufacture in Asia over the United States of America, and it's talking about how the American workers, and it's almost kind of judgy towards the American workers. It's like, well, the American workers want to go home and see their kids and have dinner with their kids, and it's like, by the way, you go to the Foxconn factory in Apple in China, the Foxconn factory that develops products for Apple in China, and what do you see? You literally see suicide nets around the top of the building because, the workers work 72 hours a week, and they sleep in little apartments 4 to a bedroom, but they also are so miserable, you have to take steps to prevent them from killing themselves. So, what I want out of American life is a little bit more dignity, a little bit more, I can afford to feed my family. I can also go home and actually watch my kid's baseball game. And that balance, I think, if you're looking at it from a pure profit motive, maybe the corporation isn't going to think like that, which is why you have to give the people real power to push back and advocate for their own interests.
I think a lot of people in this country, if they had to choose, especially people that have money, if they had to choose between a phone that was manufactured in America where people were paid a very good wage and had benefits, and you have an iPhone that has a little American flag on the back, and you have one that doesn't, I think a lot of people would buy the one with the American flag on the back because they would feel better about their purchase. I feel weird when I'm holding a phone and I know that someone was working in some factory in some foreign country working 15 hours a day
That's right.
and being paid nothing.
That's right. I think that's true of our food, by the way, too.
Yeah.
They'd much rather it be made locally. They're willing to pay a little bit more so long as it's healthier and it's made locally. There obviously are exceptions to every rule, but I think that we have run the experiment where we just try to do everything with low-wage foreigners, whether they're in the United States via illegal immigration or whether they're outside the United States via offshoring and outsourcing. And what it has led to is, I think, a society where socialism is a bit on the rise. And one of our jobs in the administration, I think about this all the time, is how do you make things – I'm not saying we're perfect, and I'm not saying there isn't a lot of work to do, because there is. Like, we were left in quite a hole by 40 years of bad policy. People always talk about the Biden administration inflation. Yeah, the Biden administration inflation was terrible, got up to 9%. By the way, I think today's CPI report is you had deflation in the United States. We actually had prices coming down, which is good because the Iran war, gas prices came down. But, like...
Gas prices have come down now because of the Iran war?
No. Compared to where they were a month ago.
Right.
So they're not down from the beginning of the war, but they're down from where they were a month ago. So you had a good CPI report, that a consumer price inflation report
That's
today.
such a long video.
But my point is,
it's almost
yes,
over.
I don't ever get to the 9% inflation of the Biden administration. Yes, the Trump
And then I will
administration
start
had
giving my
much
opinion,
better
'cause I can just
inflation
press
than the Biden
record
administration. Nothing close to 9%
right
even
after,
in our worst month.
while
But
my
some of the
girlfriend
stuff actually
is
much longer term. This is 40 years of failed bipartisan leadership, which has created really a kind of shell corporation out of the United States of America. We don't make enough of our own stuff. We don't have enough self-reliance. Our workers don't have enough
trying to
bargaining
make sure my
power.
girlfriend isn't home.
That has led, in a lot of ways, I think, to this kind of socialism fervor. And we have to keep fixing these problems. Again, I think that we're going in the right direction. Maybe people disagree. But it's going to take years to fix this problem. And if we don't, we are going to end up with a socialist president in this country.
I think it's also a narrative change. And the narrative is stopping immigration is cruelty.
Correct.
And you're racist or xenophobic, and that we should just instead give these people citizenship. And it's not a coincidence that, I mean, like, what we dealt with over the last 4 years was insane, where they just opened the border and not just encouraged people to come across, but facilitated it.
Correct.
Helped them, got them on Medicaid, got them on Social Security, got people, they told people, do you have a bad back? Okay, well, you're permanent disability, and you get free money.
Yeah.
Put them in a hotel, give them a phone. Like, that's crazy.
Yep.
And then move them to blue states.
Yep.
And then you realize that has a direct impact on congressional seats. Because of the census,
Exactly.
which is also nuts. The
Which is
census
totally
should
nuts.
count citizens.
It should only count citizens, but it doesn't. And that actually steals congressional representation away from areas that have lower illegal immigration.
Right.
Which is its own problem. So yeah, it's the thing that I don't understand about the democratic socialists of America. And obviously, I disagree with a lot of their ideas, but like, if you go back to Cesar Chavez, one of the original founding fathers of the American workers' rights movement, okay? He was a hardcore restrictionist on immigration because he thought that the bosses would bring in low-wage immigrants to compete against his workers, and that would drive down their wages. And yet the DSA, which says they care about the wages of workers, is quite literally like an open borders organization.
I remember
So
Trump was on.
I tend to think that it's all BS, that they are actually pursuing a set of policies that are good for that are like, corporations care way more about open borders than they do about any other policy the DSA cares about. So while these people say that they're trying to fight for workers and they're trying to fight for the working man, the actual end result of DSA policy is to flood the country with low-wage immigrants, which will destroy the middle class of this country. In fact, we have run this experiment for decades now, and we have a much weaker middle class than we did before it started.
And I think this is a part of the problem that this country has, that there's this narrative that Republicans are cruel and they're anti-worker and that they're anti-lower class people or lower middle class people.
Yep. It's a
And
big
that
yeah.
narrative someone has to do a better job of messaging.
I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to, but it's one of those things that it took a long while for it to set in. It's going to take a long while to get out of it. But what I try to remind people is that anybody who actually cares about the safety of your community is going to care about not empowering police brutality, but empowering the jail, not close down the prison. Anybody who
Law
cares
and
about your
order.
wages and your safety is going to want to control the border. So I just all I can think to do is to remind people that I'm not saying Republicans are perfect, and I have disagreements, of course, within my own party all the time, but fundamentally, our party is right now pursuing a much better set of policies when it comes to safety of your home, your wages, your ability to keep more of your money. I just got to keep preaching that message, and the chips fall where they may.
And if you just look at the result of what you see in these cities where they don't enforce crime, where they don't enforce immigration laws, they provide sanctuary states, you see disasters over and over and over again.
Yeah,
I mean, and I don't understand
exactly.
why people who are voting for these things can't see that. They can't see that the results have been catastrophic year after year. They keep
Yeah.
getting worse.
Yeah.
And the idea of voting a new, better person to do the same thing is just crazy.
Yeah, it's totally crazy to me too. I think part of it is we haven't done a good enough job of actually going to some of these places. Part of it is that it is shifting, and sometimes these shifts just take a long time. If you look, the Republican Party under Trump's leadership is way more working class, way more middle class than the Republican Party of 20 years ago. So these things are starting to shift. But the public safety thing is very interesting to me because, like, one of the promises of America is that every man, woman, and child, rich or poor, black or white, deserves public safety. Like every rich person ever has had public safety. Every rich person ever has been able to afford some security guard to make sure that somebody who comes and tries to steal their stuff or kidnap their kids, they're protected against that. What America did is we democratized public safety. Every person gets to keep their property. Every person gets to not be stolen from. Every person gets to walk down their neighborhood at night without being mugged. And obviously, we have imperfectly applied that. But what the left has done over the last few years, why I think the crime thing is, it's not just a sort of public safety thing, it's also a class thing, is they have made working people less safe. Like if you look at my neighborhood, the neighborhood that my working class grandparents raised me in, it became less safe over time, and really working class neighborhoods had much higher rates of violence, much higher rates of carjackings and so forth. That happened during Biden's administration. That's not a coincidence.
No. Anything else? Anything
Go
else?
buy communion, Joe. And
No.
we can talk about religion and faith and
Oh, God.
Thanks for being here.
That is 3 hours of my fucking time. Woo! Oh my god. Oh wow, Mr. Beast has a movie too. I am more interested in JD Vance though. Holy fuck. God. That interview with Wait, did my thing stop here? I don't fucking know. Oh.
A very powerful military
Oh
government
my god.
that control.
Alright, I want to see some articles on this, because... Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! What a crazy ride. I don't even know what to say. Oh my. Well, you have so much shit. It's already 10:37. I feel like I'm about to study for a test I didn't even know existed. But my girlfriend's still not back from D&D, and I need to go to the bathroom. So I just need to fucking calm down a bit. Oh my. Holy shit. I definitely have a video essay to make. Whew. Oh dearie me. How did I get caught up in this mess? Fuck, I probably... Oh god. Because I'm just gonna have to make a video on this shit, because this took a while. While. Holy fuck, I just gotta see. Collect my thoughts, my guy. Collect. Guys, so much fucking information. And then I have to, like... I don't even know what to believe. It's gonna be a fucking hour-long video of just me yapping. I need a break, though. Holy shit. Oh shit, I need to go back on Restream. If I don't make a, last night I watched, that's my girlfriend's fault. Because, oh my. I played Commander last night. I want to play my Tomodachi Life now. Game. God. Oh, Wojackachi. Let's fucking... Oh, Wojak... Wait, Wojak... I don't even know, man. That was crazy. What a ride. I just replace that. I don't even want to think, my G. I just do not want to think. And I have to make a video on Nintendo tomorrow. That's just great. That's exactly what I want to do. Like, so many videos to make tomorrow. I got so little time. But I'll probably play Wojackachi for a while before I make my Nintendo video. Because Nintendo need to get their ass beat again. I only made one video like today. I should probably make another video, but I just don't feel like doing anything right now. So let's just turn this on. Get my Switch controller on. Let's see. I need to do some changes. I need to get this over here. Need to turn my Switch shit on. Did not, yeah. Need to fucking get the Switch on here. Fucking man, this is crazy shit. Oh shit, is my stream still on? Okay, my stream's still on. And get the the switch on here. Okay, where's the... Oh, my switch doesn't have the fucking power switch. Oh. Oh shit, my stream's still on. Shit, still on. Get the switch on here. Okay, where's the... Oh, my switch doesn't have the fucking power switch. Oh. Oh shit, my stream's still on. Still on. The switch on here. Okay, where's the... Oh, my switch doesn't have the fucking power switch. Oh. Alright, I gotta make sure that I turn the echo off on the fucking switch. So I can't have stuff, I can't have volume from the TV. Why am I echoing? The fuck? Oh. Alright, I gotta make sure that okay. Man, that was a fucking long ass fucking stream, dog. I gotta make sure the volume's off on this thing, but I don't know how to turn the volume off. Let me make sure there's no volume on this, because... Oh my god. Squidward? We got a problem, Squidward? Wait, did I, Oh. Let me see what the fuck is going on over here. Somebody ain't right. What? What do you mean? Hey, get back here. Hey, what a wonderful time of day. We got, oh yeah, I gotta get the, no. What? Why is this being annoying right now? I don't want this to be annoying. Oh my god. I cannot have another annoying thing happen to me right now. I just cannot. I'm gonna put this over here. Is it just not there? Am I tripping? That's crazy. End process. Because I thought this was supposed to go on the Switch, no? Yeah, I did it before. I didn't have any problems before. Yeah. Let me check if the HDMI is there. It was all working last time. Don't tell me I have to go through this shit again. Alright. Because I didn't do shit. Is it going to try again? Do I need to turn this off and on again? They got a glimpse of something. I see something right there. What the fuck is going on? Oh god, it's getting hot in here. Oh. off. Maybe my HDMI cord is broken over here or something. Because if that's the case, then I'm actually fucked. Oh, I think that was the one to the desktop. Okay. It's trying to come up with something. It's like flashing. Maybe my desktop's being fucking weird. Because it should be working. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I just need to unplug it here. Something's not right. It was working last time. Fuck. Hmm. Hmm. I did though. I wonder if I broke the thing. Maybe the capture card is off? Restart the capture card? Because this is just insane. Oh shit, now I'm on free fall. I maybe have too many programs open. Okay, let's try Live Gamer Mini again. Oh! Crazy. I did something right. I did something right for a second. Oh, and it's gone again. Did I... What the fuck could I have done? Okay. Now I gotta see if it's echoing here. Turn the echo off. Okay, so...
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. Here's what's happening on our island. Wishes perfect for the current season have been added to the wishing fountain. Going forward, new wishes may be available whenever a new season comes around. Stop by the wishing fountain to learn more. Thanks for watching.
Now I gotta see if it's echoing.
I'm Wojackachi, and you're up to date.
Because now I can't hear anything from the TV. Unless it's on my... Okay, but... Turn the echo off. Okay, so...
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. Here's what's happening on our island.
I don't hear any echo, but no one's gonna tell me if I have echo or not, because nobody fucking chats on it.
Wishes perfect for the current season. to the wishing fountain. Going forward, new wishes.
There's no echo, but at the same time, I don't see what's going on the fucking screen. Oh, okay, because that's from... Okay, so...
Here's what happened on our island.
So nothing's going on here. So if anyone hears any echo... Alright, I don't even remember what's from the news. But I'm interested to see how everybody's doing. I haven't made a single doobie yet. Alright. This is what I've got. Oh. Oh, no, I don't want to drop on any Gigatrad. It's not yet. I feel like Wojak is really not wearing... Echo. Alright, I don't even remember what's from the news. Okay. I move my camera over how everybody's doing. How that'll affect anything. Alright. But let me check if OBS is on my side. It's gonna take a second because OBS hates me. Also, let me turn my... Why is Logitech being so weird? Hello? It's so fucking weird. Oh, he's watching porn on his computer, of course. He's really liking that style. Did I not change this yet?
This is the news story of the year.
Okay, I guess I
Done.
did change it. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's see what's going on with you, little Wojak.
Hey, good evening.
You're not that hungry right now, are you? I need to give you clothes. What about... I'm not... Okay, what the fuck is that? Why? Okay, so they actually have new clothes. You know what? I like that. You know why? Because I like Where's Waldo. Actually, let me see what Where's Waldo looks like now that I think about it. Where's Waldo? Okay, he has blue pants. But they're like light blue jeans. And he has like a little funny hat, but I don't know if they have the hat I want. I guess they have that hat. It would be red, wouldn't it? Yeah. So let me see. Wouldn't it already say I had one? What the fuck? $41 for a striped shirt? Alright, here you go, bro. You're wearing that. Okay. Nice. You look like something, but I don't like how the makeup is betraying you here. We're gonna give you some more clothes, though. You gotta look good for your girl, bro. We just can't... We can't be having you not looking good. Okay. Okay. Alright. I'm about to clothe everybody, man. Everybody needs some good get up. Alright, here you go. Where's Waldo? Oh, you don't have shoes. What is Where's Waldo's shoes? Oh, he has some clackers. Alright, I need to get you some brown shoes. If I could give you a cane, I would. Dude, Ashby being his #1 friend is pissing me off. Alright. Let me just change... Let me change you. I need to edit you real quick. I need to edit your face, bro. I just need to get some of your face paint out. Well, I need to make sure that I take some of your face paint off. So we're gonna take a little bit of that face paint, if you know what I'm saying. Gotta get rid of this hair. Otherwise your beanie won't be safe. It will not be safe. Unfortunately, you are Where's Waldo now because I always gotta find your ass. Alright, have fun being kind of semi-bald. God. Alright, we're good. Okay. Perfectionist, yeah, I would say. What? Okay, you're good now. But we still need to get you some clothes that I like. How do you even create clothes on this game? They didn't give you a... Huh. That's a shitty thing. They didn't give you any, Okay, he has these kinds of boots. But no sock. Oh, it looks like he has no socks. But I don't want to make my... I don't want to make my meat uncomfortable. So I'm gonna spend the extra $4.80 on that shit. Oh, I already had plain socks. These are literally not gonna do anything because I'm trying to make them Where's Waldo. But it's whatever. What is that? Oh, bro, shut the fuck up. Don't tell me you don't like those socks. Because you're not... Okay, let's see if you like these socks. It don't matter what socks you fucking have. Okay, what do you like? Okay. I'm glad those socks are acceptable to you. They're literally the fucking same. Bruh. These me's, bro, they selfish. I try to do a good thing for them, and all they do is complain. Actually, that's what it's like in real life, so. Oh, Where's Waldo has like a white cap. Oh, I got him a gift. What would Where's Waldo do? Oh, I forgot he needs glasses. What am I gonna get him to say? He doesn't really... Oh, I know what he's gonna say. I know. He's gonna say two... Oh, I haven't gotten Bogdanov yet. I gotta get Bogdanov and Boomer. And the other Chad. I can't believe there's so many Chads. That's kind of good, because, to the moon. Yes. Oh, I'm gonna make, Zoomer say hodl. Pepe coin. Yes.
To the moon.
Oh
This
my
is an
god.
expression
I am...
just for me.
Oh my god, yes. And that's... Alright. He has a white cap. But... there's also some red in it. But... his red stuff comes first. And I'm not gonna worry about everything. Oh my... Oh shit, yeah. Oh, no. I forgot you need glasses. Alright, hold up. Oh, get help. Get me back on Wojak. I forgot he needs glasses. You! Yes, you. I forgot
Hey,
you need some
good evening.
glasses. How do I give you glasses again? I need to edit you. Okay. I need to get you some glasses, because you're, Wojak Where's Waldo now. He has them circular ass glasses, and yeah, those definitely... yeah, that's perfect. We're done. I gotta get out of here. Alright, perfect. I like that. Oh! No, you do not, girl! Oh, no. Okay, you know what? I don't like this. Where are you fucking... No. My shipping only. I don't care. Your bitch is somewhere. Your bitch is being taken. Get your autistic ass over there before he fucking corrupts her. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! No, that's not happening.
Oh, good evening.
Quit trying to steal his bitch.
Well, on to that.
I'm gonna let this ride. He needs to get his butt clapped. Yeah, get out. Who's best friend? Alright. Oh yeah, you need to tell him who's boss. Why is everyone a fucking flashlight? Alright. Alright, who's next on the chopping block? Okay, Ashby. You know what, we're gonna...
Howdy.
Alright, let's see. We gonna... Oh wait, that's her genuine clothing. I forgot about that. Alright, let's see who needs clothing. We already got Chuddy. Oh, Chudson. What does Chudson even wear? I know Chudson Wojak. Okay, what would he even wear? It doesn't seem like he wears anything. I guess I would get him to wear green. Hello, Chudson. How are you doing? Okay, let's see, Chudson. We gotta get you some clothes, bro. I don't like the... I feel like... What would Chudson even wear? He's gotta live in his mom's basement. Let's see. Oh, his name is Cobson. Oh. Hold on. I didn't even know your name. I need to change your me. His name is Cobson. I called him Chudson. Crazy. How do I spell that? Chud Jack Cobson. C-O-B. Cobb. I wonder what that even means. Cobson. No one ever told me his fucking...
My name is Cobson.
Oh my god. Alright, now... Let's see. His name, Cobson. Alright, let's see. God, he just looks so creepy for most of it. But it doesn't say what he's actually wearing. Except a white shirt. Alright, I guess you're gonna be wearing white for some reason. Alright, let's see. I don't know, we're not giving you... Oh, I forgot, I can give these guys toys. We're gonna have to shop, unfortunately. I'll give you guys food later, but... I feel like Cobson would be a good farmer, unfortunately. I don't know what Cobson would wear. I feel like he would just wear a basic-ass white t-shirt. That's not a t-shirt. Okay, is there white? No. There's gotta be something that Cobson wears besides white. Okay. Well, we're just gonna have to get Cobson to wear... I like this. I like the whole fit. I think Cobson deserves this one. Here you go, Cobson. You can take this. Cobson. Nice. You look fabulous besides... Alright. Alright, so what do you need? Alright, I'm not worried about what you need right now. You can... Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to definitely, What the fuck is going on here? Why is the... Alright. Oh, wait. Okay. I was just here to click.
So I've, been thinking about changing up my hairstyle.
Hell no!
Aw. I've always liked that look on you.
What?
It reminds me of one of my grandparents.
Okay, that's a little strange.
Not exactly what I was going for. I had a lot of fun today. Can I call you later tonight?
That's some freaky ass shit.
My cell phone is in the shop.
Bro, she ain't turning lesbian, is she? No, I...
Hope they can fix it for you. You know what I heard? Apparently, people interested in nihilism are also interested in trains.
Bro, I gotta get more conversation.
I've never heard of either of those.
Wow. That's a sign that autistic people have invaded.
Hey, Prologue.
Okay, I forgot she actually had...
Nothing worth doing. Oh,
Okay, Doomer Girl has accurate... Oh, Chad does not. I don't like the way Chad is wearing... I don't like what he's wearing.
Something
He
on
needs
your
some... He needs some... I think he needs... Hold on. Let me see what Chad wears. I forgot what Chad wears. Oh, he wears black. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. I was thinking about that too. Oh. No, that's for Giga Chad. I think Giga Chad will buy. You know what? I'll take that for Giga Chad though. Wait. Was there a better color for that? No, there wasn't. Alright. Yeah, you can get... It looks like a scarf, almost. No! I bought the wrong color! What the fuck? Okay, I guess it's not a scarf. I think I'm, I don't even know what that is. It looks like a... Okay, it just looks like a coat. But, like, it just looks like a coat. Like this. But I want it to be black. Short sleeve cardigan, but I want it to be black. No, you can't even do that. Why don't they have, Okay, they don't even have the... What kind of hat is that? That's just green, though. What? That is so weird. They just don't have a... actually. That's... I guess. It's not what I'm looking for. Alright, Chad, here is your... Is that black or blue? I can't tell. Okay. I would assume... I don't think Chads would wear... What the fuck would a Chad even wear? I feel like Chad has a lot more going on than whatever this is. I don't think a Chad would wear that. Maybe some dark brown pants. I know he wouldn't wear that shit. Yeah. I would say jeans. And then he needs some... What if I did that? Oh, you know who would like long socks? Doomer. Doomer girl. I know that Chad would probably have some fucking trainer shoes. Slip-ons. No. Where's the training? Where's the trainers? What? Oh. Basic sneakers. Why not? Alright. Let's put these on you. You better like these, bro. What? I really don't care, bro. You can fucking suffer. Do those shoes just not fit you, bro? Whoa, get back here, man. I'm not done with you. You look, you look.
On your mind.
Yeah, you don't appreciate the things I do for you. Hope you like these, bro. And you're not getting away from me again, bro. Okay. Alright, I keep forgetting to put my pants on, you know, so, hold on. Where's the pants? Alright, here's some fucking jeans. I hope you like these. Okay. Yeah, I like the farmer one, because, Cobson is, he's going for those jeans. You know, you really gotta invest in your peoples. Alright. I need to go... Alright, we'll get to Doomer Girl when we get to her. Let me see what Lib Jack wears. Liberal... Whoa, Jack. Man, it's like a fish tank. Oh man, I forgot about these motherfuckers. There's so many of them! Was it this one? Oh, yeah. Oh! Alright, what do you want? What do you want? You want me some clothes? I have to help him. Wait, him? Isn't that a her? Oh, you fuckers. You... Oh, no, that's... This is so weird. I don't think
I'm ticklish.
Libjacka would like that.
You can stop anytime now.
Okay. So was she itching? I forgot.
I had a premonition about finding some French fries washed up on the shore. Then I froze in place, unsure who to warn.
Okay. Let me see if I got her gender correct.
Do you need me?
Yeah, I do. I'm curious about what happened here. That is a female. This game fucking messed up her pronouns. Alright, whatever. We're gonna clothe you. Some real ass clothes. Alright, let's see. We need a shirt that says Daddy. Oh, you know who I'm giving that to? I completely forgot. Alright, we need a pink shirt. I guess that's the closest. No, because that's not... This one comes in... No, because it's a short sleeve shirt. It's a short sleeve. And they don't have pink? What the fuck? Why do they only have purple? Why does this one have pink and that one's purple? There's something so messed up, like right now. I guess this is the closest one that you can get to Daddy. And then what is she supposed to wear, like, pants-wise? Honestly, yeah. Motherfuckers love this shit. Okay, hold on. Let me see if you like this. I know you like this shit. Okay, acceptable. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you're not leveled up yet? You will be leveled up after this one. Okay. Here's your, it's not Daddy, but it says me. Okay. You're just wearing the most random assortment. Alright. Oh, God. Alright, alright. I know exactly what you're gonna say. I just have... I don't need no man. Wait. Libjacka. Oh! I know. Pronouns. I'll go back. Wait, hold on. Starting there. What are your pronouns? Is she allowed to have a question mark when she's asking? What are your pronouns, baby?
Pronouns.
Yeah, what are your pronouns? That's crazy to think that, yeah. Here you go. Oh my god, here we go.
Pronouns.
That's where it gets worse.
Thank you.
Alright, we can't be just leaving you with those kind of clackers, though. Those are unacceptable clackers. Wait.
Pronouns. Would you be willing to tell? Let's see here. Looks like I've got a little over 14 cents.
That's
Is
not
that
enough. No. Wait, what? I didn't get to finish that? Okay. We're going back to the shop. We're not done with you. Of course you need to have socks and shoesies. I know. Alright. Where are those Ugg boots? Those are loafers. I need those... Oh, rain boots? Leather boots. You already know what they be wearing, bruh. You already know they be wearing this shit. Okay. Here, take these fucking boots, bruh. At least you get to go protest with these. What? Oh, who cares? Not sure that went over well. You know what? You need socks, too. We not letting you go without your fucking weird ass socks. Which I know you can't see, but okay. At least she found that one acceptable. Oh well, we tried. Okay. Who's next on the chopping block? Oh, Ash Boy, you need some real clothes. I'm not helping you yet. You can go sit in silence.
Huh.
I'm not helping you yet. We're
Good
giving
evening.
you a makeover. Oh my god, why are you doing that? It's almost like I got you to. What would this guy wear? That's something that I would wear. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna get me... Sure. Why not? I know. Wait, there's no other hats? Yeah. And he needs socks as well. Or he would totally wear those. I'm not doing ankle socks. I know he would wear those fucking things. Alright, move. Alright, let's see what we got here. What do you mean? Socks are universal! Oh my god. I'm about to give you different ass socks. Alright, come on. Let's keep this train up. Damn, he really liked that one. Damn. No! Wait! No! How are they not getting along? What? What do you mean? I can't have this. What is happening? Maybe he need a makeover. Maybe this is why he can't. You know what? I might have to make another autistic ass bitch. Alright, let's see. Okay. Maybe, hold on. Actually, his concern might actually mean something to me. He is not getting the autistic ass bitch. Alright. Okay. What is wrong, my G? What? Oh no. Come here.
Huh.
What's wrong? Your concerns
Good
matter.
evening. I want to try living with Chad.
No! Actually. Yes, hello, Chad. That's fine.
If I lived with Chad, we'd be spending a lot of time. What's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day if Chad and I lived together?
Let's see. It would be like, I think it'd be health maxing, no? Wait, no. It would be, Chad maxing. It would be Chad maxing, cause, oh my god, this game is so addicting. It's so
Chad
addicting.
Moxing.
Yeah, Chad maxing.
I think you're right. I'll go talk
He
to
needs,
him.
he needs some Chad maxing right now.
Hear me out, okay?
What is it? Seems important.
We cannot
Well,
let you
if the
steal
two of
his
us lived
bitch.
together, what's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day? Let's say it together. On 3.
Please
One,
get it right.
two,
He needs to
three.
Chad max.
Chad
Gaming.
Moxing.
No! I mean, gaming's not bad either.
Turns out we're not on the same page. I
Oh!
don't think living
What?
together is a good idea.
What? Oh!
I hate this feeling. I don't even feel like myself.
Don't we all, bro? Okay.
Hump.
Let's see. Let's see if we can... Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. Your social skills must be ass. Bro, what? There's no way. You know what, I might just have to accept that my dream couple... Oh, Soy Jack. Alright. Okay. Alright, it's your turn. Yeah, I need to help you, bro. I forgot that I have to feed you as well. I have to feed everybody. What is Soy Jack? Let me see what Soy Jacks normally wear, if I can find them. Yeah, they don't really wear anything. What the fuck is that? Caterpillar suit. Let's see. That's like Soy Jack? Oh, that's actually funny. Yeah, I would do that with the Soy Jack. Because they like everything Japanese. Let's take Soy Jack to the next level. Oh my god. I don't even care if you don't like it. That is hilarious. Alright, Soy Jack. You had your... we had my... Unpicked. She also... Yeah.
Something you need.
Yeah. Unpicked will need you to change clothes. Let's... We need to find the, like, most... What is the most, like... Definitely small shorts. Yeah, I forgot about that shit. Like, the smallest. Should wear that shit. I know she would wear black. Hold on. Is it Pick Me Wojak? Oh. Oh, I forgot about Coomer. Let's see. I think it's an Angry Girl Wojak. I can't remember. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's definitely one of those shirts. Oh. I mean, we're just gonna deprive her. No, wait. Where's your shirt? Oh, you can't take her shirt off. Damn, you can't take girls' shirts off? Oh, man. Okay, I guess she liked that one. But no matter what, I see her wearing black anyways, so black's probably gonna have to be... Make her look like mom? My mom? What does your mom even look like? No, this is angry. This is angry Chad Jack. I don't know if your mom wants to look like this. I don't know. Does your mom need a man? I don't know, bro. I don't even know what your mom looks like. Oh, I know she would wear these cargo pants. Alright. Oh! Wait, I didn't know there was a sleeveless shirt option. But now I think I do remember it. Yes! That is the best thing I can come up with for the time being. Here, take this. Nice! That is the best thing. Okay. Now she needs those long-ass socks. How much money am I spending? Oh, wow. I might need some more money soon. I keep spending shit on aesthetics. Honestly, yeah. And then let's see what shoes I can get her. Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be these. I think I spent all my money on the goddamn, alright, take these. I don't even care if you like them. This is comic book accurate. Man, she likes everything. She might as well, oh, I forgot NPC. NPC needs to wear a gray shirt. Like, I don't even know if there's a gray option for a shirt. Oh, wait, no, go back. Because I need to give you the socks, the tights. You know. Remember, she don't need no man. Oh, I forgot I gotta make the Saudi Arabia fucking Wojak. I wonder if she'll fall in love with him. That is... Oh, and she need that... I forgot. Hey, can I give necklaces? I forgot. You know what? You don't need necklaces. This is more money than I want to spend. Okay, where are we at now? I feel like, you could just wear anything. Alright, hold on. I'm not worried about you.
Let's play Zoom quiz together.
Fine. Alright, at least we're playing Zoom.
Here's
Oh!
the first zoomed in item.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
Stuffing.
The answer is... rice.
How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Okay, whatever. That was just a guessing game.
Hey, you can't win them all.
The fuck am I gonna do with that? Did I get toilet paper before? Hey, no, I need you. You look like shit.
Oh, what do you need?
I need you to look like something else. But we need to make it cheap now. Cause, we need to start making it cheap. Zoomer would obviously be like really high. I don't know what Zoomer would wear here. Honestly, yeah, that's what I think Zoomer would wear. And he needs pants too. I don't like those pants. All these pants options suck. I don't know. I guess, where's the shorts? Yeah, I feel like he'd wear some, like, weird-ass cargo shorts. And then, basic socks and shoes. I feel like Zoomer would have a good time with these kind of socks. No? More like, I feel like Zoomer would wear these kinds of socks. No. I can't have this. Okay. And then Zoomer... Oh, he needs some white Vans. Basic sneakers. The white Vans really sell the story. Alright, here's some white Vans, bro. Hope you like them. White Vans. What? You don't like the white Vans? But I worked really hard to get them. Well, these fucking weirdos. Alright. Here, maybe you'll like the socks? I'm not a good dad, bro. I give my kids the worst fits. I guess. Okay. I don't know if that helped, but it's whatever. Oh shit, I gotta feed these motherfuckers too. Man, these people are so... Oh, a katana? He had a katana the whole time? Alright, here you go. Hope you like these. Oh yeah. Zoomer like that shit. Okay, to the moon, to the moon. He's also gonna have to say to the moon as well. Alright. I'm gonna have to get him to say... hodl. No. I'm gonna say... Pepe coin! I'm gonna get him to say to the moon too. So I feel like he's always influenced to to the moon.
To the
Okay.
moon.
Yeah. He's gonna have to say that. Actually, wait. Is it when he's happy? No, he has to say that when he's happy. I almost forgot. To the... Yeah, because if he just started with that, that'd have been a waste.
To the moon.
Yeah, that's right. He believes in cheap shit. Man, the music's so baller.
To the moon.
To the
That is such a
moon.
neat thing to say.
Yeah, very, it's such a you thing to say. Okay. Oh no, I'm not doing that again. I still gotta help everyone else out. Alright, where's your shirt? I should have gave him white, actually. But honestly, that would have made him feel weird. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what I like to see. I like to see progress. I like to see progress. Okay, who's next? Who's next for the ride? Oh, Blackjack. Honestly, I have an idea of what she would wear. She'd probably be the coolest one out of all of them.
Bruh. Right.
Yeah. Alright, spending more money. Y'all not getting fed. I am not feeding y'all. I forgot. Oh yeah. Definitely one of these. Which one though? It'd be that one. And then I kind of have an idea. It would definitely be one of these, bruh. But it'd be like one of those weird ass No, I guess blue, yeah. Alright. I got you some clothes, but I don't know if you'll like them. That's what I thought with everybody else. Honestly, those shoes work. Those shoes work, Wayne. Okay. I swear, when I see black women, I swear they wear these. I could be very wrong, but the shoes match, so. But I don't think you're wearing any socks, are you? No. That sounds uncomfortable as shit. We can't. Oh, no. Get back here. I still gotta spoil you. Alright, I'll deal with your problems once I feed you. And clothe you. This is such a weird... Oh, you know what? I just realized that these motherfuckers love wearing these too. I don't like any of these colors except the red. Okay, and then we need to get her... I don't like these. I like those. Spending more money. Oh yeah, no. Loafers, no. No. Stampy pumps. I swear it would be boots. But at the same time, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. Gladiator shoes? What are these? Basic pumps. No. It wouldn't be stampy pumps either. You know, honestly, I think it would be these high tops. Would they be black though? No. I feel like it'd be these color. I don't know. I just be making shit up. At this point, I'm just making shit up. I don't know what it's like to be her. Honestly, I just might keep it like that. Yeah, I might keep it like that. I'll say, hey girl, or hey baby. Hey girl. Hey. Hey. What? There you go. Take that.
Hi. Huh.
Hi. I don't know
Hi,
why.
that really makes me feel more like myself.
I don't know. I don't like how you say it. Hi. Alright, I still got a couple more people to go to. Oh, I forgot about... Okay. Hello, NPC. If I add a lot of NPCs, you won't be as... like...
What do you need?
I need you to wear something else, brother. I do not like what you're wearing. Bro, I hope there's some grays. Oh no. It's not looking good. Anything with gray would be nice. Can you wear a gray suit? I guess. Wait, hold on. I hope we have gray pants too. Yeah. And then you need gray socks. Otherwise, we're not doing this. Okay, you know what? I'm worried about you getting the, like, seeing anything else but gray. Okay, got some gray here. And then we're just gonna get you... Do we have any gray shoes? No way, there's no gray shoes. No. Okay, got some gray loafers here. It all has to be gray or it's not worth. Okay. Here you go. Man, you guys are hard. There's so many of y'all. Oh yeah. I think they're non-binary because you can't give them a gender. Can't you just do like multiple clothes at the same time? I don't understand why you have to do like every single one. I feel like NPC is a lot more... Okay, here you go. Huh? Okay. Just streaming. Just not like one in the morning. Okay. Alrighty. No. I almost fucked it up. Those are for Chad. That is so fucking cool. He looks great. I like the way he looks. Alright. We're doing good with Wojackachi. Okay. Let's see what little perks I can give him. Yeah. That's perfect. Here, you can take this. Literally T-pose NPC. Okay, I'm not worried about you right now. Oh my god. Okay, Chud Jack's here.
Interrupt to bring you some breaking news. We've just received some wonderful news.
Y'all actually
An
happy?
event is being held in honor of Bra and to celebrate 20 boosts to island residents.
That's
happiness
crazy.
levels. Let's go live to the event.
Wow. Oh my god. Oh, they're so happy.
Bra,
Bruh.
we
Give
give
you
you
our eternal thanks.
What? Why do I have a silver place trophy? Why do I have a second silver place trophy? Why do I have a second place
what a
trophy?
wonderful performance.
Very
And
wonderful.
a remarkable way to express appreciation for Bra. It
Indeed.
truly warms the heart.
Down.
I'm Chuddy, and you're up to date.
Alright. I finished with you. Alright, you're last. And then I'm gonna start solving all their fucking problems. Alright, Giga Chad. I don't care what's wrong with you. We just need to get you some clothes on. Like some real clothes. Like some clothes that'll make me happy. What? Where's your goddamn... What? Oh, here it is. Here's some gym attire, bro. I didn't know that was gonna be like... That's perfect. That looks great on you. I like that. I know there's some green for some reason. Okay. See, I get money for making them happy. Now, let's see if I can give them a cool pose. There we go. That's fucking sick. Here. Alright, we're good to go there. Okay. Now... Alright, I think I'm gonna do 2 at once. I'm gonna feed them, and then at the same time, I'm also gonna solve their problems. Because I'm wondering if one of their problems... Oh, that looked actually good. Ooh. Oh, there's drinks in this bitch now? Alright. For some reason, a cookie is like 30 bucks. Alright, I want to pay now. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty. Let's see now. Alright, Wojak. You need food.
You're looking chipper.
Let's see. Let's see. We'll give him some food. Like some proper food. Like whatever this shit is.
Yum.
That did not help? Yeah, I wouldn't have liked it. Ugh. Where's my cash? Thank you. How did that not feed you? Here, take an avocado. Please don't be too full for this
Yum.
shit. Avocados are okay on their own. Okay. That's good. Do I get more money? Okay, let's see your problem.
Hey, good evening.
Alright, let's see what you got in mind.
I feel like being a little social butterfly right now.
So you can take my girl? Okay, fine. You know what, Wojak? If you want your life to be miserable... Okay, you know what? You can hang out with him. You can hang out with Chuddy.
Chuddy, good evening.
Good evening, Wojak.
When billions must die, Medusa. Bergen.
Billions must die. Like, every single time.
Splinter, Pratiana Burgerning.
Okay. Alright, well, I fed you. Ashby. Alright.
Hey, good evening.
Okay, let's see. Wait! Your friend is Ashboy? Oh. Alright, how hungry are you? Oh, damn, I haven't fed you in a while.
Yum.
That's crazy. Alrighty. Alright. I might give you a piece of fruit, but don't get diarrhea from this, okay? You're already autistic enough. Can't be doing that diarrhea shit right now. Oh shit. Okay. Let's
Hey,
see.
what do you need?
I need to solve your problems. I know you're hungry. Do olives work?
Yum.
What if you don't like the olives? Do you like olives? Alright. Alright, more leveling up. Hooray. Alright. The fuck? That would be hilarious. Here you go. Here's a little personality trait.
I
I've
feel
just-
like I'm becoming my true self more and more.
Oh shit, I totally forgot. Alright, let's see if Chuddy's hungry. What the fuck? Why is Chuddy so gray? Is Chuddy sick?
Oh, what do you need?
I need you to eat, bro. Here. Eat this.
Yum.
What? How did that do nothing? It's scrambled eggs. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You're not
something on
full.
your mind?
Yes, I need to feed you. Here, maybe another egg.
Yum.
I wonder if you'll like this one. Dude, what the fuck? How is this not feeding him? What the actual fuck? Expressions. Alright, it's all about expressions. It likes to say when he's finished speaking. I don't know what Chuds would like. Not that I
Not
care.
that I care.
I'll take that. He's got such a mean personality. Oh no. Oh no, get away from him.
Thank you.
Get away from him.
Hi there.
Oh my god. Oh shit, I forgot.
All clear.
I need to give you some new
What
socks.
do you need?
I need to give you some new socks. I forgot about you. And new shoes as well. What the fuck? Why do you have orange shoes? That's not what Doomer girls wear according to the meme. Oh, she liked that shit. I forgot about the goth girl too. I like that. That's how the Doomers. That's how our Doomers keep going, bro.
Oh. Everyone should dream big. If you don't reach the stars,
What?
maybe you'll still land on the moon.
Why is Doomer Girl actually giving advice? Okay, I don't care about feeding you right now. Unless it's your turn. Alright, I need to get to Cobson. Alright, Cobson, you need to eat. I know it's gonna take a lot because you're big. I'll give you the nachos. I know you like nachos. Nachos are great. Still didn't feed you. And you guys are fucking leveling up so fast. Any gems? That was fucked up.
Any gems?
Any gems? Here you go, bro. Oh, this just keeps getting better and better. I love this meme.
Any gems? Thank you. Saying that really makes me feel more like myself.
Indeed. Right. Oh shit, I forgot Wojacka. Wait, hold on, I gotta fix Wojacka as well.
What did I eat for? Huh?
I forgot, I gotta fix you.
Ahoy hoy, bruh.
Ahoy hoy. I forgot, I gotta fix you. I can fix her. I can fix her, I swear. Wait, what? It's not in blue? What? That's crazy. Well, unfortunately, you are gonna have to stay the same. Except I gotta feed you. What did you like? Nachos? Man, everybody likes fucking nachos.
Yum.
They give you more nachos. Will you fill up? Okay. That is such a weird thing to say. Will you fill up? Alright, let's see.
Huh? Ahoy hoy, bruh.
Okay, gotta feed you more shit. You want rice on the side?
Yum.
Okay, I'm glad you can eat that. Okay. Okay, rice is part of... Damn, she liked that more than chocolates?
Dabble.
Crazy. Alright, who's next on the feeding list? Okay, Doomer Girl.
Will include. So I said,
I know you're hungry.
good evening.
We gotta feed you. Here, eat this. Try that.
Yum.
I don't know if you'll like that, but we'll just have to see. You know, nobody dislikes anything yet. That's half? I feed you another one? I forgot, I need to make Doomer Guy. I just don't want to make any more Miis, because I'm gonna have to feed them. I'm gonna have to feed them a bunch of shit.
Nah, not right now.
What? Bitch. Here, try some spring rolls?
Yum.
Okay, maybe that might fill the other half. Yes, sir. Man, this is like happy farming. I mean, you just do not like anything. You don't love anything. Okay. Let's see. Alright, who's going? Oh my god, there's so many of you to feed. So many. I don't even think I bought enough food for all of y'all. Oh, that's right. But I gotta feed you a real meal. Here, take this.
Yum.
Okay, that really fed you. Okay. Nice. Alright, we got chat on the walls. Alright, I feel like Chad needs... That's such a weird... I feel like Chad needs that one. Here you go, bro. He needs to walk with some swagger. Because he's the fucking Chad.
I feel like I got one step closer to my true self.
No shit. Alright.
Ash Boy said he wanted to live with me, but I decided not to right now.
Okay. How's that information I don't already know? Okay. Live Jacko. No matter.
Good evening.
Did I feed you yet? Alright, I didn't feed you. Here, if you live by this, if you're trying to live by the sea, I'll get you some seafood. Okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, whatever. Here you go, Live Jacko. Hope you're happy. Why does it say he really liked that? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I gotta give you a little something to finish it off.
Yum.
What? How did I not fill you up? That's insane. How did I not fill you up? You bitches are just... Never give a mouse a cookie. Except now I'm giving you a fucking cookie.
Yum.
Okay, thank God. I was about to say, are you fucking full again? Because I was gonna be really mad. Okay. Why does it keep saying he? Is this a he? I'm really confused about your gender, bro. Because I swear I looked it up. And it said female. It must be a liberal glitch. Oh! Okay. I don't get that. But whatever. Okay. Like,
It's so blue.
maybe it's time to build a phototama.
See?
Oh, good lord. Once it's built, you can gather me's together. Where do I even build this shit? Alright, I'll build it right here. Man, alright. Fucking news. Let's go again. Skirt,
We
skirt!
interrupt to bring you some breaking news.
Okay.
Here's what's happening on our island. Anyone who finally wants to see what they look like will be excited to learn.
Wait, they
that
don't know what they look
Photomo
like?
Photography, a premier photo studio, has opened up on Island Boy. Island
I'm an
Boy
island boy. I might have to make
which is
him.
kind of like
I might have to make Island Boy
for you.
so that he can live on an
Be
island.
saved to
But that means I might have to make
yourself.
Jack
Delete it if
Doherty.
you catch someone at a bad angle. Thanks for watching. I'm DG, and you're up to date.
Island Boy looks like a disease. Alright, let's see. Alright, I just fed you. I'm also gonna deal with this problem too. Alright, is he mad still?
Huh.
Well, let me feed you first.
Hey,
Because I hope...
you're a
Alright. If I was on to... Here, take some chocolates, bro. I know you're not gonna like...
Yeah.
Picky-ass eater ain't gonna like that shit. That's what I thought. Does not fill you up, bro. Sorry, traumatic memory. Oh boy. That's so weird. Here, take another weird ass quirk.
Oh, I feel a little different.
Alright, what are you mad
I
about?
think Chad and Ashby would be fast friends.
Oh yeah, definitely
What
agree.
should we talk about to help them get along? What did you have in mind?
Alright. Okay, what would make... I don't fucking know what they would talk about. Chad and Wojacka. What would they talk about? Oh my god. I don't know what they would talk about together. Probably like... I don't know. I don't know. Oh my, you know what? I know what they fucking would like. Digital Oh my god. Digital circus. Hold on, let's change that. Let's do the I don't know if I'll have God, amazing. Oh, I forgot I could do that. I need that to be capitalized. Oh my god. The amazing digital circumcision. Circus? Did I spell circus right, or am I capping? Is it circus? Oh, it is. Okay. Maybe she
The
might.
Amazing Digital Circus.
Maybe this might.
Got it. I'll go round up Chad and Ashby.
Okay. Let's see if this works.
Ashby, say hello to Chad. Chad, this is Ashby.
No, dude, if
What do
Chad
you feel
steals
like talking
him.
about? The amazing digital
Oh,
circus.
he's the one who brought it up. He never watched this
Oh
show.
yeah,
He
Chad,
never.
You can choose between the amazing digital circus and nothing is happening.
That's crazy.
What do you do?
I would choose the Major League
Oh,
Digital
uh,
Circus. Maybe nothing is
I
happening.
guess I'd pick. Nothing is happening.
What?
Oh, huh. Sorry, I've got to get going now. Let's talk about the amazing digital
That's
circus another time.
crazy. Oh, bro.
Oh, that reminds me. I heard that Chad scours the internet for hours at a time for info on the amazing
That's
digital circus.
crazy.
Is that right?
Oh my god, he's
You have a
lying!
lot to talk about.
He's
after all. I
lying!
bet we could be good friends.
That's cap. That is so cap. He's lying. That's crazy. I think I missed that too. Oh, I missed it. It's okay though. It's on now. Okay. I guess they're good friends.
Thanks to Ashboy, Ashby and I have become fast friends.
I really hope that this helps you, bro. That's... Oh, okay. They might get freaky in there. Alright, who's next? Did I feed Chad? Who haven't I fed? Hold on. Oh, no. Okay, it's okay, okay. It's okay. I already fed you, Chad. I totally forgot. Alright, so I need to feed Soy Jack now, who has a problem. Damn. Why do you look so lonely? You must be listening to Tyler, the Creator. Okay. I mean, I'm running out of food. I am running out of food for everybody. No, I want my money back. Okay. Oh, you know what? I hope I feed him all the way, because here's tomato juice. I don't know if you'll like this. Oh, finally! Okay. At least somebody loves something. Alright, what do you want?
Getting to the right price pawn shop can be tough because there's no direct path.
Mm-hmm.
How about building a path from my place to the right price pawn shop?
Show me your vision? Okay. Sure. I just really don't give a fuck about the island interior. Let's go for it. I don't really care. I just don't care about the island interior for some reason. And at least I have more money for food.
All done. Take a look whenever.
Okay, my girlfriend's finally on her way home now. Alright. Okay, what do you have now?
I've been having some pretty strange dreams lately.
Oh no. I don't want to worry about that right now. I've already fed you. Alright, Unpick needs to eat now. Oh, wow.
I wonder if I'm missing out.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Oh, he's falling asleep. Hey, you gotta eat too.
Hey?
Hey. Let's see. Okay, we're almost running out of food.
Yum?
I did not feed you. She really liked it. Okay, she didn't love it. Okay. Wait. Let's see. Did I already, so, ugh. Here. This should help you, bro.
Huh? Thank you? Saying that really makes me feel more like myself. Have you been to the Pallet House workshop lately?
No.
Everyone's waiting to see what new treasures you'll make, bruh.
Alright. I just gotta feed all of you people. But first, I need to go back to the store, bruh. Where's the food mart, man?
Welcome.
I need some big meals. Like, everybody's hungry. Okay.
Thank you very much.
No problem, Chad. Alright, who's next? Oh, I haven't fed Zoomer yet. Crazy.
Let's play no repeats.
Okay. Man, you always try to play with me, bro. When it's your turn, pick the name of a food. The game ends when someone picks something that isn't a food or too slow to answer. Okay?
No repeats.
Food.
Chili prawns. Pesto pasta. Bruh, you silly goose. Fly swatter isn't food.
Oh! I thought I did not read that, bro. Maybe I might not feed you.
Hey, you can't win 'em all.
Why do you
Just
keep
invent
playing
this
games with
consolation
me?
prize.
Oh. Wait, hold up. You can't leave without me feeding you.
Something you need.
Yeah, I gotta feed you. I don't want you going home hungry.
Yum.
Hmm. Okay. Next. Okay, still have to feed you, so I'll just feed you an apple.
Yum.
Okay. Cool. Oh my god, feeding and clothing, y'all. So much fucking effort. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't gotten you a little quirk yet. Oh, wow. That's such a zoomer thing to do. Here, take that. Motherfuckers will always make JoJo poses.
Oh,
Okay, what's on your mind?
I'm sure you know how tall all of us are, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, in your world.
Okay, where are we now? 3 more.
Good evening.
So much fucking work. Here.
Yum. Let's see if I can.
God, there's too many. Hey, get back here.
Something you need.
Yeah, I need you to finish eating. Because this bullshit. Here, I think a butter cookie might help.
Yum.
Everybody likes a butter cookie. Hey, I fed you. I think you're next anyways, yeah.
Huh. How about a game of double shadow quiz? Come on, you've got this in the bag.
I guess. I mean, all of y'all are trying to play games with me.
Here's your first mystery double shadow. What are these?
I'm gonna get it wrong. Oh. It's
The
that.
answer is
It's gotta be that. There's no way. Yeah, let's fucking go.
next up, your second mystery double shadow. What are these?
Bro.
The answer is
Edamame.
satellite.
Too easy.
And without further ado, your last mystery double shadow. What are these? The correct answer is roasted
Nice.
leg of lamb
And that roast lamb looks good. It looks like Gordon Ramsay cooked up.
Congratulations, you won. Time for your prize.
Okay. Shopping channel show. I hope that means something. Hey, wait, I didn't even get to feed you.
Something on your mind.
Yeah, I need to feed you.
Yum.
Okay, you like that? You did like that. Can I feed you this without?
That's
Ugh! What about the espresso? Can I feed you the espresso? You know what? I want to see if you like tomato juice.
Yum.
Let's see if they see if you like it. Or does everybody hate it? Wow! You're not as picky as Soy Jack. I guess, I mean, it's an NPC, so you'll like everything. Oh my god, one more person to feed. This is taking forever. Oh my god. Yeah, I need you to eat. Here. Mm. Man, why do these foods just not fill you up? Okay. I forgot, I gotta decorate these motherfucking houses. And I didn't get all my money back for the food. Alright, hopefully you like this. Ah! Because now I have to do the whole ass thing. Okay, take an espresso. Maybe that might help. Maybe definitely energized. Oh, he didn't like that? I guess an energy drink would be better. Not whatever the I don't think he liked that. Okay. Alrighty. Now I gotta make sure. Oh my god. House.
I'm so glad to have Mamacita as a friend.
What? I'll bring someone. Oh, I know exactly who's helping her. Where are you, Betty? You need to get your ass out.
Huh.
Get your ass
boy.
outside. It's the love story of a generation. This bitch won't help her.
Ahoy.
Okay, we're taking you outside. Alright, you gotta help your friend, bro. Where the fuck is she? Wait, what? Oh, you gotta get her.
Here we are. Are you, in the middle of something?
Oh, why aren't you getting along with her? Dude,
You
what
trust
is
me,
this?
Right.
No, not at all.
I don't trust you either. I've never trusted you. Oh! Oh! Finally! That's right! This.
Never knew X-Boy could transfix me like this.
That's what we were
He
going
looks at
for.
me.
This is what we needed.
I'm terrible.
Finally!
I think I'm falling in love with Ash Boy.
Alright.
I
Must
looked
be
into
love.
Ash Boy's gentle eyes and fell madly in love. Oh, I can imagine us.
Why
together.
isn't he getting along with her,
Gaze into
though?
those eyes every day.
Them not getting along is a problem. Okay, kinda getting along. And me that lives later will naturally develop feelings for each other and begin relationships. Kids can become besties with kids. Adults can have romantic feelings or they need advice. Be sure to give them your best. Oh, where did she go? Let's see if I can give you advice. Can I give you advice?
Oh, hey, bruh.
Okay. Alrighty. I fed everybody. Let's see. Now... Let's see. Let me see Ash Boy. Are you
Hi.
feeling some type of way?
Ahoy hoy, bruh.
Kinda getting along. What do you got?
I wasn't sure how it'd go, but I got Chad and Ashby to meet, and they hit it off.
Okay, you cannot let Chad get in his way. Alright, what do you want, LibJacka? Seemed like something's concerning you. Do you want a new house? Alright. What do you need?
Hey, guess you're a bit of a night owl.
I mean, yeah. I mean, wait for my
Pronouns.
girlfriend.
I don't really know NPC. Can I ask you something about them? Do you
Yeah.
think NPC and I would make a good team?
A very good team, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the only people
Huh.
that
Now I'm
basically
kinda curious about them.
Okay. Wait, you guys weren't already like-minded? Alright. Yeah, give it. We'll see a little quirk. Ooh. I like that one.
Pronouns. I feel a bit more like myself.
Let me check something real quick. Oh. Okay, weird. Wait, what? Why do you have flowers all over your head?
Pronouns. I hope you're making lots of awesome summer memories this year.
No. Alright, let's see. NPC. Alright, I need to see. Alrighty. Oh man, I fed everybody. I haven't done this yet. Oh, good lord, I got money. Thank you. Alright. Alright, so now I have. Oh, wow.
Welcome.
I forgot about these. I just don't
Please
care
come
about the
again.
island. This is the exact opposite of New Leaf. Or, I'm sorry, New Horizons. Literally the exact opposite. I like the characters, but I just don't care about the island. Unless it's like these bigger things. Oh no! No! How are they not getting along? What's wrong? These guys not getting along is crazy.
How simply gorgeous you are, Chubby.
What?
Oh, please. You're the one who's gorgeous.
Why?
You're
How are they not
probably
getting
the best looking
along?
Neon Island boy.
How are they not getting along?
You're so nice to look at. Looking at anything else gives me a headache.
That's where you're wrong. You're so easy on the eyes. My eyes are getting soft. They're gonna have to work out.
Oh, come on. You're so good looking that I'd trade faces with you even if it made my hair look weird.
I don't think Chudson
Wow.
likes that very
That's a
much.
subject changer if I've ever heard
That I
one.
don't think Chudson likes that one very much. Yeah, Chudson's. I don't know. I can relate to Cobson. Alright, let me see.
Welcome.
I know there was a gem. So we're gonna have to get that one. Let's see. Who else would like what? Oh no, she already has that. I don't know.
Come again.
No! Wait, I wasn't done yet.
Welcome.
Actually, go back to that one. Can we go to that one? I like.
Thank you very. Please come again.
I forgot these motherfuckers have jobs. I forgot. Ashboy lives here. I don't like the way. That's so fucking cool. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't
this is
feel like you
different.
really paid me.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I gotta find Ultimate Chad's house. I can't remember. That's just Chad. I need Giga Chad. Where'd I put Giga Chad? That's Chuddy, NPC, Unpicked. Whose house is this? Oh, Giga Chad's right here. Man, he's so far from everybody else. Here, let's see if you like the... He needs the gym. He definitely needs the gym. Oh, I have 2 gyms now. That's unfortunate. Why do I have 2 gyms? Is it a gem of the time?
Yeah, this is different. Thank you.
No problem, bro. This is exactly who you are as a person.
I am exhausted. Wish I knew why.
Probably because you have a gym. Oh, okay. What's going on with you? Alright.
Hey, bruh. Sorry, I'm a little upset with Chad. Why did
What?
he have to say that?
What did he say? What did he say? What? What did he say? What did Chad say?
Hey, bruh.
Oh, I'm about to kill Chad. Where's Chad? Oh, he's eating out.
Huh? Something on your mind? Ashby and I became friends through Ashboy's introduction. Ashboy really helped the conversation flow. What a pal.
Okay, so I don't understand. What did Chad say? Because if Chad's saying
Huh.
okay, what did Chad say?
Bruh.
What did Chad say? And why are you already getting hungry? I just fed you. I just fed you. Whatever. Y'all are just, like, fucking annoying, I guess.
Welcome?
I feel like... I think LeJacka would like that. What is this? What do you think NPC would like? Botanical. I'm just trying to see. Oh, you know what? I know who would like that shit. Where's, like, the normal ass house? You know what? I think Chad would like this.
Thank you very much.
Wait, what? I forgot about Zoomer. I think Zoomer would like this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please come again.
Alright, hold on. Let's see if I go to Zoomer's. I think Zoomer's house is here. Alright. I know Zoomer's house would be... Yeah, that's that Razor... Hold on. That's that Razor room shit. You know what I'm saying? Like with those, like, weird-ass, fake-ass... That's that Zoomer shit. Thank you for my money back.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Okay. Did I already do Lipjacka's house? I think I didn't. No, I didn't. What the fuck? Why did I say that when I saw that wasn't? Alright. I know Lipjack looked like that shit. Oh, I think Doomer Girl would like that shit too.
Yeah, this
Alright. Let's see.
my napkin.
I already did Chetty, didn't I? Unpicked, Night Market. I already did Giga Chad. Where's just Chad? Alright, let's see. Where's the log cabin? That's good. That's good that he likes that.
Yeah, this is different. Thank you.
Hmm? Who? Mm-hmm. I think I already did Zoomer, Soy Jack. Did I do your house yet? I think I did. But did I get the multiple colored one? I'm not worried about that one right now. You can look at it plain as Chuddy, NPC. Wait, where is Doomer Girl? Wait, did I do Wojacka? Oh, I never did Wojacka. Let's do this shitty. Okay. Sure. For now. Oh, did I do Zoomer's house yet?
It looks great now. Thank you.
No problem. Man, you guys are so nice to me. I think I did Zoomer's house. Oh, I already did do Zoomer. Motherfucker. Oh, wouldn't that be, Soy Jack? Because Soy Jack was the one that I was saying what living is. Like, childhood room. It'd have been this one. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, Soy Jack. Jesus.
Yeah, this is different. Thank you.
What does that even mean? This is different. Wait, get a bunch of money back? No. How am I supposed to buy food for these people at this point? There's Cobson. What is this? Did I get anything? I feel like I've gotten so much shit. I feel like I've got 1,000,000 wishes. Oh my god. Did I get $1,000,000 from this? Oh man. Wait, what? Oh, I get 7. Okay. Let's see if I get any new shit. Oh, okay, okay. Ah! Quick build amenities. Man, I get like 1 billion of these. level up, give a gift. Okay, I have 7, and there's 6 options. Wait. Goods? No. Let's see, little quirks. What does appetite set mean? Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna get one of each. Okay, so there's 2. Street dance. Alright, that's 2. Okay, now... Okay, we got another place to travel to. Holy shit. Oh, Zoomer's
I
here.
interrupt to bring you some breaking news. An exciting new travel destination is now available. A Hawaii tour is now available via travel tickets to
Hawaii?
Wishing Fountain. Sighs of relief could be heard throughout the island, and one resident is quoted as saying, "I hope my roommate is gifted a trip soon. I could really use the alone time." It looks like a wish has already been added, so someone can leave immediately. Stop by the Wishing Fountain to learn more. Thanks for watching. I'm Zoomer, and you're up to date.
Good job, Zoomer. Alright, so let's do that then. Let's do that with Ashby. Alright. You gotta take advantage of this. No going with Wojak. No going with Wojak.
Oh,
Why
are you
can't I
really giving me a
choose?
Hawaii tour? Thank you so much. Time to pack my bags.
Alright, we're not doing this again. Oh my god.
Glub, glub. I'm diving.
Say cheese.
Okay. At least she took Ash Boy. The
I'm at
crocodile?
Lower Ranch. Roar.
Say cheese.
Looky, looky. I'm in Waikiki.
Nice.
Say cheese.
Oh, they're so cute. Wow, that's 3 pictures.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much for letting me take it. This souvenir is for you.
Thanks. Okay, good. Ultra friends. That's right. Okay, now back to the wishing fountain. Alright, I got 2 out of the, or 3 out of the... Okay, now I get one of these. Hmm. When belong the kitchen. The doghouse. What, I don't get the graveyard set? Crazy. Desert Oasis set. Emperor Chambers set. Kitchen set. I'll just get that bookworm. I like that one. Alright. Okay. Now we get the quick build amenities. Oh boy. Wow. Honestly, we could use more trees, I think. We don't have any trees. Okay. Alright. I'll do sand, why not? Okay. That might help. I might... Alright, house workshop. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay. Oh my god, again? I don't have any more presents.
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. An exciting new travel destination is now available. A Kyoto tour is now available via travel
Kyoto.
tickets at the Wishing Fountain. Sighs of relief could be heard throughout the island. And one
Alright, I
resident
promise I won't
is
take
saying,
Ashby anywhere
I hope my
else.
roommate is gifted a trip soon. I could really use the alone time. It looks like a wish has already been added, so someone can leave immediately. Stop by the Wishing Fountain to learn more. Thanks for watching. I'm Zoomer, and you're up to date.
Alright, oh, I still have 2 more? How do I still have 2 more wishes? I swear I did 6. I guess I need, like, more little quirks. Babe? Oh, I thought I heard someone through the door. Alright. I want one of more of these. That's so cute. But I don't know who I would give that to. Wow. That was a lot of work. Alright, guys. My girlfriend's probably gonna be here at any second. It's about probably time for me to cut the stream. Alrighty. It is time for me to go to bed. That a one